Chapter 1268, Beating Up the Boss, Annulled? Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback for an instant before his eyebrows shot up. What do you mean by that? Exactly as it sounds, the middle-aged man harumphed. Whatever gambling we conduct in our ring of death is built upon the idea of fairness, but you collaborated with one of the challengers of the ring, one feigning weakness on the ring to influence the payout and the other to make the bets. This is considered a cheating behavior, and it is a violation of our rules. Not only will your winnings be confiscated, you are also to compensate the ring of death for your disruptive behavior. Compensate? Zhang Jiuxiao's face turned livid. You are hereby under arrest under the charges of disrupting the black market's order and fraud. Men, capture that fellow. The middle-aged man commanded with a grand wave of his hand. Voila! In the blink of an eye, a dozen guards dressed in tight-fitting armor, each possessing a cultivation of primordial spirit realm pinnacle, dashed forward and surrounded Zhang Jiuxiao tightly. You all, not expecting that the black market would refuse to acknowledge its loss, attempting to capture him even, Zhang Jiuxiao was seething with rage. With a raise of his hands, a Saint Intermediate-tier sword materialized before him, ready to make a move at his command. While he had the strength to challenge opponents stronger than him, there were simply too many people before him at the moment. Furthermore, from the start to the end, the middle-aged man hadn't been concealing leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivation. Even if he were to utilize all of the means at his disposal, he would be no match for the middle-aged man. To think that the black market would resort to forcing others to submit after losing in a gamble, is this how you all usually act? But before anyone could make a move, an impassive voice sounded in the air, following which, the young man who had just defeated Hong Yang on the ring suddenly appeared on the spectator stand as well, and his displeasure was clearly carved onto his face. He was intending to use the money he had won to attend the auction and buy down the annal of bedstead disquisition, but who knew that not only would the black market refuse to pay up, they even had Zhang Jiuxiao surrounded. Unable to watch on anymore, Zhang Xian flew over from the ring. The both of you collaborated with one another to conduct fraud in the ring of death, and that's a clear violation of our rules. If we don't punish you to make a warning to the others, how can our ring of death continue to operate if everyone were to do the same? The middle-aged man flung his sleeves furiously. The middle-aged man was the boss of the black market. 20,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. The entire fortune of their black market was only worth about this much. If they were to really pay this sum to those two, their black market might really have to shut down for good. You want to talk rules with me? Sure, let's talk just that then. Even the Master Teacher Pavilion, an organization which was heavily dictated by rules, could hardly do anything to him, and yet, the head of a black market actually wanted to talk to him about rules. This was almost the same as flaunting your wealth before a bank. Regarding the matches in the ring of death, there are no rules preventing anyone from placing any bet. Zhang Jiuxiao is my friend, and he has confidence in my strength, so naturally, he would be inclined to bet on me. Surely there's no problem with that, right? Zhang Xian reasoned. There's no problem about that, but the boss nodded. There were no rules preventing the kin or friends of a challenger from betting on him. On the contrary, it was common practice. It was in view of the wealth that they could earn that the challengers were willing to go all out in their own fights. Wealth and honor upon victory, poverty and humiliation upon loss. It was the stakes at play here that they were willing to stake even their own life here. As such, this couldn't be considered to be a violation of the rules. Since there's no problem, and you were the one who set the payout under the premise that you would be willing to pay up no matter how much you lost. Given so, what rights do you have to say that we have violated the rules? Zhang Xian interjected the boss words. You were clearly able to achieve a victory easily, but you maliciously feigned weakness on the ring. Such a behavior can be considered as fraud. Fraud? By fraud, do you refer to using trickery and deception to achieve victory? Putting aside the fact that there are no rules to the ring, you can ask everyone here what has happened. In the duel against Hong Yang, I kept telling him that I am no match for him, and that we should stop the duel there and then, but he simply wouldn't listen, insisting adamantly that I should have a fight with him. It's out of no choice that I had to counterattack. Given that the duel is forced upon me in the first place, are you sure that my behavior can be considered to be fraud? Zhang Xian turned to the boss and continued, If I really want to achieve victory that much, I could have just accepted his duel straight. There's no need for me to turn him down again and again. The eyebrows of the boss shot up. He had also been watching the match earlier as well. Indeed, the young man kept telling Hong Yang that he didn't want to fight anymore, but the latter just kept charging at him relentlessly. From such an aspect, if anyone was guilty of cheating, it should be Hong Yang. However, with a huge sum of nearly 20,000 at stake here, he couldn't afford to back down. Knowing that it was impossible for him to win in a proper debate, he flung his sleeves furiously and bellowed, "Don't bother playing word games with me over here. I am the boss of the black market, and my words are the law. Men, take these two troublemakers down. You are just going to use force since you are unable to reason against us? Very well. I would like to see who dares to touch a strand of hair of ours." Zhang Xian bellowed as he swept a cold gaze across his surroundings. "Go." One of the guards bellowed before taking the lead, charging at Zhang Xian. Even if the fellow before them was strong enough to defeat Hong Yang easily, they had the numerical advantage. On top of that, they were all primordial spirit realm pinnacle experts as well. They were confident that they would be able to take him down easily. The guard brandished his sword furiously, and the cold glint of a sword chi swiftly fell toward Zhang Xian. Considering the lawlessness of the black market, those who were qualified to become guards to ensure order and security had to wield extraordinary strength as well. As the sword chi flew over, the air was groaned under the immense strain from its pressure, as if testifying to the humongous strength behind it. Facing the powerful sword brandish, Zhang Xian didn't bother to dodge at all. Instead, he lifted his finger casually and tapped on the space before him. Pada! The sword chi shattered, and the burst of zhenqi continued gushing forward to the guard. Pa! The latter suddenly felt a violent pressure striking his dantian, following which, his dantian abruptly shattered into countless pieces. Feeling that his zhenqi was gushing out of his body like a leaking balloon, the guard widened his eyes in horror. "Why you? You crippled my cultivation?" The breaking of one's dantian was equivalent to destroying a person's cultivation. This meant that the countless years of hard work that an individual had put into advancing his cultivation had gone to utter waste. Couldn't be bothered to respond to the guard's question, Zhang Xian continued to move. A series of exploding sounds echoed in the air over the next few breaths, and the dozen of guards that were surrounding Zhang Juxiao suddenly collapsed to the ground as well. Feeling his power gradually seeped away from their bodies, a fear so powerful that it left them hardly able to breathe consumed the guards. These guards had made use to the authority that had been granted to them to oppress the weak and make benefits for themselves. Even killing them outright wouldn't be considered as going overboard. In a sense, crippling their dantian could already be considered as a mercy from Zhang Xian to them. But of course, considering all of the evil deeds they had done before through exploiting their strength, this mercy might not be one that they would appreciate. On the other hand, seeing that a mere primordial spirit realm advanced stage cultivator actually crippled his subordinates right before him, the eyes of the boss reddened in fury. Unable to hold himself back anymore, he thrust his palm forward with overwhelming might. Facing the boss palm strike, Zhang Xian had no intentions of dodging either. On the contrary, he took a step forward to receive the other party's palm. He hadn't found a worthy sparring partner ever since he advanced to primordial spirit realm advanced stage. Since this middle-aged man was flinging himself at him, he didn't mind using the other party as a moving punching bag. Boom! As their palms clashed against one another, a resounding explosion swiftly swept across the entire ring of death. Under the shockwave that diffused from the collision of palms, the entire area immediately began collapsing. Most of the spectators had chosen to linger in the area to watch the drama, but in face of the powerful shockwave, they immediately fled in fright. Even Zhang Juxiao also had to retreat several dozen meters away before he felt that he was finally a safe distance away. How can this be? How can you be so powerful? The boss widened his eyes in astonishment and fright. He thought that even if Zhang Xian possessed strength far beyond his cultivation realm, the latter should still be a long distance away from matching up to him. After all, it was nearly unheard of for a primordial spirit realm cultivator to match a leaving aperture realm cultivator, let alone a leaving aperture realm pinnacle expert like him. Yet, in a direct clash of palms, they were actually on equal footing. For the other party to wield raw strength on par with him, even seeing it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. "Who in the world are you?" the boss questioned warily. There was no way a person who wielded such overwhelming power could possibly be from a humble background. "I am Zhang Xian. You can etch that name into your head." Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly as he flicked his palm and sent the second wave of attack toward the boss. His palm strike appeared to be flimsy on the surface, but for some peculiar reason, it exuded an indomitable aura that was at odds with its exterior. The boss was still intending to say something, but facing such an attack, he knew that he couldn't afford to waste any time on words. He quickly gathered his strength into his fist and launched a counterattack. However, before his fist could meet with Zhang Xian's palm, the latter's figure suddenly flickered before abruptly materializing right before him. Before he could react, the palm had already landed lightly on his body. Pong! With a furious spurt of blood, the boss was sent flying all the way back, dragging a long gorge in the ground in his wake. Back when Zhang Xian was at Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate stage, he was already roughly a match for leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle experts, let alone now. The boss might be a powerful cultivator, but he didn't stand a chance at all. After trading 2 blows, Zhang Xian also realized that the boss was hardly a challenge at all, so he began losing his interest too. Couldn't be bothered to make a move himself anymore. He waved his hand and commanded, "Go, cripple him for me." Hula! From a room connected to the ring below, more than 100 different types of sabers flew forth, headed right toward the boss. These sabers might just be Saint Low-tier artifacts, but there were simply too many of them. With all of them launching an offense simultaneously, it didn't take long before the entire area was flooded with saber chi. Upon seeing this sight, the boss widened his eyes in shock. Before he could even put up his defenses, several saber chi had already cut into his body, leaving him bloodied all over. These sabers. Seeing the familiar sabers, the eyelids of the middle-aged manager who had led Zhang Xian into the ring of death earlier began twitching uncontrollably. These sabers were no other than the weapons they were providing to the challengers of the ring. But these weapons shouldn't have any spirit at all. Why would they listen to that young man's command and attack the boss? That lad must have enchanted them. The middle-aged manager clenched his fists in realization. Very clearly, Zhang Xian must have enchanted those weapons. This would also explain why they were so loyal to him, attacking the boss without any hesitation on his command. But he had personally followed that young man into the weapon room, and the young man had only spent a few minutes testing out several weapons before leaving empty-handed. To actually successfully enchant all of these weapons within that short period of time, just how in the world did he do it? Aside from the middle-aged manager, Zhang Juxiao's lips were also twitching from the sight before him. He had known about Zhang Xian's unparalleled proficiency in spirit enchantment, but he had never thought that the latter would be so vicious as to tame all of these weapons. Looking at it now, it seemed like Zhang Xian had known from the start that the black market would never allow them to walk away with the sum they had won from the Ring of Death from the very start, so he had made preparations against it in advance. Woo! It seemed like the 100 Saint Low-tier sabers had been through some kind of special training. Every single attack of theirs was accurately aimed at the blind spot or Mingmen of the boss. Under this furious onslaught of deadly saber chi, it didn't take long for the imposing leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert to be bleeding all over. Countless cuts were inflicted throughout his body, and from the looks of it, it seemed like he wasn't too far away from death anymore. "Stop. I'm willing to compensate you." Knowing that he might really die at this rate, the boss finally exclaimed anxiously. Even though he felt incredibly frustrated, he knew that there was nothing he could do but to surrender. If the other party really wanted to claim his life, he could have been dead by now. Compensate? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. With a wave of his hand, the 100 sabers immediately flew back and neatly took their positions behind Zhang Xian's back, forming something reminiscent to the feathers of a peacock. "Yes, I'm willing to compensate you." Struggling to his feet, the boss took out a storage ring and passed it over. "Here are 19,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. This was the profit which the black market had accumulated over countless years. If he were to give it away just like that, the black market would soon find itself facing severe financial troubles. But at this point, he had no other choice either. Taking the storage ring, Zhang Xian swiftly swept its contents before nodding. There was no mistake with the quantity. It seemed like the other party wasn't playing tricks with him. All right, what are you going to compensate us? These 19,800 concentrated high-tier spirit stones are what we have earned fairly through the gambling earlier, but you have made a move against me and my friend. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Keeping the spirit stones safely into his own storage ring, Zhang Xian turned his sight back to the boss and asked, "You still want me to compensate you?" The boss face turned pale in horror. "You have nearly taken everything that I have, and you still want to squeeze me dry? Isn't that a given? Or do you expect to be so magnanimous as to forget what you have just done?" Zhang Xian sneered. "How? Do you want me to compensate you?" The boss asked through gritted teeth. "I heard that your black market has just obtained a certain book, Annal of Bedstead Disquisition?" Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking. Chapter 1269 The Voice in the Miz. The boss hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. "Fine. I'll get my men to bring it over to you now." As valuable as the Annal of the Bedstead Disquisition was, it was just another artifact to him. If he were to weigh it against his life, it was obvious that his life was way more valuable. With a guillotine right above him at this moment, it was obvious what he should choose. After making a few instructions, it didn't take long for an elder to arrive at the scene with a considerably large jade container in hand. The elder opened the jade container, revealing an ancient book within. The yellowish pages were evidence to the long history behind the book, but it was still generally well preserved. The words on the pages were also pulsating with spiritual energy. Zhang Xian took a closer look, and after confirming that it was the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition, he finally nodded before keeping it into his storage ring. Turning to Zhang Jiuxiao, he said, "Let's go." Then, with a powerful leap, he began flying away from the scene. Zhang Jiuxiao and the 100 sabers behind him quickly followed suit. Staring in the direction where they disappeared at, hatred began flooding into the eyes of the boss. "Boss, are we going to let them off just like that?" An elder walked forward and asked. It had been more than 10,000 years since their black market had been established, and they had never suffered such a huge setback. "Let them off? How can I, Ji Feng, allow others to take my items so easily?" The boss narrowed his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly together. What he had lost this time around weren't just spirit stones but his pride as well. If they were to take this lying down, how could the black market uphold its prestige and authority in Xincheng City? Then, what should we do? The young man was strong enough to even overpower their boss, so even if they wanted to exact vengeance, what could they possibly do? "Fetch me my sword of faint whispers." The boss flung his sleeves furiously. "Sword of faint whispers? Boss, you can't be thinking of..." The elder narrowed his eyes in disbelief as something surfaced in his mind. "That's right. I'm going to head there and have him make a move in my stead." A cold glint flashed across the boss' eyes as he gritted his teeth in fury. Yes, the elder hurriedly rushed off, and not too long later, he returned with a sword in hand. At first sight, there was nothing that set the sword apart from the others. However, with just a slight flick of it, an incomparably chilling sword chi would shroud its blade, leaving one feeling as if one had been plunged into the midst of a winter's night. On top of that, one could also vaguely hear some soft mutterings in one's ears, as if the sword was whispering to one. This was the Sword of Faint Whispers, a top-notch Saint intermediate-tier artifact, possessing a might comparable to a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert. Without a doubt, it was one of the strongest weapons in Xincheng Empire. Look into the background of that Zhang Xian. With the sword in hand, the boss disposition immediately changed. In an instant, he appeared to be many times stronger than before. Yes, the elder quickly backed away to arrange some men to look into Zhang Xian's background. On the other hand, the boss consumed several recovery pills and sat down on the spot to recuperate. Not too long later, the elder returned with a jade token in hand. This is the information we have gathered on Zhang Xian so far. He's from Qingyuan Empire, and he has once succeeded in a pavilion crashing. He has also cleared the preliminary selections of the Sanctum of Sages, and he's in Xinqiang Empire for the secondary selections. The black market was also known for its outstanding intelligence network as well, so it didn't take long for them to uncover Zhang Xian's background. So he's a talented master teacher, eh? No wonder he dares to cause trouble here. The boss stood up and uttered menacingly. After a moment of recuperation, even though his wounds were still severe, he was at least out of danger for the time being. You, stay here and keep the situation in check. I'll head out for a moment. Flinging his sleeves, the boss began walking away with the sword of faint whispers in his hand. After leaving the black market, the boss flew for quite some time before he reached the boundary of a land completely shrouded in mist. You have come. From the midst of the mist, a faint voice sounded. Yes, I want you to kill someone for me. The boss spat coldly. Price. I'll give you the sword of faint whispers in exchange. With a flick of his wrist, the sword in the boss' hand slowly floated up. Are you certain? A trace of agitation could be heard in the voice from the mist. I'm certain, the boss replied in resolution. I know that you are camping here for the legend, but you should also be aware that it's impossible to accomplish it without the sword of faint whispers. After a moment of silence, the voice in the midst asked, Who? His name is Zhang Xian, a master teacher. He has cleared the preliminary selections of the Sanctum of Sages. Here is his information. With a flick of his wrist, the boss threw the jade token he had received from the elder earlier into the mist. A master teacher who has successfully crashed the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion? It seems like he's quite a prodigy. The voice in the mist sounded a little hesitant. A master teacher who had successfully crashed a Master Teacher Pavilion would surely be highly regarded by the headquarters. If it were to be known that he had killed such a prodigy, the rage of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would be one he wouldn't be able to withstand. Cut the nonsense and tell me whether you are willing to accept the deal or not, the boss asked impatiently. I don't have much time left. If I still can't open that place, I reckon that 3 years will be my limit. Killing a prodigy in exchange for an opportunity for a breakthrough doesn't sound that bad. However, this matter must be carefully planned, so as to ensure that no one finds out about it. The voice in the mist spoke slowly. I know that much too, the boss replied coldly. Regardless of whether he was the one who had done it personally, the crime of plotting the death of a prodigy of the Master Teacher Pavilion was grave. The Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had to make a firm stand on the matter so as to deter others from doing the same and ensure the safety of their younger talents. Even if he had the entire black market behind him, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters still wouldn't hesitate to smash him into the ground. The might of the number one occupation on the Master Teacher continent was not to be underestimated. Any power would have to think twice before laying its hand on the young talents of the Master Teacher Pavilion. This was similar to the disciples of powerful sects as well. Even if you were to know that they were weak and carried invaluable artifacts with them, would you still dare to make a move on them? All right, I have received your request, so you can leave now. I'll think over the matter and give you an answer 3 days later. The voice in the mist hesitated for a moment before replying. There's no need for that. I'll wait here for your response. I want to see you kill him with my own eyes. I'll give the sword of faint whispers to you as soon as he dies. There was a moment of silence before the voice in the mist spoke once more. Very well. Come in then. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, the boss walked into the mist, and it didn't take long before his silhouette vanished altogether. I never thought the underground black market isn't located beneath the manor we saw before, but in the middle of a mountain range. After leaving the black market, Zhang Xian swiftly kept the sabers following behind him. Gazing downward, he realized that he wasn't underground, or even anywhere near the manor they had stopped at before they were blindfolded and brought into the black market at that. Instead, the black market was actually located in the belly of a mountain. The manor was just a method of deception to hide the black market away from prying eyes. It was no wonder why one would have to be blindfolded before entering the black market. Considering the nature of the black market, It also wasn't surprising why they would go to the extent of making such precautions as well. Even if the black market had some value of existence to Qinchong Empire, there was no saying when the Master-Teacher Pavilion would decide to stop tolerating them and launch a crusade against them. It would be unwise to entrust their safety to the whims of others. You have really done me a great favor this time around. Here are 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Take it as a token of appreciation from me. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took a pile of concentrated high-tier spirit stones out. Zhang Jiuxiao was astonished. How can I take so many spirit stones from you? 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. This was a fortune which he couldn't even fathom possessing. Take it. You will need it to raise your cultivation as quickly as possible so that you can pass the secondary selection. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Had it not been for Zhang Jiuxiao informing him about the existence of the black market and making the bets in his stead, he wouldn't have been able to earn such a huge sum either. He had provided the bronze, whereas Zhang Jiuxiao had provided the means. In that sense, Zhang Jiuxiao deserved every single one of these concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Then, I'll be thanking you for this generous gift then, Zhang Shi. Knowing what Zhang Xian had said was the truth, it would be a waste if he were to fail at this point after all the trouble they had gone through for him to clear the preliminary selection. Zhang Jiuxiao accepted the concentrated high-tier spirit stones heartily and kept them into his storage ring. Somehow, being with the young man before him had instilled him with an endless drive for cultivation, and he found himself motivated to work harder than ever to reach greater heights. Perhaps this was the reason why others would naturally gravitate to him. He had been filled with envy and grudges for the other party in the past, but in this instant, he found that, at some point in time, those emotions had already disappeared without a trace. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Unaware of the thoughts in Zhang Jiuxiao's mind, Zhang Xian casually waved his hand. By the time they returned to their residence in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the sun had already set. Zhang Xian entered the myriad ant hive nest once more and took out the concentrated high-tier spirit stones he had just obtained. He first conditioned his state to its peak before attempting for a breakthrough. Not too long later, he overcame his bottleneck and finally reached the long-awaited primordial spirit realm pinnacle. All right, time for me to cultivate my soul. With plenty of concentrated high-tier spirit stones at hand, Zhang Xian began cultivating his Heaven's Path soul art as well. 4 hours later, his soul cultivation had reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle as well. With this, my strength should be on par with half-grand Dominion realm experts. Feeling the Zhenqi rushing through his body, as well as his enhanced strength and grasp over the spatial laws, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Back when he was at primordial spirit realm advanced stage, ordinary leaving aperture realm pinnacle cultivators were already no match for him. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough in his Zhenqi cultivation and soul cultivation, his fighting prowess had been enhanced by at least twofold at the minimum. It could be said that with his current strength, even if he didn't use the puppets he had obtained from the marshlands of the northern meadows, he would still be able to overpower Pavilion Master Yu with ease. But after my cultivation reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, it seems like concentrated high-tier spirit stones have become completely ineffective on me as well. While it was gladdening to see that he had managed to make significant advancements in his fighting prowess and cultivation, the ineffectiveness of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones meant that he would have to start looking for more advanced cultivation resources too. In the past, just a single concentrated high-tier spirit stone would suffice for him to make multiple breakthroughs, but now, even 100 of them would barely make a difference in his cultivation. Even with the 10,000 or so concentrated high-tier spirit stones in hand, it would still be nigh difficult for him to push for a breakthrough to half-leaving aperture realm. His Heaven's Path Zhenqi simply had too high a demand for the purity of spiritual energy he absorbed for his cultivation, and he had also anticipated that this would happen as well. Nevertheless, he still couldn't help but feel a little stifled by the situation. It wasn't easy for him to earn so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones at once, but in just a few moments, they had already become completely useless to him. It seemed that if he wanted to make progress in his cultivation, he must continue fighting on and forge his path forward. Clone, this is the cultivation technique for the Heaven's Path soul art. Hurry up and cultivate. Zhang Xian said as he sent the content of the Heaven's Path soul art to his clone telepathically and tossed a pile of concentrated high-tier spirit stones over. At this moment, his clone had already finished consuming the Qingtian Emperor's soul, and his fighting prowess had also risen to an incredible level as well. All right. Without wasting any time, Zhang Xian's clone began on his cultivation. As they had originated from the same soul, their rates of cultivation were nearly the same. In a few hours, his clone had already finished cultivating the Heaven's Path soul art. Through assimilating the energy of the Qingtian Emperor's soul on top of that, he managed to surpass Zhang Xian in terms of soul cultivation, reaching quasi-leaving aperture realm. As long as he overcame the lightning tribulation, he would be able to become a true leaving aperture realm expert. How strong are you at the moment? Seeing that his clone had managed to a significant advancement in his cultivation, Zhang Xian couldn't resist asking, I can squash half Grand Dominion Realm ants with a grasp of my hand, and as for Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivators, I reckon I should be able to put up a fight. Zhang Xian's clone replied with his head raised haughtily. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's cheeks twitched. Even though it was only a small cultivation stage of difference between half Grand Dominion Realm and Grand Dominion Realm, there was a vast gap in their fighting prowess. At Grand Dominion Realm, otherwise known as the Indomitable Realm, cultivators would gain the ability to create their dominion. They would be the absolute dictator within the area of their dominion. Regardless of how many people were gathered in the area, as long as none wielded strength on par with them, they would be as good as invincible. For his clone to wield strength on par with Grand Dominion Realm primary stage experts. Just on this itself, it was clear that his clone was already many times stronger than him. Such strength paired with that fellow's monstrous regenerative ability. Was there still anyone in Qinchong Empire who would be a match for him? Hi, after cultivating for so long. It turned out that he was still unable to keep up with his clone. How embarrassing. It seems like I am still cultivating too slowly. Zhang Xian remarked with his face lowered in shame. Chapter 1270 Dominion. He might still have been able to derive some feeling of superiority when comparing himself with others, but against his clone, he had been wrecked time and time again to the point where it had nearly become a trauma in his heart. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian tried to ignore the feeling of helplessness within him and took out a jade container. Opening it lightly, an ancient book came into sight. Annal of Bedstead Disquisition. By scanning it with his eyes, an equivalent book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. After swiftly looking through the content in the book, Zhang Xian thought, it is indeed related to the cultivation technique of the Luo clan. However, it isn't a cultivation technique itself, but a compilation of insights. Recorded in the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition was Pavilion Master Yan's interpretation of Sage Luo's lecture. It did not contain a cultivation technique, but a new interpretation toward cultivation. To make an analogy, it would be like learning a studying method. As long as a cultivator were to fully grasp those insights, their speed of cultivation should increase significantly. Just that, the Heaven's Path divine art was already no different from the best studying method in the world. While the insights to cultivation recorded in the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition were not too bad, superior to most interpretations of cultivation out there, it was completely useless to him. After studying the book for a moment longer, Zhang Xian eventually shook his head. I was still expecting something out of it due to how valuable it is. What a pity. He had thought that by learning the key to the Luo clan's cultivation technique, he would be able to better deal with them when the time came. But thinking about it now, how could the cultivation technique of a sage clan possibly be obtained that easily? If, by any chance, someone leaked the Luo clan's cultivation technique, with their massive influence, they would have surely swiftly found it and destroyed it utterly. There was no way they would allow their cultivation technique to be auctioned in a small black market in the Qinchong Empire. While the Luo clan's insight into cultivation is not too bad, it seems like it's still a far stretch from matching ancient sage Qiu Wu's heavenly art of dimension unravel. From the Annal of Bedstead Disquisition, it was apparent that the Luo clan specialized in the study of spatial laws. However, in terms of depth of comprehension, ancient sage Qiu Wu's understanding of space was clearly a more direct interpretation of the world compared to the Luo clans. But looking at it now, there seemed to be striking similarities between the two of them, as if they originated from the same source. A thought suddenly emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. Right. If I compile this together with the 2-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, will I be able to perfect it? There were 5 dawn to the heavenly art of dimension unravel, and so far, he had only cultivated the first Dan of the technique. The reason he had not continued was because there were simply too many flaws from the second Dan onward, and his cultivation had not met the mark either. But since his cultivation had already reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, he could try cultivating the 2-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel if he could perfect it. So, Zhang Xian took out the 2-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel and placed it together with the annal of bedstead disquisition. Compile. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly flipped it open. It really worked. There was a total of 5 dawn to the heavenly art of dimension unravel, namely compress, traverse, control, creation, and destruction. He had already fully mastered compress, and by using it in unison with the unbounded Voyager, he had gained the ability to carry out near-instantaneous movement within a radius of 100 meters, as if teleportating. It was also his superior grasp over spatial laws that granted him the strength to rival half-grand Dominion realm experts. If he could master the 2-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, he would be able to increase his fighting prowess another notch. Excited, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist to place all his concentrated high-tier spirit stones before him in a pile before immersing himself into the cultivation of the Traverse realm. Sometime later, Zhang Xian finally stood up, and his aura began to rise steadily. After a long moment of hard work, even though he had not mastered the 2-Dan heavenly art of dimension unravel traverse yet, his understanding of space did advance by leaps and bounds. With his previous strength, he had only been on par with half-grand Dominion realm experts. However, with his current strength, he might even be able to rival true Grand Dominion realm primary stage experts. Release. Willing it with his mind, a sphere of faint light with a radius of 1 meter immediately appeared around Zhang Xian, and he could feel the absolute control he wielded within this space. Feeling the effects of the light sphere, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. Even though this isn't a dominion, it has similar effects to one. This light sphere was created by using his soul energy to warp the surrounding laws of space. He had absolute control over anything that was within this light sphere, and unless there was another individual who could wrestle the control over this space from him, he would practically be invincible. Let me test out my strength. With a flick of his wrist, the golden origin cauldron appeared before Zhang Xian. Attack me with your full might. All right. Even though the golden origin cauldron was unsure what Zhang Xian was up to, it still agreed to the request. It leaped powerfully into the sky before descending heavily upon Zhang Xian. Possessing a fighting prowess on par with leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivators, the speed at which the golden origin cauldron was capable of moving it had already exceeded the speed of sound. Nevertheless, when it came within a meter of Zhang Xian, its speed abruptly decreased. Freeze, Zhang Xian muttered softly. In the instant that the golden origin cauldron was just about to touch Zhang Xian, it came to a completely halt. No matter how it struggled, its body would not budge at all. As long as I will it, I will even be able to destroy the spirit of the golden origin cauldron easily. Feeling the power that he wielded over the golden origin cauldron, Zhang Xian was astonished. It was no wonder everyone said that the difference between each cultivation realm from leaving Aperture Realm onward was an unbreachable rift. From the looks of it now, it seemed like those words were not hearsay. He had thought that the prowess that Grand Dominion realm cultivators wielded had been exaggerated. As long as there was sufficiently large group of cultivators surrounding a Grand Dominion realm cultivator, it should have been a matter of time before he eventually slipped up and erred. But having first-hand experience with the prowess of a dominion, he realized that he had been too naive. Within the sphere of a dominion, there was no such thing as chance. Unless one could destroy the dominion with a greater power or interrupt the activation of the dominion, the chances of success were practically null. However, the maintenance of a dominion is really taxing on one's Jinqi and primordial spirit. After releasing the golden origin cauldron, Zhang Xian released the light sphere around him, and a feeling of extreme fatigue swiftly consumed him. Even though this dominion-like light sphere was extremely powerful, granting him the strength to fight toe-to-toe with a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator, the rate at which his Zhenqi and soul energy depleted was truly frightening. Despite having cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, not to mention that he was a celestial saint as well, just maintaining the light sphere for 10 seconds had left him feeling sapped and exhausted. I should only activate this technique in times of emergency. As powerful as the light sphere was, if he depleted all his energy from using it, he would be placed in a vulnerable position for quite a period of time. Thus, unless in times of emergency, it was best for him to avoid using it. Zhang Xian rested for a moment to recover his depleted Zhenqi. At this moment, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he clenched his fists in agitation. Wait a moment. Since I have comprehended a dominion-like ability, does this mean that I will be able to crush my clone easily? All along, he had been put down by his clone, and the shame and embarrassment had weighed down on him for far too long. Since he had managed to comprehend dominion ahead of his clone, it was about time for him to return the favor. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian did not hesitate to leap into action. He immediately called his clone over. Without wasting any words, an earth-shaking, mountain-crushing battle began. Frightened, the golden origin cauldron swiftly retreated to a corner and trembled fearfully. 3 breaths later, Zhang Xian had been imprinted with clear panda eyes. 5 breaths later, huge spurts of blood from Zhang Xian dyed the sky crimson. 10 breaths later, an unmoving human was lying on the ground. Nice try. Better luck next time. Clapping to rid the dirt off his hands, Zhang Xian's clone turned around smugly and walked away. Feeling utterly stifled inside, Zhang Xian could only drive his Heaven's Path Zhenqi to heal up. He had thought that after comprehending dominion, he would be able to utterly thrash his clone, but who knew that the other party would actually still be able to forcefully move even under the effects of his dominion. In the end, he had still been pummeled. That monster. Just how in the world did he cultivate? Driving his Zhenqi 2 circulations around his body, Zhang Xian managed to recover from his injuries. He looked at his clone helplessly for a moment before decisively leaving the ant hive nest. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to come back and exact vengeance the next time I make a major breakthrough in my cultivation. Returning to his room, Zhang Xian walked out and noted that the sun had already risen. Breathing in the morning air, he felt extraordinarily refreshed. After a night of cultivation, even though it was a pity that he still was not a match for his clone, he did manage to advance his fighting prowess considerably. A moment after walking out of the residence, he suddenly saw Zhang Jiuxiao rushing over with unconcealable glee on his face. Zhang Shi, I have managed to achieve a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage. Ha ha ha. Even though he knew it was likely that he would be outdone very soon, he still could not help but to take pride in the fact that he had managed to catch up with Zhang Xian for the time being. To be able to catch up to a celestial master teacher, this was something he could brag to his offspring about in the future. Congratulations. Zhang Xian nodded. Thank you. Since my cultivation is on par with Zhang Shi now, I think that I should be able to clear the secondary selection. Halfway through his words, Zhang Jiuxiao's words suddenly clogged up in his throat. His face twitched a little as his eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Shi, you are at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle? I managed to sufficiently accumulate my cultivation, so I was able to push for a breakthrough, Zhang Xian replied with a nod. You managed to sufficiently accumulate your cultivation? Zhang Jiuxiao nearly burst into tears. Accumulate your head? It was just yesterday that you made a breakthrough, and yet, over the course of a night, you made another breakthrough. What can you possibly accumulate in a single day? Even genius cultivators would at least take several months to advance a single cultivation stage after reaching Primordial Spirit Realm, and yet, you only took a single night. Can you be any more terrifying than that? Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes reddened in frenzy as he felt a pail of cold water washing away the little bit of confidence that he had just barely built up. When other cultivators achieved swift breakthroughs, their strength would be volatile, resulting in a reduction in their fighting prowess. Yet, despite advancing so swiftly, that fellow was actually still be able to exert unbelievable strength. Really, Zhang Juxiao felt that he should stop trying to compare with the young man before him, or else he might just die of trauma someday. On the other hand, seeing how dejected Zhang Juxiao was, Zhang Xian suddenly felt the exasperation and frustration that he had just felt from being pummeled by his clone vanishing without a trace. Satisfied with the outcome, he nodded in approval. Indeed, while he might have been far from a match for his clone, he was still stronger than the common populace. Knowing that he would only get more and more depressed talking about cultivation, Zhang Juxiao quickly changed the topic. Zhao Shi asked us to gather at the main hall. The secondary selection is about to begin. Nodding in response, Zhang Xian quickly followed Zhang Juxiao over to the main hall. In the main hall, the 30 or so master teachers he had seen the previous day had already arrived. They were standing neatly in 2 rows with solemn looks on their faces. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, they swiftly greeted him before falling silent. Zhang Xian and Zhang Juxiao took their positions at the end of the 2 rows, and quick sweeping over the room with their gazes, they noted that Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu were standing in the middle. Pavilion Master Yu's body was still a little swollen, and there were various patches of bruising all around. It was apparent that he had yet to recover from the beating that he had received from the puppets the previous day. The higher one's cultivation, the lower the effectiveness of a pill. Given his cultivation realm, if he wanted to recover from his wounds quickly, he would have to consume a grade 8 pill at the very minimum. However, even as the head of the Qinchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, a grade 8 pill was not a commodity that could easily be acquired. Since everyone has arrived, let's not waste any time and begin the secondary selection. Stepping forward, Zhang Xingma shot a sweeping gaze across all of the candidates before saying, "In the selections of the Sanctum of Sages, we aim to assess the strength, intelligence, ability to assess the big picture, and many other key capabilities of the candidates. In the preliminary selection, we have assessed you on your strength. As long as you wield sufficient strength, you will be able to clear the selection easily. However, the secondary selection won't be as simple as that. Now, I shall begin explaining the rules for the secondary selection." Everyone's ears perked up and their eyes narrowed, not wanting to miss any words or gestures that he spoke or made. This would determine whether they would be able to enter the Sanctum of Sages or not. So they had to obtain every scrap of information they could get about the secondary selection. As complicated as I have made it sound, there is only a single rule to the secondary selection. That is to use every means possible to eliminate your opponent. With a solemn look, Zhao Xingma raised his hand and declared grandly, "The challenge for the secondary selection shall be a caged battle royale." Chapter 1271 Caged Battle Royale. Caged Battle Royale? Hearing the theme of the secondary selection, the candidates widened their eyes in astonishment. They had heard of Caged Battle Royale before, and they understood the significance behind it as well. In ancient times, when the otherworldly demonic tribe was still the dominant power in the Master-Teacher continent, they would often conduct caged battle royales to entertain themselves. To put it in simple terms, Caged Battle Royale consisted of placing a group of men in the same cage and leaving them to fight it out amongst themselves. The last one standing would be spared, and the rest would become sacrifices for his survival. It was an extremely brutal event, testing of a human's true nature. For their own survival, there were those who would even lay their hands on their kin or even their own children. Such practice had been considered to be vile by mankind, spurned by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. So why would the Sanctum of Sages use it in their secondary selections? Don't worry, the Caged Battle Royale won't be a slaughter but an elimination match. Noticing that everyone's expression was growing unnatural, Zhao Xingma waved his hand and explained, "We'll be placing you in an isolated island, and within 3 days, you must find and eliminate 13 amongst you in order to clear the examination. Of course, the method of elimination will not be killing the individual, but breaking his allocated jade token. If we were to find that you have willfully killed any one of the candidates, your candidacy will be stripped immediately." Breaking allocated jade tokens? This will be difficult. Grave expressions appeared on the faces around. They were all top-notch geniuses, and while there was some disparity in their strength, each of them wielded exceptional life preservation and escape means. If it was just a normal battle royale, they would still be able to eliminate other candidates through springing surprise assaults and swiftly incapacitating their enemy. However, if they had to break the Jade token without endangering the other party's life, the difficulty would be hiked up significantly. Of course, you aren't the only ones on the isolated island too. There will be saint beasts, traps prepared in advance, and treacherous terrains. While trying to eliminate others, you will have to try your best to protect yourself as well. A glint flashed across Zhao Xingma's eyes before he continued, just a warning in advance. If you think that you can just hide at one corner and wait for others to be eliminated, let me make this clear right now. You will be forcefully eliminated by me as well. The Sanctum of Sages needs no cowards and escapees. Also, if you all were to fail to eliminate 13 people within 3 days, everyone shall lose their candidacy. In other words, we have to eliminate others, or else we won't be able to get into the Sanctum of Sages even if we were to last till the end? This is too difficult. Well, if it's that easy to enroll into the #1 Academy of the Master Teacher Continent, it would surely be overflowing with freshmen each year. After a moment of commotion, everyone fell silent. While the rules of the caged battle royale may seem simple, it was actually far more demanding than being literally placed into a cage. It wasn't just a simple battle royale anymore. It was demanding on one's overall capabilities, be it planning, analyzing the situation, tracking, danger sensing, and much more. As expected of the selection of the Sanctum of Sages, its difficulty was indeed at a different level. These are your Jade tokens. They represent each of your identities. You can choose to carry it with you, hide it, or anything else. The only condition is that the Jade token must remain on the island. As long as your Jade token isn't shattered, that would mean that you aren't eliminated yet. Zhao Xingma said as he flicked his wrist, and more than 30 Jade tokens flew toward the crowd. The Jade tokens can be hidden as well? In other words, even if we were to successfully capture others, as long as we can't find the other party's Jade token, there's nothing we can do at all? As long as we can't find the Jade token, there's nothing we can do to eliminate a candidate. But how in the world are we supposed to find a Jade token that can be hidden anywhere on an isolated island? The crowd was stunned once more. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. If the rules enforced that the Jade token must remain on one's body, after defeating an opponent, they would at least be able to search the other party's body and destroy his Jade token. On the other hand, if the hiding of Jade tokens were to be permitted as well, even if they were to successfully track down and subdue an opponent, there would be nothing they could do to eliminate him if he didn't have his Jade token on him. In the first place, eliminating an opponent through Jade tokens had already hiked up the difficulty considerably. Now that the hiding of Jade tokens was allowed as well, the difficulty would be increased to at least tenfold of before. This is also a test of one's state of mind. In contrast to the shocked faces around him, a gleam flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. Perhaps it was because he wasn't as pressured to enter the Sanctum of Sages as compared to the others. From a bystander's point of view, he was able to see through the crux of the rules in an instant. Zhao Xingma had intentionally said that they could hide the Jade token, but to be honest, where else could be safer than with keeping it with oneself? To hide one's Jade token was as good as leaving one's fate to luck, gambling on whether the others would be able to find his Jade token or not. If a person couldn't even trust himself enough to guard his Jade token himself, it was likely that he was lacking in certain necessary traits that a leader of mankind should have. Most likely, such an action would result in a huge penalty of some kind. But of course, he wouldn't go so far as to remind the others of this matter. Stretching his hand forward, he grabbed the Jade token flying toward him lightly. It was a specially forged black jade. Carved on the back of the Jade token was his name, whereas the front was inscribed with a peculiar kind of pattern. The pattern seemed to grant the Jade token a communication function that would allow Zhao Xingma to determine whether a candidate had been eliminated or not. Zhao sure, if someone were to utilize artifacts beyond our prowess in the secondary selection, wouldn't we stand no chance at all? A genius from Qinchong Empire, Ma Minghai, asked. Hearing those words, everyone's sights swiftly turned to Zhang Xian. Yesterday, that fellow threw out more than 100 puppets and pummeled the half-grand Dominion Realm Pavilion Master Yu with ease. If those puppets were to be used against them, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. In the caged battle royale, out of concerns over fairness, No candidate is to use any weapon or artifact to execute any actions that would directly or indirectly lead to the elimination of a candidate. Anyone who flouts this rule will be eliminated without exception, Zhao Xingma declared. That's good. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. As long as weapons and artifacts weren't allowed, even if Zhang Xian possessed superior fighting prowess, there was no need to fear him. While they might not have been able to defeat him face to face, but they would at least still be able to use their life preservation methods to flee from him. Is there any other questions? Zhao Shi, may I inquire where the isolated island will be? Roughly how big would it be? Also, regarding the traps and saint beasts you spoke of, how strong would they be? A master teacher asked. These are secrets. You will have figured those out yourself after arriving at the location. All right, if there are no other questions, we shall set off right now. Oh right, you aren't allowed to utilize remote communication artifacts to communicate with one another either. Anyone caught doing so will be eliminated as well. Zhao Xingma warned strictly, don't even dream of cheating or attempting to exploit loopholes in the rules. Since I dare to set these rules, I have my own way of keeping a lookout and enforcing them. Yes. The candidates nodded. Seeing that everyone had understood the rules, Zhao Xingma decided to say no more. He turned to Pavilion Master Yu and said, Pavilion Master Yu, send them off. Pavilion Master Yu nodded before raising his hand. In the next moment, over 30 aerial saint beasts descended to the ground. There was a cultivator on each of them, and they passed a blindfold over to the candidates, gesturing for them to put them on before leading them to the back of the saint beast. This blindfold was similar to the one Zhang Xian had worn prior to being led to the black market. Once put on, not only was one's sight impeded, even one's spiritual perception would be severely limited as well. Under the lead of the cultivators, the candidates soon heard a resounding call before the saint beasts soared into the sky. After flying for some time, Zhang Xian suddenly felt his feet stepping on solid ground once more. Tearing away his blindfold, he soon realized that he was standing in the midst of a dense forest. His surroundings were completely silent, and there was not a single person to be seen. It seemed like the purpose of covering their eyes wasn't just to keep the location where they were heading to a mystery. More importantly, it was also to prevent them to finding their comrades easily and teaming up. As such, each person would have to depend on himself for most part of the selection. Zhang Jiuxiao did make substantial advancement in his cultivation, reaching primordial spirit realm advanced stage. On top of that, after my guidance along the way, his combat skills have also visibly improved as well. As long as he doesn't encounter Ma Minghai and the others, he should still be able to cope. Admittedly, Zhang Jiuxiao's fighting prowess was still far lacking as compared to Zhang Xian, but no matter what, he was still an offspring from a powerful clan, and he had received Zhang Xian's guidance as well. As long as he didn't meet with enemies that were too powerful, he should be able to deal with them with relative ease. At the very least, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Deciding not to think too much into it, Zhang Xian leaped onto a nearby tree branch to assess his surroundings, only to find that the forest extended far into the horizon. Rather than a remote island, he seemed to be in the depths of a mountain range instead. Is this really an isolated island? This is really way too big, Zhang Xian thought in astonishment. To be unable to see the other end even with his current strength, just how big could the island be? 1,000 li? 2,000 li? Or 6,000 li? To find the other 30 or so candidates on an island this big and eliminate them within 3 days, the selection really wasn't as easy as he thought. It seemed like knowing how to track the other candidates was also one of the aspects of assessment. But considering the size of the island, how can Zhao Shi keep a tight watch over what's happening everywhere to enforce his rules? Leaping back to the ground, Zhang Xian couldn't help but wonder. Despite having cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, his spiritual perception was still limited to a radius of roughly 2,500 meters. Ordinary cultivators would only be at around 400 meters or so. Given how large the island was, even if Zhao Xingma was a Grand Dominion realm expert, it was really hard to believe that he would be able to keep a tight watch over everything that was happening on the island at every moment. Forget it, there's no point thinking about that now. What's the most important at the moment is to find other candidates and eliminate them. Unable to figure out the matter, Zhang Xin decided not to think too much into it as well. With his recent breakthroughs, even without a weapon in hand, he would still be able to rival Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivators. With such fighting prowess, he would be able to eliminate any candidate he encountered without any problem. The ones who should be shivering in fear were his opponents instead. Zhang Xian walked along the mountain range for a while, but he soon realized that roaming around aimlessly in such a manner was likely to end in futility. The chances were that he wouldn't be able to find a single person even if he were to walk like this for an entire day. Thus, he flicked his wrist and took out a compass. As a formation master, a compass was a necessary tool. Even though Zhang Xian had never really used it before, he had never found the need to do so. He still stored a few of them in his storage ring, and they were of decent quality as well. The spiritual energy is more concentrated in that direction. It seems like the center of the island should be in that direction. I should head over to take a look. After determining a direction, Zhang Xian began flitting forward on the ground. He didn't choose to fly for several reasons. Firstly, the area was filled with saint beasts, so he might end up becoming a target if he were to rise to the air. Secondly, he would also attract the attention of the other candidates. Even if he had no fear with his current strength, he still had no intention of being too high profile. Roar. After advancing some distance away, a furious howl suddenly sounded, following which, Zhang Xian saw a massive tiger-bone beast charging in his direction. Just like him, the tiger-bone beast was at primordial spirit realm as well. Even before its approach, one could already feel the authoritative pressure that it commanded weighing down on one's soul, as if it would crush one with ease. Its body is pretty valuable. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The saint beast should already be thankful that he wasn't seeking any trouble with them, but this fellow actually still dared to charge over. Since that was the case, he had no intention of holding back either. He raised his palm and crushed it downward. Paji. The body of the tiger-bone beast abruptly froze, as if someone had sealed it in place. Fear and horror crept into its massive eyes. You only have your own recklessness to blame. Zhang Xian muttered impassively as he bent his finger backward, preparing to flick the tiger-bone beast to death and extract its valuable body parts. In that moment, the sky suddenly trembled, and a deafening voice sounded. Zhang Jiuxiao's jade token has been shattered. The first candidate has been eliminated. Remaining candidates, 32. What? Zhang Jiuxiao has been eliminated? Startled, a look of disbelief slowly crept onto Zhang Xian's face. 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Chapter 1272 Sword Lagoon. While Zhang Jiuxiao's strength was far from on par with his, among the candidates, he could definitely be considered to be above average. On top of that, with the various means he wielded, Zhang Xian figured that it should not have been too difficult for him to last till the very end. Yet, to be eliminated barely 10 minutes after arriving on the island, just who was the one who had made the move? Not to mention, to succeed so quickly. I should check out where he was eliminated. Perhaps, I will be able to find some clues. Tapping his finger, a droplet of blood appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. It was the blood essence that Zhang Jiuxiao had given him previously for him to test his bloodline. Zhang Xian formed several hand seals on the blood droplet, and the next moment, the compass in his hand began spinning before eventually pointing in a certain direction. While remote communication artifacts were not allowed on the isolated island, there was no explicit rule preventing him from using blood essence to track the whereabouts of another candidate. The fact that Zhang Jiuxiao had been eliminated shortly after arriving on the island was rather bewildering. He felt that there was something more to the matter, so the matter needed to be investigated immediately. After having a way pointed out, Zhang Xian swiftly flitted forward. Seeing the man who was just about to kill it leaving, the tiger-bone beast heaved a quick sigh of relief. It leaped into the depths of the forest and concealed itself, not daring to prowl arrogantly and pounce on others anymore. After flitting for several minutes, covering a distance of almost 200 li, Zhang Xian suddenly came to a halt. Zhang Xian frowned. Why does it feel like I have been moving in circles? No matter how big the island was, after traveling for so long, the terrain around him should have at least changed. Yet, for some reason, the sight before him looked extremely familiar, as if the road he had been flitting on was a round track. Taking a few steps forward, the truth soon dawned upon Zhang Xian. It's a formation. To his astonishment, there was a massive formation on the island. As the sheer area that it covered was too big, even Zhang Xian had not noticed its presence at first. To actually be able to avert my detection and trap me, at the very least, this formation must be of grade 8. Currently, Zhang Xian's comprehension of formations had already reached 7-star pinnacle. Due to the exceptional prowess of the Heaven's Path formation art, he would be able to easily set up some of the easier grade 8 primary formations. With his proficiency, he should have been able to notice any formation beneath grade 8 with a single glance. Yet, to be able to trap him for such a long period of time before he became aware of its presence, without a doubt, the formation cast over the island had to be grade 8. Eye of insight. Regardless of the grade, as long as it was a formation, he would not have any problems with it. Lines of insight flickered in his eyes as he began assessing his surroundings. Very soon, he found narrow threads of spiritual energy drifting in the area. This should be quasi-grade 8 formation, riverbank beguilement formation. Furthermore, it seems to cover a distance of at least several thousand li. To have such a massive formation set up over this area, just where could this place be? The riverbank beguilement formation was known for its scalability, and it would usually be used to conceal manors or even entire cities, such as the Jingyuan Empire Poison Hall back then. For there to be such a formation here, not to mention covering several thousand li at that, just why would there be something like that here? Without several hundred years of effort, it would be impossible to set up a formation of this size. Even Zhang Xian would require at least a month of hard work for it. He had initially thought that it was only an ordinary island, but at this point, it was clear that there was something much more to it. However, without much understanding of the Qinchong Empire's history and heritage, it would be difficult for Zhang Xian to figure anything out. Shaking his head, he decided to put this matter aside for the moment. Now that I know that it's a formation, the rest will be easy. The riverbank beguilement formation would confuse one's sense of direction, leading one to unwittingly return to the same place over and over again. However, since Zhang Xian knew of the existence of the formation, he would not allow himself to be beguiled anymore. He swiftly scanned his surroundings and determined a direction. Then, he moved forward 20 li before sidestepping roughly 14 to 15 li. After which, he changed direction another dozen times before he finally took a step forward. Voila! In that instant, it was as if he had leaped out of some seal. His surroundings were still the same lush forest, but the nature of the spiritual energy around him had changed. It had become a little heavier, carrying a hint of authority and killing intent to them. Sword Qi. Zhang Xian's gaze turned grim. He was very familiar with this aura. It was induced by lingering sword qi in an area. Tracing the origin of the aura, Zhang Xian swiftly saw that an area of trees collapsed on the ground not too far away. Judging from the clean severing between the tree trunk and the tree stump, it was likely to have been done all in a single sword slash. At the center of the clearing, there were several droplets of fresh blood imprinted on a boulder, and the fact that they had yet to dry up indicated that the battle had occurred recently. Zhang Xian frowned. It's Zhang Juxiao's blood. He had examined Zhang Juxiao's blood before, allowing him to recognize it at a single glance. Given that his blood was splattered there, and there were marks of battle in the area, was that where he had been eliminated by others? Just that. Wasn't the usage of weapons and artifacts disallowed? What was with the sword qi and the clean cuts on the trees in the area? Furthermore, it would be tough for even Zhang Xian to sever so many trees within a single sword slash. So when did such a formidable figure appear among the candidates? Eye of insight. Lines of insight emerged in Zhang Xian's eyes once more as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Considering that it had not been long since Zhang Juxiao was eliminated, the culprit should not have gotten far yet. He should still be able to track down the culprit by the tracks they had left behind. As he had expected, it did not take long for another surge of sword qi to appear not too far away, directed into the distance. Upon seeing that, Zhang Xian immediately dashed over in that direction. However, barely after taking 2 steps, he heard a voice in his ear once more. Qi Yurui's jade token has been shattered. The second candidate has been eliminated. Remaining candidates, 31. He has been eliminated, too? Zhang Xian had some recollection of that fellow. A primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert from the Qinyun Empire. Qi Yurue possessed decent fighting prowess and superior. Who would have thought that barely 10 minutes after Zhang Jiuxiao had been eliminated, Qi Yurue would actually be knocked out as well? This was really too fast. Proceeding further, another plot of land filled with cleanly severed trees appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. This time, the sword qi lingering the area was even more devastating. Just by standing there, one would feel as if the air was slicing into one's skin. Perplexed, Zhang Xian was just about to continue moving forward to investigate the scene when he suddenly felt something. He immediately took a powerful step backward, and in an instant, he was already 100 meters away. Voila! The sharp sword qi abruptly burst forth from where he had been standing. It flew all the way into the heavens, slicing the air in its path. Wang, highly alert, Zhang Xian saw a sword surging up from the ground. There was a slight aura of disappointment around it, as if unhappy that its surprise assault had failed. Zhang Xian was taken aback. It's a primordial spirit realm pinnacle sword? Why would it be here? Upon sensing the assault, his first instinct was that a master teacher had been camping in wait underground, waiting for him to approach to launch a decisive attack. Yet, he never could have imagined that the one springing the assault was actually a Saint Intermediate tier sword. Just like the Golden Origin Cauldron, the sword also possessed a spirit. Most likely, it had sensed that someone was tracking it, so it had decided to hide itself and launch a preemptive strike. It was fortunate that Zhang Xian possessed keen instincts toward danger, allowing him to notice that something was amiss in an instant. Otherwise, if that burst of sword qi had landed on him, even if he had not been injured by it, it would have left him in an unkempt state. Humph! With a displeased look on his face, Zhang Xian raised his hand, and a burst of force shot toward the sword. Who? Sensing that the young man before it was going to fight back, the sword unhesitatingly dived back down, intending to return to the safety of the underground world. Trying to flee after attempting to assault me? How can I allow you to get off that easily? Zhang Xian sneered. The next moment, the air in the surroundings suddenly became incredibly viscous. As if it had fallen into a pool of mercury, the horrified sword found itself unable to move at all. Come over here. A powerful suction force tugged at the sword. The sword attempted to struggle against the suction force, but severely overpowered. It succumbed after an instant and rapidly flew toward Zhang Xian. Catching hold of the sword, Zhang Xian swiftly tapped the sword at various points. Wang. With a light buzz, the agitated sword turned gentle in a matter of seconds. Zhang Xian had successfully tamed the sword. Were you the one who assaulted Zhang Jiuxiao and Chu Yurue? Zhang Xian asked. It wasn't not me. The Dawn Rain Sword did it, the sword replied resoundingly. Dawn Rain Sword? What's your name? Zhang Xian was taken aback to hear that there was another sword in the area. Could it be that, other than this sword, there were other Saint Intermediate tier swords in the area as well? I am known as the Dusk Cloud Sword, the sword replied. Dawn Rain, Dusk Cloud. Just from the names, Zhang Xian could tell that they were likely a pair of treasured swords. Frowning deeply, he asked, Why are you both here? What is this place? Not only was there a powerful formation shrouding the entire island, there were even Saint Intermediate tier swords lying in wait, prepared to assault anyone who crossed them. We have been here since a very long time ago. We are currently at the perimeter of the Sword Lagoon of the Qianchong Empire. The Dusk Cloud Sword replied. Sword Lagoon? Zhang Xian was stunned. Back then, Hall Master Xing had tasked him to train the candidates of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall in preparation for a friendly spar with 3 other Combat Master Halls, and the prize for the winners in each cultivation tier seemed to be an opportunity to cultivate at the Qianchong Empire Sword Lagoon. Who would have thought that the location for the secondary selection would turn out to be here? Yes. The Sword Lagoon is filled with swords and the sword intent left by countless experts. The truth is that you're companions and you carry something that really attracts us a lot, so we can't help but want to attack you all to obtain that item, the Dusk Cloud Sword explained. Something that attracts you a lot? A thought suddenly came to Zhang Xian's mind. He flicked his wrist and took out the jade token. Are you referring to this? That's right, it's that item. That item contains a surge of sword intent that is highly beneficial to the growth of our spirit once devoured. The dusk cloud sword exclaimed excitedly. Sword intent? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian extended his spiritual perception into the jade token. Just as the dusk cloud sword had said, even though it was extremely faint, the jade token harnessed a Grand Dominion realm expert's comprehension of swordsmanship, and this lingering trace of sword intent posed an irresistible allure to sword spirits. I see. Zhang Xian came to a realization. On the surface, Zhao Xingma seemed to be pitting the candidates against one another, but in truth, the secondary selection was more complex than that. On top of guarding against their opponents, the candidates also had to defend against the relentless assault of the swords. This was probably the penalty for those who resorted to hiding their token instead of protecting it with their own strength. Zhang Jiuxiao had probably encountered the Dawn Rain Sword, and in a moment of carelessness, he had his jade token destroyed, resulting in his elimination. Coming to realize what was going on, Zhang Xian continued his question. Where's the Sword Lagoon located? How many swords of your tier are there here? Having acknowledged Zhang Xian as its master, the Dusk Cloud Sword told him everything that it knew. The Sword Lagoon is roughly 200 li away from here, and there should probably be at least 100 other swords like me there. 100 other swords like you, as in Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle Swords? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle Swords were Saint Intermediate tier artifacts. Even throughout the entire Qinchong Empire, there would not be too many weapons of such a tier. Yet, for there to be 100 of them there, if he could tame them all, his fighting prowess would soar immensely. The Qinchong Empire Sword Lagoon was left behind by the old sword maestro many years ago. This place contains his heritage and countless sword formations. Every year, countless sword practitioners visit this place, searching for an impetus to further their craft, but so far, no one has succeeded in claiming his heritage. This place is filled with all kinds of sword chi. If one stays here for a prolonged period of time, the influx of different sword intent and sword arts could result in a clash of one's conception of swordsmanship, and for a sword practitioner, that is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, considering how there are people from all walks of life here, it's inevitable that there will be conflicts time to time. As a result, there are many sword practitioners who have ended up losing their lives here. At this point, the voice of the Dusk Cloud Sword sank. That is also how the master of the Dawn Rain Sword and me died here. 200 li equals 100 kilometers. Chapter 1273 Heaven's Path Sword. ARV swords were just a type of weapon, but with many generations of cultivators immersing their entire lives to furthering the way of sword over the course of many years, it had already developed into a complex art with countless paths. Naturally, the method of cultivation for each path also differed vastly from one another. It was precisely for this reason that heritage was extremely important. There were simply too many different sword intent and sword arts within the Sword Lagoon that if one were to attempt to use them as an inspiration to further one's mastery in swordsmanship, putting aside the fact that the divergence in the fundamental principles of each path of swordsmanship would make it very unlikely for one to succeed, the odds were that one's cultivation would go berserk instead. It was also for this reason why the Master Teacher Pavilion chose to limit the cultivator's access to cultivation technique manuals. Reading just one or two different cultivation technique manuals was still fine, but if exposed to too many cultivation techniques, a cultivator's interpretation of cultivation would be muddled, preventing him from distinguishing which methods of cultivation were feasible for him and which weren't. Once in such a state, the cultivator would be extremely prone to making a wrong step in his cultivation, thus making it highly likely for his cultivation to go berserk. This was also the reason why master teachers had to be selective with what they read. The same principles applied to the Sword Lagoon as well. Those who came here to cultivate might be tempted by the powerful sword arts and sword intent all around them, but if they were to cultivate what they saw without careful selection, it could very well lead to the erosion of the foundation of the swordsmanship path they had built so far. In the long term, not only would it be detrimental to one's growth, they might even lose their lives as well. Bring me over to take a look. Understanding all of these, Zhang Xian said. Yes. The dusk cloud sword began leading the way forward. A journey of 200 li was nothing to a primordial spirit realm cultivator. In just a few moments, they had already arrived at their destination. Towering before them were a massive stone wall with the character, sword, inscribed on it. Written with majestic and powerful strokes, it felt as if the character would transform into a burst of sword chi and tear them apart at any moment. What powerful sword intent! Zhang Xian remarked in astonishment. He couldn't clearly discern what level of calligraphy the character before him was at, but just by looking at it from afar, it gave him the impression of an unparalleled expert wielding a sword slashing at him furiously. It felt like no matter how he moved, he wouldn't be able to escape from that slash, as if the attack had been locked upon his soul. This is left behind by the old sword maestro? Zhang Xian asked in astonishment. That's right. The dusk cloud sword replied. The old sword maestro must have achieved an astounding level of mastery in the way of sword in his lifetime. Zhang Xian exclaimed in awe. In his past year of cultivation, he had assimilated quite a number of books relating to sword art, and he had successfully advanced his comprehension of swordsmanship to a considerably high level as well. All along, he thought that even if his comprehension of swordsmanship hadn't reached the peak yet, he still wouldn't lose out to anyone. But through this inscribed character, he could tell that the level of mastery in swordsmanship that the old sword maestro had achieved was far higher than his. The old sword maestro had ground the very essence of the way of sword into his bones, such that even his body had been forged into a sword as well. Otherwise, it was impossible for a casual calligraphy to harness such astoundingly refined sword intent, leaving him feeling a sense of helplessness before it. These are the cultivators who have journeyed here in hopes of comprehending the secrets of the old sword maestro's swordsmanship, the dusk cloud sword as it gestured in a certain direction. Turning his gaze over, Zhang Xian realized that there was a huge crowd of several hundred cultivators gathered beneath the stone wall. Every single one of them was staring intently at the sword character as they emulated its strokes with their fingers. There was an unnaturally focused or even frenzied look in their eyes, almost as if they had gone mad. What you said is all wrong. My move has to be correct. Look, a voice sounded. From the direction where the voice sounded, a middle-aged man flicked his wrist in a beautiful arc, and a surge of sword chi burst forward. It slashed everything within several hundred meters of its path before gradually dissipating. This is upper sword heart? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. Proficiency in swordsmanship could mainly be divided into two stages, sword intent and sword heart. Most sword practitioners should be able to comprehend sword intent upon reaching transcendent mortal. Those who were slightly more talented might be able to comprehend sword heart, inducing the phenomenon Call of the Myriad Swords, Roar of the Dragon. Sword heart, as the name suggested, referred to wielding one's heart like a sword, drawing out the true prowess of the way of sword through their will. Every single strike made by a sword practitioner who had achieved sword heart would be a sword art in itself. This state was also otherwise termed as mansword union. Only those who harbored spirit and heart in their sword would be able to reach this realm. Sword heart could be further divided into three tiers, namely lower sword heart, middle sword heart, and upper sword heart. For Saint cultivators, even just achieving middle sword heart would already make them top-notch experts. Yet, the middle-aged man had actually comprehended upper sword heart. One must know that so far, Zhang Xian had only comprehended upper sword heart as well. In other words, in terms of proficiency in the way of sword, the middle-aged man was nowhere weaker than Zhang Xian. That's not right. That crux of the move lies in overwhelming one's enemy, so the focus of it should be in the relentless barrage of sword chi. You're focusing all of your strength within a surge of sword chi is clearly erroneous. Look at mine. In his moment of shock, an old man beside the middle-aged man shook his head in stern disapproval before he whipped out a sword and flicked it. In the blink of an eye, a cold and forbidding aura permeated an area of several dozen meters around the old man, and a storm of sword chi filled the surroundings. It felt like anyone who dared step into the area, no matter how powerful, would be trapped for life. He has comprehended upper sword heart as well? Zhang Xian was startled once more. It was already frightening to see that a cultivator had comprehended upper sword heart, but to think that the old man would also be another such person as well. In fact, it seemed like the old man had a deeper and more profound understanding of the way of sword than the middle-aged man before. Wrong. The both of you are utterly wrong. It should be like this. A third man joined in the commotion, and he executed a powerful sword art which utilized sword chi like thin threads that weaved around the surroundings, forming something reminiscent to a mist. Similarly, this third man has also comprehended upper sword heart. Completely dumbstruck, Zhang Xian turned to look at the rest of the crowd. Every single one of them seemed to harness a cold and sharp aura within their bodies, as if they were the very embodiment of swords themselves. These several hundred men have all comprehended upper sword heart? Zhang Xian gulped down a mouthful of saliva. In his long journey, he had never seen a single cultivator whose swordsmanship was on par or superior to his. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself faced with several hundred of such cultivators. Really, as expected of the famed Sword Lagoon, it sure was a fearsome place. They are the itinerant cultivator, master teachers, and combat masters from the various different empires, or even the Empire Alliance. Some of them have already spent more than 900 years here, and with 900 years of accumulation, the least they should do is to achieve upper sword heart. The Dusk Cloud Sword replied. 900 years? Zhang Xian was startled for a moment before slowly nodding. It was already nearing a year since he had come over to this world, but in terms of the duration he had dedicated to learning swordsmanship, the total time probably wouldn't even add up to a single day yet. There were plenty of experts in the 8 conferred empires, and with 900 years of hard work behind them, it wasn't too surprising that there would be so many individuals who commanded the same level of mastery in swordsmanship as him. After all, it was not like he was some kind of unparalleled genius. Putting all aside, he couldn't even defeat his own clone. Wait, you mean that these men spent 900 years sitting in front of the stone wall, contemplating over swordsmanship? This single character is already enough for them to study it for their entire life. As sword fanatics, they couldn't resist the allure of the intrigue contained in the character, and this only made them determined to decipher the secrets behind it. As a result, most of them end up never leaving the Sword Lagoon. Hi, Zhang Xian sighed. He suddenly remembered a book he had read in his previous life. In the story, there was an island that contained unparalleled secret manuals. Each year's Laba Festival, there would be a huge number of martial artists venturing to the island, only to never return. The situation was somewhat similar to what he was seeing at the moment. There was no one restricting their movement, but obsessed with furthering their swordsmanship, they failed to realize that their entire life was flying past their eyes. Utter nonsense. It's apparent that my interpretation is correct. Your direction has been wrong from the very start, so how could your interpretation possibly be right? My interpretation is the one that's correct. All of you are wrong. Since none of you are willing to admit it, why don't we settle it with a fight? Voila. After a long round of argument, none of the trio was willing to concede to the other. Eventually, they drew their swords on one another and began on an intense fight. Actually, they have already gone berserk. Zhang Xian shook his head. No matter how profound the sword character was, the fact that these people were no longer able to control themselves anymore, even clashing with one another over something as minor as that, meant that their rationality had already been eroded. They had already lost sense of self, and that was no different from going berserk. Amidst Zhang Xian's lamentation, the battle among the trio had finally concluded. 2 of them were severely injured in the encounter, and the final victor walked out of the battle with a confused look on his eyes. He couldn't help but doubt if his comprehension of swordsmanship was wrong, or else how could the other 2 be almost as powerful as him? The many years of devotion to nothing but swordsmanship had already eroded their rational judgment. Under such circumstances, no words could possibly sway them anymore. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian tore his gaze away from them to assess the massive character on the stone wall once more. Inscribed using sword chi, the character harnessed the conception of the carver. Each stroke of the character was imbued a powerful yet unique aura, seemingly the manifestation of a sword art. The aura of these individual strokes harmonized with one another to grant an imposing yet unfathomable meaning to the formed character. It's no wonder why these people would abandon their all and devote all of their life to deciphering the character. With just a look, Zhang Xian could already feel a slight jolt in his mind, urging him to cultivate according to the character. Shaking his head, he slowly closed his eyes. It was not that his mind wasn't resilient enough to withstand the allure of the profound sword arts contained within the character, but the sword arts contained within the character were simply riddled with too many flaws. It was hard for him to even continue looking at it straight in the eye. What are these? Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian tossed aside the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind and opened his eyes once more. In the next moment, he noticed that there were countless scribblings in the perimeter of the stone wall. These are the sword intent and sword arts that countless generations of sword practitioners have comprehended from the character. If you find yourself unable to grasp the meaning of sword on the wall, you can use them as references. The dusk cloud sword said. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. Taking a brief sweep, it seemed like there were at least 1,000 of such insights scribbled all over the place. This does resemble the Saint Ascension platform, Zhang Xian noted. The road up to the Saint Ascension platform was filled with insights as well. Every single individual felt that they were the person chosen by the heavens to comprehend the true meaning of Kong Shi's writing, but in truth, their interpretation was riddled with flaws, a manifestation of their ignorance. These insights scribbled around the stone wall were likely to be the same as well. Flaws. Sweeping his gaze across the area, many books swiftly materialized one after another in the library of Heaven's Path. These insights could be considered to be sword art manuals as well, allowing Zhang Xian to collect them with a sweep of his eyes. After collecting all of the insights, Zhang Xian gathered the 1,000 of books together and muttered, "Compile." They swiftly merged together into a single book. Casually flipping it open, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It's a Heaven's Path sword art. He had done this set of actions on a whim, not really expecting to gain any gains out of it. Yet, who could have thought that the compilation of insights from the many generations of sword practitioners would actually form a perfect Heaven's Path sword art? Zhang Xian swiftly went through the compiled Heaven's Path sword art in his mind. It must be said that the heritage which the old sword maestro had left behind was truly profound. If he were to cultivate the compiled Heaven's Path sword art, his comprehension of the way of sword could be brought to another level. Just as Zhang Xian is about to close his eyes to cultivate, he suddenly felt the surrounding spiritual energy surging forward, gathering to an area just ahead of him. It didn't take long for the massive influx of spiritual energy to create something reminiscent of a whirlpool. Quickly turning his gaze over, he saw that the crowd cultivating before the stone wall had also turned their heads over toward the commotion as well. Master! Just as Zhang Xian was about to head over to check what was going on, he suddenly saw the dusk cloud sword trembling non-stop, as if it couldn't control its body anymore. What's wrong? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Master, someone has grasped a higher realm in the way of sword. As a sword spirit, I can't help but be compelled to submit to him. Grasped a higher realm of the way of sword? Taken aback, Zhang Xian quickly scanned the area in front, and there, he saw a young man seated cross-legged on the ground. An incredibly sharp sword chi burst forth from his body, as if heralding the arrival of an unparalleled sword into the world. Is that Ma Minghai? Upon taking a closer look at the young man, Zhang Xian frowned. It was no other than the genius of the Qinchong Empire who had challenged him over the Tianqian brew back in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Ma Minghai. Why would he be here? Zhang Xian frowned. 100 kilometers. Chapter 1274. The strong can do as they please. While the other candidates were busy avoiding being eliminated or eliminating others, this fellow actually sat right in front of the stone wall to cultivate. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed like he had already been there for quite a while. Such a bizarre decision left Zhang Xian slightly bewildered. Soon, Zhang Xian came to a realization. He's a genius from the Qinchong Empire, and he specializes in swordsmanship. I had to capture the dusk cloud sword in order to find out where this is, but there's a good chance that he realized that we are in the Sword Lagoon as soon as he opened his eyes. As a sword practitioner of the Qinchong Empire, it was likely that Ma Minghai had been there before. Given so, it would not have been too surprising for him to know his way around the area. Hong Long Long. At this moment, boundless sword intent and sword chi suddenly converged on Ma Minghai, and in an instant, his aura surged swiftly. Wang. Unable to control it any longer, the dusk cloud sword lowered itself onto the ground, trembling nonstop. It could feel the absolute authority that the wielder of that powerful aura had over it, and it dared not oppose him. Looking at the sky filled with sword chi, as well as the sword in his hand that was submitting to the young man before him, the elder was overwhelmed with agitation. That's sword quintessence. It has been a whole 700 years. I never thought that I would see such a sight once more. No, it isn't sword quintessence, an elder beside him refuted. Those who have truly achieved the level of sword quintessence would be able to induce the servility of the myriad swords, but that young man has only received the deference of the swords. If I'm not mistaken, that should be half quintessence. Indeed, it's half quintessence. Most cultivators are only aware that swordsmanship can be divided into sword intent and sword heart, oblivious to the fact that there's sword quintessence above them. Upon mastering this realm, as long as the strength of a sword is beneath one, the sword will obey one's commands unconditionally. The young man is only able to get the swords to submit to him, but he hasn't reached the level of having them obey his commands unconditionally. Given so, he should only be at half quintessence. Even if it's just half quintessence, isn't that the breakthrough that we have all been working hard for? Indeed. 700 years ago, when Sword of Faint Whispers, Jilingzhen, achieved a breakthrough to this realm, I happened to be around and witnessed the miraculous event with my own eyes. Who could have known that I would have the luck to encounter another half quintessence breakthrough just before my life comes to an end? Jilingzhen. If I recall correctly, he has not left the Sword Lagoon ever since he made the breakthrough to half quintessence, right? He has not. He chose to venture deeper into the Sword Lagoon in hopes of obtaining the old sword maestro's heritage. It's just a pity that he hasn't succeeded yet. I wonder if he's still alive after all these years. Such discussions could be heard amid the crowd. Half quintessence? Hearing the words of the crowd, Zhang Xian nodded slowly. With a slight stroke of his hand, the crouching dusk cloud sword suddenly felt the pressure crushing his soul vanish without a trace, and it quickly struggled back into the air. Its slight shivering every now and then seemed to indicate its deep fear and apprehension over what had just happened. A sword quintessence expert wielded a natural dominance over all sword spirits, forcing all sword spirits to bow before them. For Ma Minghai to achieve this level at such a young age, his aptitude for swordsmanship was truly astounding. It was no wonder he had been chosen as a candidate to enter the sanctum of sages. Compared to Ma Minghai, Zhang Jiuxiao was truly lacking. Hoo-hoo. After absorbing all of the sword chi into his body, Ma Minghai's eyes gradually opened. Voila! His eyes were extremely sharp, and it felt as if one could be sliced in two under his gaze. Even though his cultivation was still only at quasi-leaving aperture realm, yet to undergo the lightning tribulation, his zhenqi felt much more condensed than before. It seemed like even if the lightning tribulation fell upon him at that very moment, he would have been able to slice it in two with a flick of his blade. Ma Minghai slowly stood up and stretched his stiff muscles with a delighted look on his face. At this moment, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure standing not too far away, and his eyes narrowed. Zhang Xian? A day ago, he had exchanged blows with the other party. He had executed one of his trump cards, Sea of 1,000 Blades, which the other party had simply swallowed in a single mouthful, even returning to him right after. Without a doubt, the other party was the strongest rival he had ever come across. Back then, he had even resolved himself to use his ultimate technique to defeat the other party, but due to Pavilion Master Yu's intervention, he had been left with no choice but to drop the matter. After which, the other party had challenged Pavilion Master Yu with his puppets. While the other party did manage to achieve victory in the end, It was only through the vast number of puppets he had in his possession. That did not represent the other party's true strength. If he were to pair his quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivation together with his newfound strength as a half-quintessence expert, putting aside defeating Zhang Xian, even killing him should not pose much of a problem at all. Thus, a sharp glint flashed through Ma Minghai's eyes as he stepped forward. You have really come at an untimely moment. You just had to appear here right after I achieved my breakthrough. It seems like even the heavens are asking me to eliminate you. Who? With a swift maneuver, he stepped up to Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Shi, we meet again. Yeah, we meet again, Zhang Xian replied casually. While I am in awe of your strength, it's a pity that we are in a selection match at the moment. The slots to the Sanctum of Sages are on the line. So, will you take out the Jade token yourself, or do you need me to make a move? Gazing at Zhang Xian coldly, Ma Minghai spoke in a domineering voice that allowed for no opposition. Take it out yourself, and you can at least spare yourself some pain. Otherwise, even if I'm not allowed to kill you, I have plenty of ways to temporarily incapacitate. And if you get killed by Saint Beasts while you are immobilized, I'm afraid that you will only have your own bad luck to blame then. Are you threatening me? Zhang Xian looked at Ma Minghai with narrowed eyes. Threat? This isn't a threat. I'm just stating a fact. It's just the natural order of the world. The weak have to bow to the strong. Ma Minghai sneered coldly. Staring at Ma Minghai intently, Zhang Xian asked, Do you mean to say that the strong can do as they please? Indeed, the strong can do as they please. Ma Minghai replied with a smirk. He had felt deeply humiliated by the crushing defeat he had suffered against Zhang Xian. It would have been one thing if it had been a close match with one another, but the vast disparity in strength between them was truly completely unacceptable to him. This had left frustration and anger boiling within him. Furthermore, shortly after that, the young man dared insult Pavilion Master Yu. As a member of the Qinchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, he could not swallow seeing an outsider treating their pavilion head with such disrespect. It was not easy for him to turn the tables around, so naturally, he wanted to make use of this chance to get even with the other party for those two matters. Very well then. Seeing how confident Ma Minghai was, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Since you have already said so much, pardon me then. After saying those words, Zhang Xian channeled his zhenqi into his palm and thrust it toward Ma Minghai. Seeing how the young man had chosen to struggle against him instead of surrendering, Ma Minghai scoffed in disdain. Do you think that you stand a chance against me in your current state? With a flick of his finger, he sent a surge of sword qi toward Zhang Xian. His comprehension of swordsmanship had already reached half-quintessence. Even without just using a sword, he could easily defeat an opponent of the same power level as him with the sword qi in his body, let alone a mere primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivator. At this moment, Ma Minghai suddenly noticed something. When he fought with the other party the previous day, the other party had still been at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. However, at this moment, why did it seem like his cultivation had risen to primordial spirit realm pinnacle? Did he advance 2 cultivation stages in a single day? It makes no difference whether he's at intermediate stage or pinnacle. Against the current me, the only fate that lies in wait for him is death. Ma Minghai shrugged the matter off casually as he watched the burst of sword qi he had shot previously dashing toward Zhang Xian. While Ma Minghai was still confident that his sword qi would be able to tear through the other party's palm strike with ease, the two finally collided with one another. However, contrary to his expectations, his sword qi actually dissipated instantaneously, as if a blob of tofu crashing into a wall of steel. Caught off guard by the abrupt turn of events, Ma Minghai narrowed his eyes in shock. As someone whose mastery of swordsmanship was at half-quintessence, he knew full well how much strength was packed into that burst of sword qi. Even the companion he had been very close with, Brother Sun, would not dare clash directly with it. Yet, the young man before him had been able to easily dissipate his sword qi with just a simple palm strike. Just how could this be? But this was not the end of Ma Minghai's bewilderment yet. The remaining might of the palm strike continued charging forth toward him with astounding momentum, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Pong! An overwhelming pressure assaulted Ma Minghai, causing his face to pale. He immediately tried to put up his defense to defend against the palm strike, to no avail. He crashed heavily into a massive boulder, and a stifled feeling in his chest made him cough out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? How can you be so powerful? Ma Minghai widened his eyes in disbelief. He felt that the main reason he had lost to Zhang Xian earlier was because he had to suppress his cultivation. Now that his cultivation was not suppressed, and he had even comprehended half-quintessence, it would really be an eye-opener if he was defeated. It must be a coincidence. It must be. There's no way you can possibly be that powerful. There's just no way. Rising to his feet, Ma Minghai drew out a half-moon in front of his chest before shooting it forth. Sword chi in the area, heed my command. Upon his shouting, the sword chi drifting aimlessly in the region swiftly converged together to form a massive sword of roughly 10 meters long in front of Ma Minghai's chest. Having comprehended half-quintessence, even if he was unable to earn the absolute obedience of swords, it was still well within his means to control sword chi in the air. The sword lagoon was filled with sword practitioners, resulting in a massive congregation of sword chi in the area. In other words, the area was almost like a haven for those who had comprehended half-quintessence. In his current state, Ma Minghai would be able to slay even true leaving Aperture Realm cultivators easily. This is the strength of those who have comprehended swordsmanship to half-quintessence. How fearsome! To be able to control sword chi, he's practically invincible in the sword lagoon. Indeed, that fellow facing him is doomed. The crowd in the area analyzed the situation grimly. As sword practitioners themselves, they understood how fearsome a cultivator who had comprehended half-quintessence was. Wielding the strength to manipulate and release a barrage of sword chi at will, they were unmatched in their power class. The young man facing Ma Minghai was only a primordial spirit realm pinnacle, so how could he possibly withstand Ma Minghai's strength? Voila! Before everyone's apprehensive gaze, the massive sword forged solely out of sword chi began flying toward Zhang Xian with incredible momentum. It was even faster than the speed of sound, and it appeared right before Zhang Xian in just the blink of an eye. If that technique landed, no matter how sturdy a body one had, one would instantly be sliced in two and die on the spot. The attack you have launched through gathering the surrounding sword chi is indeed formidable, but it's a pity that the sword chi is not yours. In the face of that devastating attack, there was not the slightest hint of anxiety or fear to be seen on Zhang Xian's face. On the contrary, disappointment was written all over his face instead. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian casually tapped his finger forward, and a powerful ray of light burst right through the sword, dissipating it instantaneously. Go! Zhang Xian muttered as he flicked his finger lightly. Pong! Ma Minghai flew back once more. His back crashed heavily into the stone wall, creating a massive depression in it. To make matters worse, when he tried to struggle out of the stone wall, for some reason, he found that his body simply would not budge, and this left him deeply terrified. Why you? With a ghastly pale face, Ma Minghai stared at the young man before him with horrified eyes. He had thought that as long as he fought with his full strength, he would be able to subdue the young man easily. But it turned out that he had been too naive. Even with his heightened strength, that monster of a young man was actually able to subdue him with just a single finger. Even when he had borrowed the strength from the massive congregation of sword chi in the surroundings, he had found that he was still completely helpless before that young man. With a look of utter disbelief, he watched as the young man gracefully walked up to him with a frighteningly radiant smile on his face. While I am in awe of your strength, it's a pity that we are in a selection match at the moment. The slots to the Sanctum of Sages are on the line. So, will you take out the Jade token yourself, or do you need me to make a move? Hearing those words, Ma Minghai's face immediately turned red. Those were the very words that he had told the young man earlier, and the latter was returning all of them to him. You want to take my Jade token? Unless you plan on killing me, dream on. Ma Minghai spat with gritted teeth. The destruction of his Jade token would mean that he lost the slot to enter the Sanctum of Sages. This was his greatest opportunity to rise to the top of the Master-Teacher continent, and he could not let all of the hard work he had put into it go to waste. Kill you? There's no need to go through that much trouble. Gazing down on Ma Minghai, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he snapped his finger. Pong! It was as if a massive mountain had suddenly fallen upon Ma Minghai, crushing him deeper and deeper into the stone wall. This immense pressure seemed to squeeze whatever oxygen he had out of his lungs, threatening to choke him to death. Wait a moment. The fear in Ma Minghai's eyes intensified. He anxiously spoke up to plead for mercy, but he found that even spitting out a word was a great strain on him in his current state. My apologies, I don't have a habit of giving my opponents the chance to counterattack, Zhang Xian replied with a bright smile. Besides, there is one thing that you spoke of that I can deeply relate to. The strong can indeed do as they please. Chapter 1275, Chaotic Palace Beguilement Formation, Jai. Ma Minghai's bones creaked under the immense pressure, threatening to shatter at any moment. His body also swiftly approached its limit as redness consumed his skin. If the other party hadn't made a move on him, Zhang Xian wouldn't have bothered to make a move either. However, since the other party had chosen to provoke him, he saw no need to go easy on the other party either. Let go of me. I'll give you my jade token. Sensing that he wouldn't be able to survive long in this state, Ma Minghai gathered all of his strength in order to yell out those words. Very well. Zhang Xian retracted his hands and placed them behind his back. Pada. Finally released from the stone wall, Ma Minghai had to take several deep breaths before he was able to calm himself down. A hint of savagery flashed across his eyes, and he discreetly whipped out 2 swords. With a powerful fling of his hands, he threw them right toward Zhang Xian. Astonishingly, these 2 swords were at Saint Intermediate tier as well. Further enhanced by his half-quintessence sword intent, they surged forward at an astounding speed. According to the rules of the secondary selection, the candidates were forbidden from using their artifacts against one another in the secondary selection. Ma Minghai knew the rules, but he also understood very well that he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Xian without using his sword, and he was already at the brink of being eliminated as well. Given so, he could only take a gamble and pray that Zhao Xingma wouldn't find out about the matter. Sila. The 2 powerful blades tore across the air, and before one could even see them, they were already right before Zhang Xian. Just as Ma Minghai thought that he would be able to slay that fellow, the latter's exasperated voice suddenly sounded in the air. Hi, it seems like I really am too good-natured. Had it been anyone else, you would have already been killed several times over for what you have done. Hong Long. Before Ma Minghai could process what had just happened, his body was suddenly flung backward, crashing heavily back into the stone wall. Under the overwhelming impact of the collision, his bones finally gave in and shattered. At the same time, the severe internal injuries he had sustained caused fresh blood to spurt out of his mouth. If you won't hold to the end of your promise, I guess I'll just have to take your jade token myself. Following which, Ma Minghai suddenly felt a tearing pain on his finger. His storage ring had been forcefully taken away, and it flew straight into Zhang Xian's palm. You. Ma Minghai's face reddened in anxiety. However, it was already too late for him to do or say anything. With a tap of his finger, Zhang Xian took out the jade token from the storage ring and flicked it lightly. Gotcha! The jade token shattered into powdery remains. It seems like Qinchong Empire does value you quite a bit. There's plenty of treasures in your storage ring. Good. I'll be taking them as your compensation then. Zhang Xian had intended to let Ma Minghai off with just crushing his jade token, but since the other party was so shameless as to attempt a surprise assault after being defeated, he was no longer willing to let the other party off without making him pay some price for his actions. Pooh. On the other hand, watching as Zhang Xian placed his storage ring into his pocket, another mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Ma Minghai's mouth. He had to go through a lot of effort in order to procure all those valuable resources in his storage ring, and to have them snatched away just like that. In his moment of despair, Ma Minghai heard the other party continuing on. These swords of yours seem to be Saint Intermediate tier artifacts as well. Not bad, not bad. I'll be taking them as interest payment. I have nurtured my swords with my blood essence over a long period of time, so the spirits within them are completely loyal to me. Even if you take them, there's no way you will be able to make them submit to you. Seeing that his swords were about to be taken away, Ma Minghai spat through gritted teeth. He had spent a hefty sum to nurture those 2 swords of his, so he was certain of their loyalty toward him. As long as he was alive, there was no way they would betray him. But before Ma Minghai could finish his words, he suddenly saw Zhang Xian tapping his swords at various points, and all of a sudden, his swords joyfully rushed forward to the ladder and bowed respectfully. Pooh! Another spurt of blood escaped from Ma Minghai's mouth, and the despair on his face deepened. He thought that with his newfound strength, he should be able to overwhelm Zhang Xian easily and exact his vengeance. Yet, who could have thought that the opponent he had pitted himself against would actually be a monster in disguise? All right, I'm done. After taking Ma Minghai's items, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his time on the other party anymore. Thus, he released his grip on the other party, and the other party fell from the stone wall. Hong Long. Shortly after Ma Minghai was released, a voice sounded across the entire island. Ma Minghai's jade token has been shattered. The second candidate has been eliminated. Remaining candidates, 30. Voila! Not long after those words were spoken, an aerial saint beast descended from the sky to fetch Ma Minghai before flying off into the distance. Zhang Jiuxiao should have been taken away as well then. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. That explained why he wasn't able to find Zhang Jiuxiao despite following the latter's track. It seemed like he had already been brought out of the island. I understand how Zhao Xingma is able to sense the elimination of a candidate through the dissipation of the sword intent within the jade token, but how does he manage to locate individual candidates, sending an aerial saint beast over to fetch them so swiftly? Could Zhao Xingma really have the ability to perceive everything that has happened on the island? Zhang Xian frowned in incomprehension. Based on his estimates, the island had to be at least 2,000 to 3,000 li in diameter, and it would be impossible for anyone to cover this entire area with their spiritual perception. Since that was the case, how could Zhao Xingma possibly keep track of everything that was happening here at all times? He must be using some kind of artifact or medium to uphold an intelligence network over the entire island. Zhang Xian analyzed. With this thought in mind, he activated the Eye of Insight and focused his sight on the aerial saint beast which had just flown away. This look unveiled the mystery behind Zhao Xingma's seeming omniscience over the island. Oh, think that it would just be myriad ants. Zhang Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Perhaps the simpler the truth was, the easier it was to be blindsided by it. After all the time he had spent wondering what kind of means Zhao Xingma could have used to watch over the entire island, it turned out to just be myriad ants. Due to the small stature of myriad ants, they were able to conceal themselves easily amidst trees and bushes, making it nigh impossible for even keen-eyed master teachers to notice their presence. Zhang Xian had used the exact same method to scout the cloud mist ridge back then too. He really didn't think that Zhao Xingma would use such a method to look over the secondary selection. Since he was using myriad ants as his scout, there should also be a myriad ant hive queen under the other party's command too. Ant hive queen, is there any way you can drive away the myriad ants observing me? Zhang Xian communicated with the myriad ant hive queen telepathically. He understood that Zhao Xingma had to keep a tight watch over the entire field as the invigilator, but he still felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of being constantly spied on. While these myriad ants aren't my children, I still do have the ability to drive them away. However, I only fear that Zhao Shi would notice an anomaly if I were to drive them away. The myriad ant hive queen replied. That's true. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. Zhao Xingma had to maintain his watch over the secondary selection, so as to keep up to date with the circumstances of each and every candidate. If Zhang Xian's presence were to suddenly disappear from his sight, there was a good chance that Zhao Xingma might personally head over to check on the situation. Alternatively, I think that I might be able to tame some of the myriad ants and have them obey my commands. After a moment of silence, the myriad ant hive queen proposed. You are able to tame the myriad ants? That would be perfect. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Naturally, it would be better to tame the myriad ants than to chase them away. This way, he would be able to control the information that the myriad ants were reporting to Zhao Xingma about, thus allowing him to fake his position without incurring the latter's suspicion. I'll leave that to you then. Zhang Xian said as he released the myriad ant-hive queen in the area with a flick of his hand. After which, he turned his attention back to the stone wall before him. Having witnessed how easily Ma Minghai was defeated, the sword practitioners gathered around the stone wall had all retreated a distance away from Zhang Xian, fearing that they would accidentally offend him. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his time on them either. Just as he was about to return back to cultivating his Heaven's Path sword art, the dusk cloud sword suddenly flew over and said, "Master, since you are that powerful, do you want to try challenging the Sword Lagoon? I think that there is a good chance you might be able to acquire the heritage." "Challenge the Sword Lagoon? Aren't we at the Sword Lagoon at the moment?" Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. Considering the sheer amount of sword chi and sword intent that were drifting in the area, where else could currently be at if not the Sword Lagoon? We are currently only at the outer perimeters of the Sword Lagoon. The true Sword Lagoon lies behind the stone wall. The heritage of the old sword maestro lies within there as well. The dusk cloud sword said. "Oh." Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. "Are the 100 Saint intermediate tier swords you have mentioned earlier located beyond the stone wall as well?" "That's right," the dusk cloud sword replied. "Bring me over to take a look." Having a compiled Heaven's Path sword art sitting in the library of Heaven's Path, the heritage of the old sword maestro held little attraction to Zhang Xian. However, if he could acquire 100 Saint intermediate tier swords out of this, that would really be a huge gain. Even 100 Saint low-tier sabers were sufficient to crush the boss of the underground black market. If he could acquire 100 Saint intermediate tier swords, he would be able to destroy Pavilion Master Yu easily with them even without resorting to his puppets. In fact, he might even be able to rival Zhao Xingma in a battle. The dusk cloud sword delightfully led Zhang Xian around the massive stone wall, and very soon, they arrived at the boundary of a land shrouded with mist. The mist seemed to have been the result of some kind of formidable formation, completely blocking the sight of whatever that lay ahead. Realizing that he didn't recognize the formation, Zhang Xian frowned. Flaws. Hula. A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. As the formation was currently in operation, the library of Heaven's Path was able to compile a book on it. Chaotic Palace Beguilement Formation. A grade 8 formation? Reading the content on the book, Zhang Xian was startled. It was no wonder why no one had obtained the heritage this far. It was actually guarded by a grade 8 formation. A grade 8 formation could only be set up or deciphered by a Grand Dominion realm expert, and there was no one in Xinqiang Empire who possessed the strength to do so. In no hurry to step into the formation, Zhang Xian turned to the dusk cloud sword and asked, "Have you entered the Sword Lagoon before?" "I haven't entered it before, but I heard that the old sword maestro's personal sword and heritage lie in there," the dusk cloud sword replied. "The old sword maestro's personal sword?" Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. According to the rumors I have heard, the old sword maestro's personal sword is a Saint high-tier artifact, and even the Emperor of Xinqiang Empire is dying to lay his hands on it. However, it's a pity that no one has been able to bypass the formation, let alone find the sword. The dusk cloud sword said, "A Saint high-tier artifact?" Zhang Xian tightened his fist in agitation. Even at the very minimum, a Saint high-tier artifact would possess strength equivalent to a Saint 6 Dan Grand Dominion Realm Cultivator. There was actually such a formidable weapon in the Sword Lagoon? That's right. To be honest with you, most of the sword chi lingering in the area was emanated by the old sword maestro's personal sword. While those sword practitioners are attempting to decipher it in order to raise their mastery of swordsmanship, more than that, they wanted to acquire the old sword maestro's heritage and obtain his personal sword through it. The dusk cloud sword explained. It had been on this island for quite a long while now, so he was well aware of the affairs that happened here. Since there's such a weapon here, I really should take a good look in the Sword Lagoon then, Zhang Xian thought in excitement. Unless in large quantities, otherwise even Saint intermediate tier artifacts weren't of much use to him anymore. However, this was different for Saint high-tier artifacts. With a Saint high-tier sword in hand, he was confident of defeating Zhao Xingma even. With such a weapon at hand, he would be in a far better position to challenge the Zhang clan for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage. "You should wait outside for the time being," Zhang Xian instructed. "Yes." The dusk cloud sword nodded before standing completely still on the spot, after which Zhang Xian unhesitatingly turned around and ventured into the mist. The flaws of the formation was recorded in its corresponding book compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path, so this grade 8 formation no longer posed any secret to him. After advancing ahead for some time, the area before Zhang Xian abruptly opened up. The mist had vanished, revealing a stream and a wooden hut instead. Oh, to think that there would a piece of tranquil land in the middle of the Sword Lagoon. Surprised, Zhang Xian slowly made his way over to the wooden hut. Just as he was about to open the door to the wooden hut, his body suddenly stiffened. With a swift maneuver, his silhouette vanished on the spot, appearing at a distance of 100 meters away. Voila! A burst of sword chi sliced through the area where he was previously standing on, leaving behind a dark gorge in its wake. Chapter 1276 Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill. This burst of sword chi was extremely powerful. Ma Minghai's attacks appeared to be nothing in comparison. Alarmed, Zhang Xian assessed the situation before him warily. Even with his strength, if not for his sharp instincts prompting him to avoid and advance, he could have been sliced in two by that burst of sword chi. Just who in the world was in the wooden hut? Jia. The door opened, and a figure slowly walked out. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The boss of the underground black market? It was none other than the person whom he had 100 Saint Low-tier sabers pummel back in the ring of death. But why would he appear here? The other party had mostly recovered from the wounds he had suffered back in the encounter with Zhang Xian, but from the glaring scars that crawled all over his body like innumerable centipedes, one could still fathom the tragic plight he had once been in. The boss of the black market, Ji Lingfeng, glared at Zhang Xian with deep hatred in his eyes. Zhang Xian, you have manipulated my rules, humiliated me, and snatched my wealth. For that, I shall personally execute you today. While the black market was known to be a lawless zone, the truth was that it was only subjected to a different set of laws, set solely by the boss of the black market. Regardless of whether one was a master teacher or a combat master, one would have to obey the new set of rules in there. Yet, this fellow actually disregarded the rules in place and raised a huge commotion, severely injuring him even. If he let the other party go, how could he reestablish his dominance and authority in the black market in the future? You knew that I would be here for the secondary selection, so you lay in wait for me? Zhang Xian asked with narrowed eyes. The only ones who should have known that the secondary selection would be held in the Sword Lagoon were only Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu. For the other party to be lying in wait for him here, could it have been that the other party already knew of his whereabouts in advance? Even with the vast intelligence network of the black market, it should have been impossible for them to uncover the location of the secondary selection on such short notice. So, for the other party to have been hiding within the formation all this while, waiting to launch an assault on him, that could only mean one thing. I'll tell you after you go to hell. Ji Lingfeng bellowed furiously as he flung his sword furiously, sending another burst of sword chi toward Zhang Xian. His sword was only 3 chi long, but it emanated bone-chilling coldness. Even before the sharp burst of sword chi could arrive, an eerie sound reminiscent of the resentful mutterings of the departed echoed in the air, placing those who heard it in a distraught state. Feeling a sudden bout of dizziness striking his head, Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. A demonic tune. All along, he had been using this trick against others. He did not expect others to use it against him, and in a moment of carelessness, he was placed into an unnatural state of mind. Even so, with his soul depth of 25.1, a level comparable to 8-star high-tier master teachers, he was able to shake out of his unnatural state in just an instant. However, as soon as his unnatural state was dispelled, the sword chi was already right before his face. The sharp gale that rose from the movement left a slightly piercing sensation on his skin, leaving him feeling as if a blade was slowly sinking into his body. Who? Zhang Xian immediately flitted away from the spot, appearing 100 meters away in an instant. Unbounded Voyager. After learning the second dan of Heavenly Art of Dimension Unravel, his comprehension of the Unbounded Voyager had deepened, allowing him to move at greater speed. By driving his strength to its limit, he was capable of making near-instantaneous movements in desperate situations. At this point, Zhang Xian realized that his back was completely drenched with sweat. It was fortunate that he had reacted with time, or else that attack would have gouged out a huge hole in his chest. Do you think that I will allow you to flee that easily? Sneering coldly, Ji Lingfeng sent another burst of sword qi toward Zhang Xian. The sword qi spanned over 200 meters, covering the entire area. That sword, leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle? Zhang Xian was astonished. It was no wonder the other party still dared to provoke him despite having suffered a tragic defeat. It turned out that he had a top-notch Saint intermediate tier sword that wielded strength comparable to a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert. An attack from a sword of that caliber was far more fearsome than that of the Golden Origin Cauldron. Wielding such a sword, Ji Lingfeng would be able to rival even Pavilion Master Yu in a match. Despite seeing through the other party's strength, Zhang Xian did not panic. Instead, he shook his head. If you had drawn that sword in the battle against me yesterday, I might have been put in a spot, but now, the only reason it seemed like the situation was disadvantageous to him previously was because he had been caught off guard. Once he had managed to grasp the situation, with his strength, an opponent such as Ji Lingfeng was simply too lacking. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian raised his palm, and a massive palm print materialized before him. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. Boom. As soon as the sword qi collided with the palm print, it felt as if several tons of gunpowder had exploded simultaneously, and an intense shockwave blasted into the surroundings. It was fortunate that the area was protected by a grade 8 formation, or else the stone wall would have been torn down by the sheer might of the shockwave itself. Dang 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 dang. Retreating consecutively, Ji Lingfeng felt his blood flow running erratic, and his eyes turned crimson. Just a single night, and that fellow had already grown much more powerful than before. If he allowed the other party to continue growing at this pace, it would not be long before he was completely outmatched. I told you that you would die by my hands tonight, and I'll do everything to ensure it. Ji Lingfeng spat menacingly as he took out a pill and swallowed it. In an instant, his aura began surging furiously. Before long, he managed to overcome his bottleneck, reaching half-grand Dominion Realm. That's a grade 8 Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill? Zhang Xian's face turned grim. The Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill was something reminiscent of a stimulant. After consumption, it had the effect of allowing a cultivator to temporarily surpass their limits. However, once the effect was over, not only would the cultivator suffer a steep decline in their cultivation, their body could suffer permanent damage as well. To go this far just to kill him, the boss of the black market sure was a tenacious fellow. But again, there was no more backing out for the boss. Just the crime of assaulting a 7-star master teacher was sufficient to bring the wrath of the master teacher pavilion upon him. If the boss allowed him to escape alive, there was no doubt that his days would be numbered. Thus, no matter the cost, since he had already made a move, he would have to see the deed through to the end. Strike not when at the bank of the river, but when in the midst of crossing it. With a cold harumph, Zhang Xian waved his hand, and more than 100 puppets appeared before him. Since the boss of the black market had already made a move to kill him, he was not so magnanimous as to grant the other party the luxury of time to achieve his breakthrough before making a move. It would take some time for the other party to assimilate the medicinal properties of the pill, so this was the ideal moment to knock him down. In any case, the Myriad Ant Hive Queen had already gained full control over all the myriad ants within the grade 8 formation, so Zhao Xingma and the others would not be able to notice a thing. Thus, there was no need for him to hesitate at all. Voila! More than 100 puppets immediately charged straight for Ji Lingfeng. When their might was combined together, they could destroy even a half-grand Dominion Realm expert like Pavilion Master Yu easily. While the boss was no weakling, there was no way he would be able to withstand their onslaught. Did you think that I wouldn't be guarded against those toys of yours? Sneering coldly, Ji Lingfeng flicked his finger and tossed a formation plate into the air. While spinning in the air, a burst of mist suddenly diffused from the formation plate, shrouding the puppets within it. Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before his eyes slowly lit up. This is a quasi-8-star formation plate? It seems like that fellow does have quite a few good items on him. As expected of the boss of the black market, the wealth he had accumulated over the years was truly nothing to scoff at. Putting aside how valuable the insane demon breakthrough pill was, just the quasi-grade 8 formation plate was bound to be worth a huge sum, at least 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. The activation of a formation plate of this tier could trap even an expert of Pavilion Master use caliber for a short period of time. That explained why the other party was so confident as to swallow the pill right in front of his eyes. In the first place, the spirits within puppets were significantly weaker compared to human spirits, thus making it harder for them to perceive their surroundings once their senses were hindered by the formation. With this single move, the other party had effectively incapacitated all his puppets. Admittedly, the method used was not too bad. If it had been any other 7-star pinnacle formation master, he would have been completely helpless before this situation. However, to Zhang Xian, such a thing could not even be called a problem. Muttering flaws in his mind, the library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a book materialized in it. Flipping it open, the flaws regarding the formation plate appeared in Zhang Xian's head. Go! Zhang Xian commanded with a raise of his hand. Hula! The next moment, more than 100 sabers charged into the mist, and amid sounds of ding-ding-dang-dang, as if slicing through certain structures, the mist swiftly receded before dissipating altogether. Formation broken. Return. With a flick of his finger, a saber swiftly brought the formation plate over to Zhang Xian's hands, and with a few taps on it, Zhang Xian managed to make it his. Hong Long. As swift as Zhang Xian had moved, he was still inevitably delayed for several breaths. Within this period of time, Ji Lingfeng had already successfully assimilated the insane demon breakthrough pill into his body, and his cultivation had stabilized as well. At this point, Ji Lingfeng's aura had grown frighteningly fearsome, as if he had become a feral beast that would tear his claws through others. It seems like this boss of the black market has fought quite a few ring matches himself, Zhang Xian thought warily. From the killing intent that Ji Lingfeng was exuding, it could be seen that he had participated in quite a few life and death matches in his time as well, killing many of his opponents. Otherwise, there was no way he could have emanated such an overwhelming aura of savagery. It was no wonder the other party dared make a move on him despite knowing his identity. It seemed like the blood he had on his hands had already dulled his deference for life and the master-teacher pavilion. To be able to decipher even a quasi-grade 8 formation so swiftly, you are indeed a formidable opponent. However, no matter what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves, there's no way you will be getting out of here alive. Ji Lingfeng gritted his teeth furiously. Letting loose a feral wary cry, he raised his sword and hacked it down furiously, releasing an overwhelming burst of sword chi amid powerful winds. Sila. Ji Lingfeng's strength as a half-grand Dominion Realm cultivator, complemented with a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle sword, was no joke. It felt as if it would tear through space and forcefully crush one into innumerable pieces. Just this single move was sufficient to show that Ji Lingfeng's current strength was already far beyond that of Pavilion Master Yu. Even though Pavilion Master Yu was the head of a master-teacher pavilion, due to his lofty position, he was lacking in battle experience. There was no way he could compare to the boss of the black market, who had undergone multiple life and death battles and killed innumerable master teachers. Without such battle experience, it was inevitable that Pavilion Master Yu's moves would be lacking in decisive sharpness and valiance, and those two factors had lowered his fighting prowess significantly. This will be difficult. A grim expression finally appeared on Zhang Xian's face. You won't be useful against an opponent of this caliber. Return. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xian collected the puppets and sabers back into his storage ring. These puppets were only at leaving Aperture Realm Intermediate Stage and Advanced Stage. There was no way they would be able to stand against an opponent like Ji Lingfeng. They would only be crippled if they were kept on the field. The same went for the sabers. Release. After storing the clones and sabers, Zhang Xian tapped the area before him, and a light sphere with a radius of roughly 1 meter covered him. Dan Heavenly Art of Dimension Unravel, Traverse. Sensing the danger that he was in, Zhang Xian had decided to use his strongest move, 3 chi is roughly equal to 1 meter. It's saying that metaphor's an army crossing a river. It means don't attack the army before or after they have crossed the river, but when they are in the midst of crossing it for strategic reasons. In this case, it means to take advantage of the time which Ji Lingfeng needs to achieve a breakthrough to bring him down. Chapter 1277 Poison Needles. As soon as his dominion appeared, Zhang Xian felt as if a sturdy armor had been formed around him, and the sense of security he felt made him heave a sigh of relief. In the next moment, the sword chi fell into the range of Zhang Xian's dominion. Tzzzzzzz. A sizzling sound reminiscent of searing metal coming into contact with ice was produced. Despite being impeded by Zhang Xian's dominion, the sword chi was actually still able to edge forward bit by bit. It seems like my dominion doesn't necessarily grant me invincibility. If the strength of my opponent were to exceed my limits, the effects of my dominion will be on my opponent would be discounted, Zhang Xian noted grimly. He had tested his dominion on the Golden Origin Cauldron shortly after comprehending dominion, and he had successfully halted the Golden Origin Cauldron's movement instantaneously. But thinking back, the reason why he had been able to do so might have been because the Golden Origin Cauldron's cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm Advanced stage, and it didn't specialize in offense either. On the other hand, Ji Lingfeng had consumed an insane demon breakthrough pill, and he was wielding a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Sword as well. In the face of such overwhelming strength, it was inevitable that the effects of Zhang Xian's dominion would be limited. Nevertheless, while his sword chi might be strong enough to move in my dominion, an attack of this level won't be able to phase me at all. While Zhang Xian's dominion failed to halt Ji Lingfeng's sword chi entirely, it did manage to slow and weaken it to the point where the sword chi could no longer harm him. With a cold harumph, Zhang Xian flicked his palm. Voila! The slowly advancing sword chi immediately dissipated on the spot. As powerful as the other party's sword chi was, most of its energy was expended while trying to overcome the might of his dominion, such that the threat it posed was already minimal by the time it arrived before its target. You have already made your move. It should be my turn now. While saying these words, Zhang Xian flitted forward. Hula! In an instant, Zhang Xian traversed over 100 meters and appeared behind Ji Lingfeng's back. Clenching his fist tightly, he dealt a powerful punch forward. A torrential might that could reverse even the flow of a river burst forth for Ji Lingfeng's heart. At Zhang Xian's current strength, even without utilizing the 2-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, his strength was already on par to a half-grand dominion realm expert. Pairing such strength with the Heaven's Path fist art, even Pavilion Master you would be hard-pressed to receive this attack. My attack didn't work? Ji Lingfeng had devoted his full strength to the previous attack, and he hadn't thought that a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator like Zhang Xian would actually be able to withstand his sword chi, let alone launch a counterattack shortly after that. In an instant, his face turned livid in grimness. Nevertheless, while he was taken off guard by the situation, his movements didn't stop at all. With a swift reversal of his blade, he turned his sword around and pierced it through the opening beneath his armpits. What swift reaction speed! Zhang Xian was astonished. He thought that the sudden surge of strength would make Ji Lingfeng prone to carelessness. After all, the most fatal mistakes usually occur when one was certain of victory, so he was planning to catch Ji Lingfeng off guard by launching an attack right after his offense. Yet, to his surprise, Ji Lingfeng was actually able to react to his attack with nearly no delay time at all. As expected of a warrior who had fought on the Ring of Death, through undergoing multiple life and death situations, one would become more adaptable to unexpected situations, allowing one to see opportunity amidst the threat of danger. Take the current situation, for example. Instead of going on the defensive, Ji Lingfeng had chosen to launch a counterattack instead. He angled his sword in a trajectory such that if Zhang Xian's fist were to proceed any further, Zhang Xian would first find a hole punctured into him by the sword. Excellent. Let's see who will be able to last till the very end then. Seeing Ji Lingfeng's swift and sharp reflexes, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. In this crucial moment, he suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline rushing through his veins. All along, his opponents were either way stronger than him, or they would be defeated in a single move after having their flaws exploited. As a result, he couldn't really say that he had gone through a real life-and-death battle before. Thus, when he saw how the other party was actually able to match him in battle, he couldn't help but feel his heart leap in exhilaration. Against Ji Lingfeng's counterattack, Zhang Xian decisively morphed his fist into a palm while twisting his body to advance forward. The sword should have pierced Zhang Xian if he were to proceed any further, but this maneuver allowed him to move parallel to the sword, thus bypassing the sword with ease. Peng. With his sharp instincts, Ji Lingfeng also swiftly noticed that something was amiss. He quickly dashed forward to retreat, but it was already too late. Zhang Xian's fingertips struck the back of Ji Lingfeng's body squarely, pumping a powerful might through his body that shattered many of his meridians simultaneously, and a spurt of blood escaped from his mouth. Nevertheless, Ji Lingfeng's forward dash wasn't completely meaningless. It had allowed him to ward off a significant portion of the might behind Zhang Xian's strike, thus minimizing his injuries. At the same time, he had also managed to create some distance between the latter and him. Making use of this opportunity, he quickly turned around to launch a decisive counterattack. In the next moment, however, the scene that came into his sight made his hair stand on end. He realized that no matter how fast he moved, Zhang Xian was actually able to move faster than him. The young man was like a bug firmly plastered to his back. No matter how he twisted and turned, he simply couldn't shake the young man away. His movement technique is really a drat to deal with. Left with no choice, Ji Lingfeng could only swing his sword frenziedly and form a protective barrier around him, choosing to go on the defensive for the time being to bide his time for the next opportunity to strike. Just as what Zhang Xian had guessed, he had once stood on the ring of death of the black market using another persona, and with his superior strength, he managed to rise to the position of Conqueror of 100 at one point in time. It would be foolish for anyone to underestimate his fighting prowess. Even an average combat master of the same cultivation realm was no match for him. Yet, despite possessing cultivation significantly lower than his, not to mention the fact that he had even consumed the insane demon breakthrough pill for this, he found that he was still unable to claim the upper hand in the battle. How in the world could a monster like that young man before him exist in the world? I admit, you are indeed a far stronger opponent than I have thought you out to be. It won't be easy for me to kill you using ordinary means. Ji Lingfeng uttered coldly as a callous glint flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he propelled his sword behind with his zhenqi and drove it straight toward the young man behind him. Then, making use of the time that the young man was preoccupied with his sword, he turned around and flicked his left hand powerfully. So. Several hundred sharp needles flew forth like a raging storm. Storm needles. In order to remain the undefeated champion of the Ring of Death, on top of being strong and vicious, one must possess countless different means up one's sleeves as well. The storm needles happened to be his strongest trump card. Every single one of those narrow needles was forged of a unique material, allowing it to pierce through the skin of a half-grand Dominion realm expert. On top of that, it was also laced with lethal poison that would swiftly kill any cultivator afflicted with it. Uncountable was the number of experts who had fallen right to this move. Voila! Despite having used his hidden weapons, Ji Lingfeng didn't get careless. He swiftly rushed forward first in order to free himself from the young man's relentless pursuit, before turning around to assess the situation before deciding on his next course of action. But when he turned around once more, the sight that unfolded before him made him narrow his eyes in shock. The young man had successfully halted all of the needles through a sphere of light around him, allowing him to collect all of the needles into his hands. However, perhaps out of curiosity over the needles, he picked them up and began fiddling with them. Slowly, Ji Lingfeng's shock turned into overwhelming agitation, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Ha ha ha! I never thought that you will actually court your own death." He had specially found a 7-star pinnacle poison master to concoct the poison he had laced on the needles. Even if the needle didn't pierce his opponent's skin, the poison would be able to kill his opponent just by coming into physical contact with him. Usually, there would be no cultivator who would dare to pick up the hidden weapon of another carelessly. But that fellow actually picked up his needles directly with his own hands. Was he tired of living? But instead of seeing the young man's face slowly caving into despair, The latter simply glanced over and shook his head in disappointment. The poison you have used on the needles is too weak. You have probably been scammed. You might be able to scare others with it, but there's no way such an inferior poison is going to kill anyone. Right after saying those words, Zhang Xian intentionally pinched the tip of the needle, as if trying to prove his point. You are able to discern the poison on the needles? Ji Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. The lethal poison concocted by the seven-star poison master was colorless and odorless, making it impossible for any ordinary cultivator to perceive it. Yet, to be able to see through the poison just by holding it up, how did he manage to do it? If I can't even discern such an obvious poison, I would have already died countless times over. Zhang Xian scoffed coldly. Then, with a sudden flick of his wrist, he shot the needles back at Ji Lingfeng. Woo-woo! These needles were further enhanced by Zhang Xian's Zhenqi, allowing them to move at a speed that seemed to be as fast as lightning. In just the blink of an eye, the needles were already right before Ji Lingfeng. Knowing that the needles were laced with poison, Ji Lingfeng didn't dare allow any of the needles to land on him. Thus, with a powerful swing, he spun the sword before him in a continuous circular motion to deflect the needles. Ding ding dang dang. As the boss of a black market in Qinchong Empire, Ji Lingfeng possessed considerable talent in swordsmanship as well. His mastery over the sword had at least reached the level of upper sword heart. Under his tight guard, all of the needles were easily deflected to the ground. If you think that you can injure me using my hidden weapons, dream on. After knocking away the storm of needles, Ji Lingfeng sneered coldly. But before he could finish his words, the vision before him abruptly blurred. Without any warning, Zhang Xian materialized right before him and raised his hand up, preparing to send a slap over. To his astonishment, it seemed like in the span of time that he was dealing with the hidden weapons, the young man had already closed in the distance between them once more. You! Livid, Ji Lingfeng quickly raised his sword, intending to counterattack. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Pa! A fiery pain consumed Ji Lingfeng's face, and he was sent flying away. A sweet sensation welled up in his throat before a spurt of fresh blood spilled from his mouth along with several teeth. The young man had used his full strength in that slap. Had it not been for the insane demon breakthrough pill that he had eaten earlier, his head might have exploded from that move. Even so, he still felt intense vertigo assaulting his head, leaving him feeling deeply disoriented for a moment. Damn you! Ji Lingfeng's body trembled uncontrollably under the impact, and he roared in frenzy. He had lived for several centuries now, and yet, he actually suffered 2 consecutive setbacks in the hands of the same person. The overwhelming feeling of shame left him so angry that he could explode on the spot. You bastard! I will rip you into pieces. Roaring angrily, the Zhenqi in his body billowed as he prepared to charge forward. But before he could make a move, a derisive smile had already emerged on the lips of the young man in front of him. I advise you not to move recklessly, and also, it would be wise for you to avoid driving your Zhenqi as well. Otherwise, you will only be hastening your own death. What do you mean? Seeing the fearless smile on the young man's face, Ji Lingfeng narrowed his eyes warily. I don't mean anything much. Just that when I struck you earlier, I inserted 2 needles into your cheeks. Zhang Xian replied calmly. Needles? Ji Lingfeng's body froze. It was only in this moment that he realized that there were indeed 2 additional needles on his cheeks. Due to the powerful might of the slap he had suffered earlier, he hadn't sensed the presence of the needles at all. The antidote. Swiftly withdrawing the needles, he hurriedly retrieved a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He had witnessed the formidable potency of the poison with his eyes. Even a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert had died within 3 seconds of being afflicted with the poison. While his cultivation was currently at half-grand Dominion Realm after consuming the insane demon breakthrough pill, he still wouldn't last more than 10 seconds before a poison as lethal as that. Consuming the antidote can spare you from death, but if my eyes fail me not, the side effects of the antidote will induce numbness in your body in the short run. You aren't even a match for me in your peak condition, so how do you expect to defeat me in your current state? Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he slowly made his way forward toward Ji Lingfeng. He raised his palm slowly and thrust it down lightly. Pacha! A tremendous pressure fell on Ji Lingfeng and shattered all of the bones in his body in an instant, rendering him completely helpless on the ground. The young man was right. Since he wasn't a match for the other party in his peak condition, how could he possibly defeat the other party in his current state? What other trump cards do you have? Take them all out at once. If this is all you got, don't you think that it's laughable for you to attempt to take my life? Crushing Ji Lingfeng firmly to the ground, Zhang Xian glanced down at him impassively. The both of them had crossed blows with one another back at the black market, so Ji Lingfeng should know that he had over 100 puppets and sabers in his possession. To be safe, the latter should have assumed that he would have other means in his hands as well. Yet, Ji Lingfeng still dared to attempt an assassination on him, even declaring proudly that he would claim his life. If this was all Ji Lingfeng had, a pill and a sword, he was really being a little too conceited over here. Oh, you are indeed a smart person. But smart people tend to die premature deaths. Spurting another mouthful of blood, savagery returned to Ji Lingfeng's face. Gathering whatever strength he had left, he flicked his wrist, and the sword in his hand flew into the stream not too far away. I have already given you the sword, so it's about time for you to fulfill the end of your bargain. The stream began billowing furiously before a massive column of water rushed into the sky, as if heralding the arrival of an unparalleled existence. Following which, an old man slowly walked out of the water column, headed toward Zhang Xian. He naturally commanded a grand and imposing appearance, reminiscent of a deity. It's no wonder why Ji Lingfeng wants to kill you. You are indeed extraordinary. The old man chuckled. Then, his eyes abruptly turned cold. It's really a pity to see someone as talented as you going down prematurely, but I guess it can't be helped. Voila! With a flick of his finger, a sharp surge of sword chi whizzed toward Zhang Xian. Chapter 1278 Jilingzhen. This surge of sword chi descended from the sky with a might almost comparable to a comet. The surrounding space froze as soon as the sword chi appeared, making it nigh impossible to avoid the attack. Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Who could have thought that the old man hiding in the stream would actually be a real Grand Dominion Realm expert, stronger than even Pavilion Master Yu himself? More importantly, his comprehension of swordsmanship is also on par with Ma Ming Hai, reaching half quintessence. To possess superior cultivation and exceptional mastery of swordsmanship, even normal Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage experts would find it hard to rival him. Sila. In the midst of Zhang Xian's shock, the sword chi had already appeared before him, colliding with the 1-meter dominion he had constructed around him. Pacha. The sword chi sliced right through his dominion like butter, opening a small gap that allowed it to advance forward unhindered. Halt! Zhang Xian swiftly concentrated the strength of his dominion to hinder the sword chi as much as it could. At the same time, he also thrust his palm forward in order to fend it off. Pong! Despite the defenses Zhang Xian had put up, the tremendous might of the sword chi was still too much for him to bear. His face paled, and he was sent flying straight into a massive tree behind him. To think that even when using his full might together with his barrier, he would still be unable to withstand the other party's attack. It's no wonder why Ji Lingfeng is unable to defeat you. You actually managed to grasp the primary form of dominion. To be able to achieve this despite being only at primordial spirit realm pinnacle, your talent is really beyond my imagination. On the other hand, seeing that his slash had only injured Zhang Xian, the old man in the stream remarked wintry. The coldness in his eyes deepened as he continued, all the more reason to kill you. A genius of this caliber was bound to come from a powerful lineage. Since they had already made a move, they would have to ensure that the other party was killed through and through, or else this matter would come back to haunt them in the future. They couldn't afford to take such a risk. Who are you? Struggling to his feet, Zhang Xian spat through gritted teeth. Since you are already bound for death, I'll at least satisfy this little curiosity of yours. I am the sort of faint warble, Jilingzhen, and the boss of the black market is my younger brother. Sort of faint whispers, Ji Lingfeng. The old man, Jilingzhen, said. Jilingzhen? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He had been in Qinchong Empire for a day now, and toward those two names, he only had 4 words to say. Never heard of it. Now that your curiosity is satisfied, it's about time for me to send you off on your trip down. Jilingzhen spoke coldly. Unwilling to waste his breath anymore, he flicked out another sword qi with his finger. This attack was even more fearsome than the one before. As soon as the burst of sword qi was released, the entire formation began shaking, as if even the Grade 8 Chaotic Palace Beguilement formation wasn't resilient enough to withstand the might of the sword qi. If he could wield such strength without a sword in hand, how powerful would he be armed? With a face livid with graveness, Zhang Xian knew that he mustn't take Jilingzhen's attack face-on. Thus, he flicked his wrist, and a formation plate appeared in his hand. It was the very same formation plate which Jilingfeng had thrown out previously, but Zhang Xian had managed to take it for his own. Honglong. Instead of using it to trap Jilingzhen, Zhang Xian used the formation to shroud himself instead, and his silhouette swiftly disappeared in the mist produced by the formation. A beguilement formation could be used to trap others, but it could also prevent the enemy from finding one in the short term. But of course, such a course of actions had its own setbacks too. Firstly, it would be much easier for the enemy to break the formation from the outside. Secondly, placing oneself in the midst of a beguilement formation was as good as trapping oneself in a cage. Even if the cage was shrouded with a cloth, a relentless barrage of attacks from the outside would still eventually wear down and destroy whatever that was on the inside. Interesting. Let me see how long you can hide for. Chuckling softly, Jilingzhen took a step forward and sent another burst of sword qi over. It sliced an opening through the mist easily, reminiscent of a sword cutting through mud. Astonishingly, instead of caving back in to fill up the opening, the mist actually remained firmly parted, as if there was some kind of force preventing them from converging in once more. With just one look, it was obvious that the formation plate had been ruined. Regardless of whether a formation was constructed using formation flags or a formation plate, there were 2 ways to overcome it. First, understanding the principles behind it and finding its flaws or life gate. Second, using brute force to destroy it. Jilingzhen's formation plate was only at quasi-grade 8. It could still trap leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle or half Grand Dominion Realm cultivators, but against a true Grand Dominion Realm expert, let alone one who had comprehended half quintessence, it was inevitable that its resilience would be lacking. A slash to overcome all means. As long as one's strength had reached a certain mark, regardless of what kind of ridiculous abilities others were to throw at one, a single slash would be able to put them right back in place. And the current Jilingzhen wielded such strength. Zhang Xian had many means up his sleeves, but against Jilingzhen, they were all sorely lacking. After slicing the mist into 2, Jilingzhen waved his hand slightly. Pacha! The mist dissipated without a trace, and a severed formation plate fell to the ground. Without the formation to conceal him, Zhang Xian's silhouette appeared once more. In just a few breaths, the young man had changed into a fresh set of clothes. More than that, his aura seemed to have become loftier, and his eyes carried disdain from everything in the world. If one had to describe his attitude, it would be that of the indomitable conqueror of the world, peerless and unmatched by any other. If not for the identical face and soul, Jilingzhen would have really thought that the young man had swapped positions with someone else. No matter what means you use, there's no way you will be able to bridge the vast difference in strength between the both of us. Even if you change your clothes and disposition, it won't make a difference at all. It's all futile. Sneering coldly, Jilingzhen flicked another sword qi at Zhang Xian once more. Sila! The air was split apart once more, and a chilling glint whizzed swiftly across the air. He can't even deal with such trash? He sure is regressing with time. Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. With a swift step, his figure suddenly blurred. Woo! In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared in midair and threw a fist forward. Walla! Do you really think that you stand a chance against me? Seeing how the young man who had struggled to withstand even a single burst of sword qi from him was attempting a counterattack, Jilingzhen scoffed in disdain. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, and he flicked another burst of sword chi forward. That burst of sword chi clashed directly with Zhang Xian's fist, and a powerful shockwave rippled from the collision, causing the entire formation to tremble nonstop. The collision lasted for just an instant before the sword chi shattered into countless fragments and scattered the surroundings, leaving sharp gorges all over the ground. What? Astonished by the outcome of the collision, Ji Lingjun widened his eyes in astonishment, and he unwittingly took a few steps back. Earlier, even when using a technique similar to a dominion, the young man was still unable to fend against his sword chi. Yet, just by changing his clothes, it was as if the young man had turned into a completely different person, to actually catch his sword chi with a brute punch. Furthermore, he shockingly realized that the other party's fist seemed to be even more resilient than his sword chi. I don't believe it. There's just no way a person's cultivation could grow that quickly. He must have used some kind of method. Shaking away his astonishment, Ji Lingjun flicked his finger with greater force than before, sending forth a sword chi far stronger than before. Halfway in its movement, the sword chi abruptly divided into countless surges of sword chi that filled up the entire sky. These surges of sword chi seemed to harmonize with one another, releasing the metallic call of a sword, resembling waves in a sea of 1,000 blades. This was one of the most powerful techniques of the Sword Lagoon, and clearly, Ma Minghai wasn't the only one who had managed to comprehend this move. Sila, the sea of sword chi swiftly gushed toward Zhang Xian, and a black streak seemed to vaguely appear along the path where it passed by, as if even space was unable to withstand its stupendous might. A mere child's play. Zhang Xian sneered coldly as he took a single step forward. He raised his palm high in the sky and pressed it down powerfully. It was the same palm strike which was used against Ji Lingfeng earlier, but its might was far stronger than before. Even when faced against the sea of sword chi, it was like a swat smacking away a fly, an unquestionable suppression. Right after resolving the sea of sword chi, Zhang Xian immediately flitted forward, appearing before Ji Lingjun in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, he shot a fist toward the latter's abdomen. Pong! Caught off guard, Ji Lingjun didn't even manage to put up his defenses when a colossal might sunk into him. His lungs suffocated in that instant, and so he was sent flying diagonally the ground. He tumbled along the ground many times, creating hole after hole in his wake. How can this be? This is impossible. In this moment, the severely wounded Ji Lingjun had nothing but disbelief left inside his head. It wasn't too long ago that he wielded the absolute advantage in the battle, so how could the other party suddenly overpower him by so much in just a few moments? He wasn't just any ordinary Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator. He was a genius who had comprehended half-quintessence. There was not a single person in Xinchong Empire who came close to being a match for him. Yet, someone as strong as him wasn't able to receive a single punch from that young man. Was that young man really just a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator? Very quickly, Ji Lingjun's disbelief turned into rage. He had been an indomitable existence to those around him for a good part of his life, and he couldn't accept being defeated by a mere young lad so easily. Screw this. Suppressing his injuries, he pushed himself out of the pit he was in forcefully. In this moment, the elegance and grace he had when he first appeared had already turned into unkempt and fury. Screw this? The only one who is going to be screwed here is you. Zhang Xian replied coldly as his figure blurred once more. This time, the attack that Ji Lingjun found himself faced against wasn't a punch nor a palm strike but a kick. This kick wasn't a battle technique, and there was nothing notable about it skills-wise either. However, the might it wielded was staggering, to the point where it felt as if no human could stand against it. For a moment there, Ji Lingjun felt as if the heavens were collapsing down on him. Damn it! Damn it! Ji Lingjun cursed furiously as he quickly drove his shunqi furiously, sending out as many sword chi as he could. In an instant, a sphere constructed out of sword chi surrounded him. Battle technique, Great River of Swords. This was a defensive technique that served to create a spherical river of sword chi around one, neutralizing any external attacks that were to land on it. In terms of defensive ability, It could be said to be even stronger than a dominion. Gotcha. As soon as the kick landed on the sphere, a resounding Jia echoed deafeningly in the surroundings, seemingly threatening to burst the spherical river of sword chi. With a livid face, Ji Lingjin gritted his teeth and infused even more sword chi into the defensive technique, attempting to sustain it. Oomph! Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up as he intensified the strength exerted by his leg. Boom! Under the swiftly growing might of the kick, the sphere eventually came to its limit and burst. Pooh! Ji Lingjin spurted a mouthful of fresh blood as he flew out once more, crashing forcefully to the ground. You actually think that you could kill me with skills like yours? You sure know how to dream. Zhang Xian slowly walked over on midair before stopping right above Ji Lingjin. With his hands behind his back, he gazed sternly down on the latter, reminiscent of a peerless god of war. At this point, Ji Lingjin's mental defenses had already collapsed. Frightened by the imposing disposition of the young man before him, he couldn't help but crawl backward in fear. The young man was simply too strong. Without using dominion or any powerful battle technique, just by sheer brute strength, the young man was able to overcome all of his means. To make things worse, the young man's body was also unbelievably resilient. Despite clashing multiple times with his sword chi, there wasn't the slightest scratch to be seen on his skin at all. At this rate, he might really just die. Just what kind of existence is this fellow? Ji Lingjin couldn't help but feel a shred of regret. Had he known that the young man would be so powerful, he would have never agreed to help Ji Lingjin and place himself in this mess. He thought that the other party was just an insignificant shrimp whom he could crush to death at a wave of his hand. But in the midst of his battle, he realized what he was faced against was an inviolable dragon instead. This won't do. I'll really die like this. Since that's the case, I can only give it a try then. Ji Lingjin gritted his teeth and toughened his resolve. He swiftly rushed toward the stream before slitting his wrist with a flick of his finger. Fresh blood began spurting out wildly. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As more and more fresh blood flowed out of his body, Ji Lingjin's face shriveled more and more, and his black hair swiftly turned snowy white. It felt as if his vitality was flowing away along with his blood, causing his rapid aging. With a feeble but indignant voice, he exclaimed, "Over the years, I have offered countless blades to you. Now, I have even tribute the sword of faint whispers, sword of faint warble, and even my own fresh blood to you. Isn't it about time for you to appear? Or are you just going to lie dormant here for your entire life?" Hong long long. The earth began shaking uncontrollably, and the water in the stream raged furiously. The chaotic palace beguilement formation shrouding this area also began to shake intensely as a result of this furious surge of power, seemingly on the verge of collapsing altogether. What's that? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1279 Movements from all fronts. The sight before him was simply too scary. Even he had to rely on the Library of Heaven's Path to overcome the chaotic palace beguilement formation, and yet, just the power surging from the stream was enough to leave the formation on the verge of collapsing. Most likely, whatever that was hidden beneath the stream had already exceeded his ability to deal with. Selah. In Zhang Xian's moment of shock, a powerful sword intent suddenly burst into the sky, tearing right through the chaotic palace beguilement formation and soaring up into the sky, reminiscent of pillar of blinding light that connected the heavens with the earth. Huaji! Huaji! Along with the appearance of the ray of light, Zhang Xian felt the sword intent within him being completely suppressed, preventing him from utilizing it at all. Following which, the earth began shaking intensely, and a scarlet stone platform slowly rose from a crack in the stream. There was a sword plunged into the stone platform. Even from afar, one could already feel an unbelievably sharp sword chi harnessed within the sword, and it felt as if it was threatening to slice them into thin shreds. That is, a Saint high-tier artifact? Zhang Xian's face warped in astonishment as he clenched his fists tightly. A powerful aura which could burst a hole even through the chaotic palace beguilement formation, along with that indomitable sword intent, There could only be one possibility. The weapon before him had far surpassed the level of ordinary Saint intermediate tier artifacts, reaching the level of Saint high tier. Only a weapon of that caliber could wield the strength to overwhelm even a grade 8 formation and instill a feeling of helplessness in him. That must be the personal sword of the old sword maestro. While Zhang Xian still pondering over the matter, another identical, Zhang Xian, appeared with a grim look on his face. Naturally, the one who had subdued Jilingzhen with ease earlier was the clone, and the one who had just appeared was the real Zhang Xian. Previously, when the real Zhang Xian realized that he wouldn't be a match for Jilingzhen, he swiftly concealed himself within the mist and made use of the opportunity to swap places with his clone. And his clone really didn't let him down, crushing Jilingzhen with ease. Just that, he didn't think that Jilingzhen would still have another card up his sleeves. Considering how the sword was lying in the middle of the sword lagoon, the chances were that it was the personal sword which the old sword maestro had left behind. Could it be that Jilingzhen had successfully tamed the sword? If that was the case, they would really be in a dire position. Like I have told you, only when you have truly comprehended sword quintessence will you be qualified to make me submit to you and obtain that old man's heritage. Why are you waking me at this moment? Do my words sound like a joke to you? A crisp voice reminiscent of a bell sounded from the sword. There was a special quality to the voice that allowed it to echo even within one's soul. Saint high-tier artifacts had the ability to slay primordial spirit and erode one's mental fortitude. If one were to get careless around them, one's state of mind could very well be shaken by them. Elder, the reason why I pleaded for you to appear is to request your help in dealing with my enemy. I hope that you can help me kill that. Jilingzhen turned around to point at Zhang Xian, but the sight that he saw left his face freezing in shock instead. He was sure that there was only one Zhang Xian earlier, so how did he split into two all of a sudden? Kill? The sword embedded in the stone platform also swiftly understood what was going on, and in the next moment, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a wave of sword intent locking in place and assessing him from head to toe. He tried resisting it, but he found that he was unable to move at all. Realizing that he was completely helpless against that sword, cold sweat began dripping down his back. Why, yes. It took a while before Jilingzhen recovered from his shock, and he hurriedly nodded in response. The items you have tribute to me over the years did help me regain consciousness. In view of your efforts, I'll grant you this favor and kill a person for you. However, you are still lacking in your mastery of swordsmanship for me to submit to you. We'll only talk about that after you have comprehended sword quintessence. After saying those words, the sword on the stone platform trembled slightly, and a powerful wave of sword intent abruptly caved in on the two Zhang Xians. It felt like as long as the sword were to will it, the both of them would be killed easily. Thank you, Elder. Seeing that the sword was willing to stand up on his behalf, Jilingzhen heaved a huge sigh of relief. He directed a savage look at the two young men, and the deep hatred in his eyes was apparent. If not for those two fellows, he could have used the tributing of the Sword of Faint Whispers and Sword of Faint Warble to win the goodwill of the sword, and with that, he might just be able to convince the latter to hand him the heritage. But now, he could only expend the goodwill with the sword for a favor to kill that bastard. Just like this ideal opportunity for a breakthrough was blown. Just as Jilingzhen thought that the sword was going to make a move, the sword's doubtful voice suddenly sounded. Which one of those two do you want me to kill? Which one of those two? Jilingzhen frowned upon hearing that question. In truth, he was also deeply perplexed over this matter. Shouldn't there be only one of Master Teacher Zhang Xian? Why would there suddenly be two of them? Could they be twins? But even twins wouldn't have such identical appearances, dispositions, and even souls. I am the real one. He's the fake. I am the real one, he's the fake. The two Zhang Xians simultaneously pointed to one another, glaring at the other indignantly. Seeing how even the movements of those two fellows were identical, as if a mirror, Jilingzhen fell into a daze. While such a farce was occurring within the formation, a huge commotion had broken out amidst the crowd outside. All of the sword practitioners had halted their cultivation to look at the burst of sword intent in the air, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably in agitation. That must be from the old sword maestro's personal sword. Does it mean that, The heritage is about to surface? I have waited so many years just for this day. Let's go over to take a look. I must snatch over the heritage no matter who obtains it, otherwise my centuries of hard work would have gone to vain. I shall slay anyone who stands in my way of obtaining the heritage. Everyone's eyes had reddened upon seeing this sight. Some were out of agitation, some were out of envy, some were out of greed, and some were out of all three. Many of them had camped here for several centuries now, and it was not without reason why they would devote such a huge portion of their lifespan in the Sword Lagoon. Of course, a part of the reason was to advance their comprehension of swordsmanship, but more than that, they were biding their time for the day that the heritage of the old sword maestro rose from the dirt. Otherwise, even if they could refine their mastery of swordsmanship in the Sword Lagoon, they would have never wasted several centuries of their life here. The old sword maestro had stood at the very peak of Chinchong Empire. Countless opponents had challenged him, and some were even experts from the Empire Alliance, but he remained undefeated until his death. If they could obtain his heritage, they would be able to overcome their current bottleneck and reach far greater heights. It must the young man who has just entered. Let's head over to take a look. Someone amidst the crowd exclaimed, and the crowd hurriedly rushed toward the area behind the stone wall. Previously, a young man had easily defeated Ma Minghai, who had comprehended the half-quintessence, and barely 10 minutes after he walked into the formation, a huge pillar of sword intent suddenly rose from within. For such a situation to occur, it could only mean that the young man had managed to free the old sword maestro's personal sword from its seal. The emergence of the old sword maestro's heritage was an opportunity of a lifetime. The young man might have displayed astounding might earlier, but just this much wouldn't deter them from fighting over the heritage. Very soon, they arrived before the formation. The structure of the chaotic palace beguilement formation had already been destroyed by the burst of sword intent from the sword earlier, putting it in a precarious situation, on the verge of shattering at any moment. It might have been difficult for them to overcome the formation in the past, but in its current state, it wouldn't be able to hinder their passageway anymore. Everyone, let's calm down and discuss a plan first. We have all witnessed that fellow's strength, and it's apparent that he's no ordinary cultivator. One-on-one, none of us will be an opponent for him. Thus, I propose that we collaborate with one another to subdue him first. An old man halted the crowd and said, "He's right. We'll only stand a chance against that fellow if we were to unite with one another." A voice of agreement swiftly sounded from the crowd. "But how do we determine the allocation of the heritage after that?" asked another member of the crowd. "We have known each other for quite some time now, so we have some understanding of what each of us is capable of. So, I say that we collaborate with one another to obtain the heritage first, and after that, we can study the heritage together," the old man suggested. "Sounds good to me." Voices of consent swiftly rippled through the crowd. The old sword maestro's heritage was bound to be incredibly profound. If they were sufficiently talented to figure it by themselves, they wouldn't have ended up sitting before the stone wall for centuries, yet still be unable to take the final step forward. Besides, they also knew that if any one of them were to attempt to claim the heritage for himself, that person would never make it out of here alive. Assuming that that person really did manage to escape from their encirclement, his friends and family would also swiftly meet with the vengeance of those gathered here. Good. Let's proceed ahead then. Having successfully come to a consensus, the crowd began marching into the formation. At the same time, on the island, many young men were standing opposite to one another with wary looks in their eyes. "Sungon, we can be considered as old acquaintances with one another. So you should know that even if you were able to snatch away my jade token, you will end up sustaining severe injuries yourself as well. By then, you would be easily eliminated by other candidates too. Since that's the case, why don't we team up to eliminate the others instead?" one of the young men proposed. Standing opposite to the young man was the person whom Ma Minghai recognized as Brother Sun. Brother Sun contemplated for a moment before replying with an amiable smile, "Brother who is right. If we were to clash with one another, the victor will surely be severely wounded at the end of the battle. It's simply not worthwhile. In any case, we only have to eliminate 10 more candidates, so it would be wiser for us to team up and eliminate other candidates. There's really no need to fight this tough battle. Very well. Let's make a master-teacher vow then. We shall work with one another to eliminate others, and we are not to turn on one another until the end of the secondary selection. Brother Who said. A master-teacher vow was more of an informal promise, and it wasn't binding. Nevertheless, in view of their standing, it was unlikely that they would stoop so low as to renege on their words. Very well, Brother Sun nodded, but halfway through his words, there was suddenly an abrupt disturbance in the spiritual energy in the surroundings, following which a pillar of sword and tint burst into the sky. A treasure has surfaced. The eyes of the young men gathered in the area narrowed their eyes. They were all top-notch geniuses in their own regions, and every single one of them was deeply knowledgeable. The sword and tint was powerful, but it carried no hostility at all. As such, it was unlikely to be emanated by a cultivator. Since that was the case, it was likely to be the occurrence of a phenomenon as a result of the emergence of a treasure. I heard that Xinqiang Empire has a sword lagoon, and hidden within it is an exceptionally powerful saint artifact. There was once an expert who attempted to venture into the depths of the sword lagoon to uncover the secret behind it, only to be chased away by the Xinqiang Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion under the pretext that this was a heritage left behind for the populace of Xinqiang Empire, so it should only be acquired by them. All along, I thought that it was only a legend, but this... Could the island we are on really be the Sword Lagoon? Brother Who exclaimed with fists tightly clenched in agitation. All of them had heard of Xinqiang Empire's Sword Lagoon, but they didn't think that the secondary selection would actually be held there. More importantly, the powerful sword and tint that was radiating from that blinding pillar of light was a clear sign that the treasure that had surfaced possessed extraordinary strength. Whether the legend was true or not, as long as they could obtain that treasure, their strength would surely increase by leaps and bounds. With a superior saint-tier artifact in hand, they would be able to make a name for themselves even in a place as competitive as the Sanctum of Sages. Let's head over to take a look. With irrepressible excitement on his face, Brother Who proposed, let's not hurry into making a move first. Considering the scale of the phenomenon, everyone on the island should have noticed the emergence of the treasure by now. Given so, there's bound to be a tough fight over it. Since that's the case, why don't we make an agreement to team up first? Otherwise, with our strength, we won't have much of an advantage over others, especially against that Zhang Xian. Brother Sun quickly halted the crowd and said, Zhang Xian? The rules of the secondary selection prohibit the usage of puppets and weapons. That lad is just powerful for his own cultivation realm. As long as we don't suppress our cultivation, we'll surely be able to thrash him with ease. Brother Who replied casually, clearly not thinking of Zhang Xian as a threat. There was an unbreachable gap between the strength of primordial spirit realm cultivators and leaving aperture realm cultivators. This was common knowledge known to all cultivators. As long as he fought with his full strength, he should be able to subdue Zhang Xian easily. The rule which Zhao Shi has said is that artifacts are not to be used in any manner that contributes to the elimination of a candidate. If he were to just use his puppets to keep us at bay, preventing us from getting to the treasure, that wouldn't be against the rules. Brother Sun replied. This? Brother Who was taken aback. Thinking about it once more, Zhao Xingma did say that artifacts weren't allowed in the elimination of other candidates. As long as Zhang Xian didn't attempt to break their jade tokens with his puppets, whatever actions he made with his puppets wouldn't be considered as an infringement of the rules. What do you suggest then? Brother Who hesitated for a moment before asking. With just the strength of the few of them, they wouldn't be a match for those puppets even if they were to team up with one another. Simple. As soon as we meet Zhang Xian, we should just charge forward and subdue him before he can release his puppets. With our combined strength, we should stand a pretty good chance at success. Brother Sun said as a glint flashed across his eyes. Chapter 12, 85 minutes. Charge forward and subdue him? Brother Who and the other young men fell into deep contemplation. With our strength, as long as we collaborate with one another, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to seal his cultivation before he can release his artifacts. Once we succeed, we won't have to worry about him anymore. By then, we can just fight it out amongst ourselves to determine the allocation of the treasure. What do you say about that? Brother Sun analyzed the situation for the crowd. Zhang Xian will indeed be a huge trouble to deal with if we don't strike him down promptly. As long as he remains in the race, there's no way any one of us will be able to acquire the treasure. I approve of your idea. Brother Hu nodded. The others also quickly expressed their agreement to the temporary collaboration as well. All right, since we are all agreeable to the matter, let's make a master-teacher vow. Anyone who violates our agreement shall have his reputation torn to shreds. Brother Sun said, Very well. The others nodded in agreement. Very soon, everyone made their vows, and the group began making their way in the direction where the treasure had appeared. As powerful as the massive formation cast over the island was, as top-notch geniuses, it didn't take long for the group to overcome it and make their way over the stone wall. Circumventing the stone wall, they soon found themselves standing at the boundary of a land shrouded in mist. There, they found that all of the remaining 20 or so candidates were gathered in the area as well. Shall we make an agreement? Let's first obtain the treasure before fighting it out amongst us. Brother Sun swiftly raised his previous suggestion to the larger crowd. Very well. The crowd knew that a temporary teamwork with the others would boost their chances of acquiring the treasure, so they swiftly agreed to Brother Sun's idea. Regardless of which one is real and which one is fake, just kill the both of them to be safe. Lying on the ground, Ji Lingfeng exclaimed anxiously, Indeed, Elder. Please kill both of them for me. Ji Lingzhen clasped his fist to the sword and requested. Dealing with one Zhang Xian had nearly cost him his life. Now that another had popped up, he wouldn't stand a chance at all without the help of the sword. Kill the both of them? Well, I guess that I can help you. However, don't you think that you should show some sincerity in exchange? For example, another sword of the same caliber of the sword of faint warble. This, Ji Lingzhen's face twitched. Finding an ordinary Saint Intermediate tier artifact in Xinchong Empire was no difficult feat, but those of the sword of faint warble's caliber only numbered a few, and they were extremely difficult to find and obtain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put himself at risk and agree to help Ji Lingfeng over his sword. Elder, you also know that swords of that caliber are extremely hard to find. If you could just give me some time, I promise you that I'll find one for you. However, that young man over there must be killed as soon as possible, or else there'll be great trouble. Ji Lingzhen hesitated for a brief moment before replying anxiously. But before he could finish his words, the young man not too far away had already interjected with a voice filled with disdain. In the end, you are just unwilling to offer my sword to the elder. Following that, one of the Zhang Xian stepped forward, and with deep indignation reflected in his eyes, he cried, Elder, do you know why the both of them are so determined to kill me? That's because they have stolen a top-notch Saint Intermediate tier sword, which has been passed down through my clan over many generations from me. It's out of fear that I would alert the elders in my clan of the matter that he lured me here, intending to silence me. You are saying that we stole your sword? Who in the world stole your sword? You are the one who stole my spirit stones and the annal of bedstead disquisition from me, you bastard. Not expecting those two Zhang Xians to interject at this crucial moment, Ji Lingzhen and Ji Lingfeng were stunned for a moment before they lashed out furiously. Can you get any more shameless than that? When have we stolen your sword? Don't you dare hurl false accusations at us. On the other hand, after hearing the words from the two Zhang Xian, the sword on the stone platform shook its blade and sealed Ji Lingzhen and Ji Lingfeng's mouths with its sword qi. After which, it asked, Lad, you said that Ji Lingzhen stole your sword. What tier is it? Elder, my sword is at half-grand Dominion realm. Even though it hasn't reached Saint High tier yet, it isn't too far from that. An elder in my clan has bestowed it to me in case I encounter any danger in my journey, and he has reminded me time and time again not to lose it. One of the Zhang Xians replied anxiously, A half-grand Dominion realm sword? The sword in the platform harumphed coldly, and a burst of sword intent suddenly emanated from it, as if reflecting the overwhelming rage it was in. Elder, don't listen to his nonsense. I have never taken his sword. Besides, he's just an ordinary cultivator. So how could he possibly have such a powerful sword in his possession? Ji Lingzhen desperately explained. The spirits within weapons tended to be innocent and candid in nature. For some reason, the personal sword of the old sword maestro had an interest in collecting other high-tier swords. Thus, Jilingzhen brought the sword of faint whisper and sword of faint warble over, hoping to win the sword's goodwill through offering them. He thought that after several centuries of companionship, they would already be considered as friends with one another. Yet, the sword actually chose to trust the words of that young man over his. Who are you saying is an ordinary cultivator? I am a genius of a sage clan, the Zhang clan at that. Elder, if you don't believe my words, you can check my blood. As he said those words, Zhang Xian flicked a droplet of blood toward the sword lodged in the stone platform. Offspring of sage clans possess the strength of old sages in their bloodline. Through using a unique method, it's possible to draw out the sage aura in it. The sword on the stone platform mumbled as it shook its blade. Woo! Numerous surges of sword chi landed on the droplet of blood, and a slight, divine aura rippled out from it. It's very thin, to the point that it's almost negligible, but without a doubt, you do possess the bloodline of a sage clan. The sword said. This, Jilingzhen's body stiffened. In the information which Ji Lingfeng had provided him, Zhang Xian should have just been an insignificant figure from Qingyuan Empire. When in the world did he become an offspring of a sage clan? Not to mention, the powerful Zhang clan at that? If he had known that Zhang Xian was related to the Zhang clan, he would have never dared to make a move on him. Elder, please don't listen to the nonsense that fellow is uttering. One must possess a very high comprehension over swordsmanship before one can possibly earn the recognition of a half-grand Dominion realm sword. However, that fellow is a saber practitioner. Even if he knows a little of swordsmanship as well, there's no way his minor understanding in the way of sword would be sufficient for him to tame such a sword. Seeing that the sword was beginning to waver, Ji Lingfeng quickly spoke up. Since neither Jilingzhen nor he was a match for Zhang Xian, they only had the personal sword of the old sword maestro to fall back on. Their fates were dependent on the decision made by the sword. If the sword were to be beguiled by Zhang Xian, they would be the ones who would die here today. Recalling their encounter with Zhang Xian so far, he had shown superior proficiency in saber art, fist art, palm art, and movement art, but as for sword art, it didn't seem like he knew much about it. Swords were light and agile, whereas sabers were heavy and powerful. While both weapons may appear similar, they were very different in nature. Those who were proficient in the saber were not necessarily proficient in the sword too. As long as they were to bite relentlessly on this point, they should be able to convince the sword that it was impossible for Zhang Xian to have a half-grand Dominion realm sword in his possession, and that Zhang Xian had been lying all this while. As expected, as soon as it heard those words from Ji Lingfeng, the sword on the stone platform immediately spoke with a displeased voice. Lad, you specialize in saber art? For many years, sabers and swords had been in a rivaling relationship, both vying for supremacy. Naturally, the sword would be displeased to hear that Zhang Xian specialized in the saber instead. Elder, please don't listen to the lies he is spouting. I am a sword practitioner, so the weapon I specialize in is naturally the sword. My comprehension of swordsmanship has already reached the level of upper sword heart, so how can I possibly be a saber practitioner? Zhang Xian exclaimed indignantly as he tapped his finger forward. Tzila! A surge of sword chi flew across the air, causing a cold, sharp glint to reflect onto the surroundings. From the pure sword intent, it could be deduced that Zhang Xian had long reached the level of upper sword heart, just a step away from half-quintessence. You! Arriving at the same conclusion as well, Jilingzhen and Ji Lingfeng were stunned. It was just a moment ago they had seen that fellow controlling over 100 Saint low-tier sabers to deal with Ji Lingfeng's formation plate, so they assumed that he specialized in the saber. Yet, how in the world did his field of specialty turn into the sword all of a sudden? Furthermore, they realized that his sword intent was so pure that even theirs paled in comparison to it. A pure and firm sword intent. Those who don't carry true passion towards swordsmanship will never be able to comprehend such a realm. The sword on the stone platform complimented earnestly. How can this be? Jilingzhen and Ji Lingfeng's body stiffened. It was apparent from the sword's tone that it was full of approval for Zhang Xian. If so, things were really bad for them. it would be nigh impossible for them to convince the sword to kill the young man. In order to become closer with the old sword maestro's personal sword, I spent the last 500 years offering treasures and artifacts to it. The wealth I have spent on it can easily number up to several 10,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. On top of that, my comprehension of swordsmanship has reached half quintessence as well. Yet, after so many years, not once have I ever received its recognition. How could that fellow receive the sword's compliment despite only being at upper sword heart? Jilingzhen couldn't accept the situation. Taming a high-tier sword was somewhat similar to taming a beast. Continuous and steady effort was required for the high-tier sword to accept one. In order to get close the old sword maestro's personal sword, he had gone to great lengths, but never once did he receive the other party's compliment. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had only spoken a few words, but the sword was already full for compliments for him. When did the sword become so understanding? If the sword had been so understanding from the start, he wouldn't have failed to make any progress despite centuries of effort. Wait a moment. That fellow is using demonic tunes and impartation of heaven's will. Ji Lingfeng hurriedly sent a telepathic message over to Jilingzhen. He could tell that there was a unique quality to the other party's voice that seemed to put one in a trance. If not for that, the sword would have never believed Zhang Xian so easily. That bastard! Jilingzhen also swiftly realized the same after Ji Lingfeng had pointed it out, and his gaze swiftly turned cold. Elder, please don't fall for his deception. Jilingzhen anxiously stepped forward and persuaded. However, Zhang Xian swiftly shot him a piercing glance and bellowed, "Silence." After which, he turned his sight back to the sword and explained, "Elder, the main reason why those two men want to kill me is because I have fully grasped the conception behind the old sword maestro's sword, character, and my comprehension of swordsmanship is also about to reach sword quintessence. They feared that I would overtake them. That's why they have been wanting to suppress me for a long time now. You have fully grasped the sword, character?" The sword on the stone platform trembled intensely upon hearing those words, and it hurriedly asked on. "Of course." Zhang Xian nodded proudly. All in all, the character harnesses a total of 107 sword arts. On the surface, the sword arts appear to be individual of one another, and some of them were conflicting even, but this is also where the wisdom of the old sword maestro lies. He has managed to combine all 107 sword arts together to create a new sword art. Elder, may I know if my analysis is right? The sword on the platform shook in agitation as it gestured on. Continue. While the sword art doesn't manifest itself in the sword character, I am still able to deduce a part of it. Most likely, it would have a grand air so as to allow it to harness and control any sword art within it. If I'm not mistaken, the final sword art that the old sword maestro has formed out of the 107 sword arts should be a type of sword formation, and in order to activate it, we would need your strength, Elder, Zhang Xian said. The scribblings on the stone tablet outside contained the knowledge of experts over many generations. While their interpretation was erroneous on a whole, there were bits and pieces of truth in each of them, and through the library of Heaven's Path, he was able to derive out the most accurate cultivation method to the sword arts. After which, with his deep understanding of swordsmanship, it wasn't too hard for him to deduce a little ahead. You're right. The sword on the stone tablet replied as it assessed the young man before it once more. The more it looked at the young man, the more satisfying he became to it. To be able to deduce this much from just sword, character itself, the young man's talent was really frighteningly high. If Ji Lingzhen could comprehend so much back then, it might have already submitted to him and became his weapon. You said that you were about to reach sword quintessence. May I know how long will it take? 10 years? 50 years? Or 100 years? The sword asked in agitation. The young man already managed to achieve a complete grasp of the character which the old sword maestro had left behind. As long as he achieved sword quintessence, he would be able to meet the requirements for the old sword maestro's heritage. I don't need that much time. At which, Zhang Xian closed his eyes before continuing. Just give me a moment. 5 minutes would do. The formation refers to the huge formation that causes one to walk in loops. Zhang Xian faced it while he was attempting to find Zhang Jiuxiao. Chapter 1281 Sword Quintessence 5 minutes? The sword on the stone platform froze. Sword quintessence was the highest level of comprehension towards swordsmanship, so naturally, it was no easy feat to achieve that realm. Without several centuries of experience and accumulation, it was nigh impossible to make the breakthrough. Even the old sword maestro, famed to be one of the greatest geniuses in swordsmanship in his era, had to work ceaselessly for more than 100 years before he managed to achieve that realm. On the other hand, the young man before him appeared to only be in his early 20s, and yet, he actually claimed that he would be able to achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes. How could that be possible? Elder, that is clearly nonsense. He's obviously trying to stall for time. If we don't kill him right now, there's no saying that he would do within those 5 minutes. Seeing that the situation was developing in a direction beyond his control, Ji Lingjin exclaimed anxiously, I didn't summon you out to chat with the enemy. As a weapon, can you at least show some professionalism? Shut up. The sword bellowed furiously. Wong. Before Ji Lingjin could even react, a powerful surge of sword qi was already darting his way. Horrified, he quickly channeled his zhan qi to defend himself. Pong. However, the sword qi still overcame his defense and struck his chest squarely. His face reddened, and a spurt of fresh blood escaped from his mouth. At the same time, a glaring horizontal cut appeared across his chest. All along, while Ji Lingjin knew the sword to be a Saint high-tier artifact, he had no idea what its exact tier was. However, when he felt the sword qi emanated by the sword, he immediately realized that the true strength wielded by the sword was far beyond his imagination. Just a simple sword qi was enough to render him completely helpless. If the sword were to attempt to claim his life, there would have been nothing he could have done about it. Try uttering another word, and I'll kill you this instant. The sword harumphed coldly. It was also no wonder why it would be angry. Prior to the old sword maestro's death, he had sealed the sword here as an inheritance for his successor. There were two conditions that the successor had to meet in order to unseal it. Firstly, he must fully comprehend the conceptualization behind the sword character outside. Secondly, his comprehension of swordsmanship must achieve the level of sword quintessence. Only when these two factors were met would the sword finally be freed from the stone platform. Over the years, many geniuses had found its way to it, but it was a pity that none of them had been able to meet the two conditions simultaneously. Ji Lingjin could be said to be the one who had come the closest to unsealing it in the past several thousand years, but it was a pity that despite several centuries of hard work, he was still unable to take the final step to achieving sword quintessence. If Zhang Xian was really able to achieve sword quintessence, he would be able to free it from its restraints. Naturally, how could it allow others to interfere with this hard-to-come-by opportunity? Elder, not expecting that several centuries of companionship would actually mean nothing as compared to a couple of words uttered by Zhang Xian, Ji Lingjin trembled in fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he exclaimed, That fellow over there has used the impartation of heaven's will and demonic tunes in order to sway you. It's clear that he's up to no good. Sway me? That's right, Elder. There's no sword practitioner who doesn't know how difficult it is to achieve sword quintessence. Even the old sword maestro had to take many years of hard work before managing to achieve that realm. Ji Lingjin spoke with a worried tone. He's only at upper sword heart, not even reaching the level of half quintessence. How could he possibly achieve a breakthrough to sword quintessence within just mere minutes? That's obviously an attempt to stall for time. He's probably intending on using some kind of lowly method to tame you. Hearing those words, the sword hesitated. There was some sense to what Ji Lingjin had said. If it was that easy to achieve sword quintessence, it wouldn't have been known as the threshold to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Back in those years, countless sword experts of the Empire Alliance had come to challenge the old sword maestro, and there was no lack of 8-star master teachers amongst them. However, all of them ended up being defeated by his superior comprehension of swordsmanship. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to achieve the level of sword quintessence. From such a perspective, It was indeed doubtful whether a young man in the early 20s would be able to achieve this breakthrough or not. That fellow is a despicable and scheming fellow. Without a doubt, he's up to his underhanded tricks once more. Elder, I suggest that you kill him right this instant just to be safe. Noticing that the sword was starting to sway in his favor, Ji Lingjin immediately pressed on with an anxious tone. But halfway through his words, his body suddenly stiffened instinctively, following which an unbelievably grand and pure sword intent burst into the sky. Hong Long. It was as if huge waves had been raised in the sword lagoon. In the blink of an eye, countless sword chi began gathering toward them, forming a frightening hurricane around them. Ji Lingjin clearly felt the sword intent within his body being suppressed entirely, preventing him from even moving a single step. An ominous premonition loomed over his mind, and his face paled. He slowly turned his stiffened neck over in the direction where the sword intent was coming from. The young man who was just talking a moment earlier came into his sight. His eyes were still completely shut, but in this moment, it felt as if he had transformed into a sharp blade which could challenge even the deities even. Wong 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 wong. Countless blades flew in from outside the formation, and they swiftly took a kneeling stance before the young man, as if paying respects to their new emperor. Servility of the myriad swords. This is sword quintessence? Ji Lingjin widened his eyes in fright before slowly shaking his head in disbelief. It was just a moment after he said that it was impossible for the young man to achieve a breakthrough to sword quintessence, and he was just stalling for time when such a situation occurred. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel as if the world had directed its full malicious intentions toward him. 700 years ago, he reached half quintessence. Ever since then, he had been trying to further his mastery of swordsmanship to take the final step forward, and for this, he had resorted to all sorts of means and studied all kinds of books. Yet, no matter what he tried, he was still unable to grasp the realm above half quintessence. On the other hand, the young man had only closed his eyes for a few minutes, and he had already reached the level that was beyond his reach. The stark contrast between both of their plights left him on a mental breakdown. Had it not been for his firm mind, the final string of rationality in his mind might have just snapped there and then, leaving him falling endlessly down the abyss of lunacy. He has really comprehended sword quintessence? This is really bad. On the other hand, Ji Lingfeng's eyes were narrowed in horror. He thought that as long as they were to engage the help of the old sword maestro's personal sword, they should be able to get rid of Zhang Xian without any trouble. In fact, that was one of the contributing factors why they chose to make their move here, so that they would at least have a trump card to fall back on if things went awry. Yet, who could have thought that the both of them would end up hooking up together, and Zhang Xian even managed to achieve a breakthrough to sword quintessence? At this rate, the sword might even acknowledge Zhang Xian as its master. To put it in concise terms, they were in deep shit. Run. Realizing this, Ji Lingfeng suppressed the pain that was resonating throughout his body with every move and fled as fast as he could out of the mist. Even though he had only managed to get through the chaotic palace beguilement formation thanks to Ji Lingjin's directions back then, he had memorized the passageway from the previous experience. Furthermore, the formation had been mostly destroyed by the burst of sword intent from the awakening of the sword, thus making it easier for him to escape from the area. Walala. Barely after taking 2 steps out, before he could even get far, he suddenly felt a chill running through his body. Before he could do anything, he suddenly felt the upper half of his body tumbling forward uncontrollably. Turning his head over, he saw Ji Lingjin retracting his finger coldly, and the nonchalant look on the latter's face was as if saying the deed he had just committed was nothing worthy of note. He watched as Ji Lingjin turned around to the stone platform and clasped his fist respectfully, saying, "Elder, I only made a move on Zhang Shi under the deception of my foolish younger brother. As you know, it has been many years since I left the Sword Lagoon, so I was unaware of the happenings outside." You. Pada. Ji Lingfeng's upper body fell onto the ground, and blood spurted wildly from the severed halves of his body. Even up to the moment of his death, his eyes were widened in disbelief, as if not daring to believe that his elder brother would actually kill him with his own hands. Used to seeing bloodshed, the sword didn't flinch at the slightest by the gore before its eyes. Instead, it bellowed coldly in response to Ji Lingzhen's words. Silence? Don't interrupt that lad's breakthrough. Yes. Ji Lingzhen hurriedly fell silent and stood obediently on the spot. Since even a newcomer like Ji Lingfeng was able to see through the attitude of the sword, how could Ji Lingzhen, who had accompanied the sword for hundreds of years, possibly be oblivious to it? The requirement to taming the sword was to comprehend sword quintessence. Since Zhang Xian had successfully reached sword quintessence, and he had also displayed a thorough understanding of the conceptualization behind the character the old sword maestro had left behind, it was only a matter of time before he successfully tamed the sword. Once that were to happen, Ji Lingzhen would be a goner. Thus, he decisively chose to slay Ji Lingfeng and pin all the blame on the latter. In the face of life and death, so long as he could survive, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the life of his kin. On the other hand, Zhang Xian paid no heed to the mess that was happening at the moment. Under the protection of his clone, he immersed himself in the profound knowledge contained in the New Heaven's Path sword art, which he had compiled earlier. This sword art could be said to have contained the wisdom of the strongest sword practitioners in not just the conferred empires, but even the Empire Alliance as well. As Zhang Xian's comprehension of swordsmanship deepened, his primordial spirit also began morphing in the shape of a sword, and he felt like he could call forth devastating might with just a wave of his hand. When his primordial spirit finally completed the metamorphosis into a sword form, he found that he seemed to command a natural authority over swords that were weaker than him. With just mere thoughts, he was able to drive them into action. But of course, this was just the most elementary form of control. If he wished to wield absolute control over the sword, he would still have to gain the acknowledgement of the sword and tame it. Nevertheless, this was already an extremely frightening ability. This effectively meant that no sword practitioner of the same cultivation realm as him could rival him anymore. With the deepening of my comprehension towards swords, I can now infuse sword intent even to the simplest of movements. Also, when I'm wielding a sword, the fighting prowess I can exert is around twofold as compared to when I'm fighting with fist art or palm art. Assessing the sword intent flowing within his body, Zhang Xian began to make a primary gauge of his current strength. As expected of sword quintessence, it's indeed formidable. Now that I have achieved this level of strength, I wonder if I'll be able to defeat my clone. A thought suddenly came into Zhang Xian's mind. However, he soon shook his head. Forget it. I don't have masochistic tendencies. He and his clone might have originated from the same soul, but through the superior capabilities of the Nine Hearts Lotus, his clone wielded a fighting prowess far beyond his. Every time Zhang Xian thought that he had made substantial improvement and wanted to exact vengeance for his previous humiliation, he would find that his clone had grown even stronger. It should probably be the same this time around. Both their souls were connected, allowing them to share everything telepathically. As soon as their minds connected with one another, his clone would also be able to grasp sword quintessence as well. Given so, whatever advantage he had over his clone would be undone as well. If he were to really dare make a move, there was little doubt that the one who would be lying miserably on the ground afterward would be him. With this lingering thought in mind, Zhang Xian slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his sight was 100 or so Saint Intermediate tier swords bowing right in front of him, every single of them trembling in fear. I see. So that's the reason why the Dusk Cloud Sword was so fearful of Ma Minghai back then, Zhang Xian thought. He found that he had the strength to easily wipe away the spirit of any of the swords with just a thought. Given so, how could the sword spirits not know fear? Zhang Shi, congratulations on your breakthrough. Please pardon me for my previous disrespect. It's due to the deception of the despicable Ji Lingfeng that I made an erroneous judgment. I beg for your forgiveness. Following which, Zhang Xian swiftly heard an exclamation. Turning over, he saw Ji Lingzhen kneeling on the ground not too far away. Even though the latter was trying to keep himself composed, the slight trembling of his body still betrayed his innate fear. Ji Lingzhen was already no match for Zhang Xian previously, and the situation had only just worsened. The sword on the stone tablet was clearly biased against him, and the young man had already had more than 100 Saint Intermediate tier swords under his command at the moment as well. If the young man really wanted to kill him, all it would take would be a mere thought. You are asking for my forgiveness? Zhang Xian scoffed. Conducting a swift scan of his surroundings, he suddenly noticed that Ji Lingfeng had already been killed. Then, he traded glances with his clone, and through a telepathic interaction, he swiftly understood what was going on, and a deep frown emerged on his forehead. To be willing to kill even his own brother, Ji Lingzhen was really the worst of scums. Morals and principles clearly meant nothing to him at all. Thus, Zhang Xian communicated telepathically with his clone for a moment before turning his gaze back to the stone platform. Zhang Shi, the sword exclaimed in agitation. It had been sealed here ever since the death of the old sword maestro, and it had been nearly 10,000 years since then. Even though it had spent most of its time in hibernation, it still direly craved for freedom. If there was a chance for it to leave this damned place, it would grasp it without any hesitation. Zhang Shi, I have the heritage of the old sword maestro on me. You have to pull me out from the stone platform for it to show. The sword informed Zhang Xian telepathically. Pull you out? Zhang Xian asked before coming to a realization. He hadn't really thought of it in such a manner previously due to the astounding power displayed by the sword, but the words that the sword had just spoken made him realize that the reason why the sword hadn't moved all this while was because there was some kind of seal trapping it in the stone platform. For even something as strong as the sword to be unable to free itself, the seal was bound to be exceptionally powerful. Thus, Zhang Xian couldn't help asking, if even you are unable to struggle free of the seal, how can I possibly be able to free you? Chapter 1282 I won't be learning them anymore. This stone platform was left behind by the old sword maestro as well, and only sword practitioners who have comprehended sword quintessence would be able to break the seal and pull me out. However, I'm not too sure about how it can be done either. The sword replied awkwardly. The old sword maestro had passed away shortly after sealing it in the stone platform, and it had spent most of its time hibernating since then. All it knew was that in order to be freed from the stone platform, it would need to find a sword practitioner who had comprehended sword quintessence and the conceptualization of the sword character. As for how that sword practitioner could draw it out from the stone platform, embarrassingly, it didn't know a thing at all. You aren't too sure how it can be done either? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian couldn't help heaving a deep sigh. All right, let me give it a try then. The sword was a Saint high-tier artifact. It would be of great use to him, so he wouldn't turn down an opportunity to obtain it. With a swift movement, Zhang Xian appeared before the stone platform. He grabbed the sword and exerted all of his force. However, it was as if the sword was nailed into the stone platform, not budging in the least. Frowning, Zhang Xian began examining the stone platform closely. It's an artifact created by a celestial designer. No wonder. With Zhang Xian's current strength, he could pluck up even an entire mountain if he wanted to. Yet, for him to be completely helpless before a seemingly ordinary stone platform. So, he decided to take a closer look, and he swiftly found that the entire stone platform was a celestial designer mechanism. Unless one were to use a special method to resolve both the seal and the celestial designer mechanism simultaneously, or else it would be impossible to release the sword. The sword said earlier that only those who had achieved sword quintessence would be able to draw it from the stone platform. Perhaps I need to utilize my sword intent while drawing the sword out for it to work. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian tightened his hands on the handle of the sword before closing his eyes. He quickly morphed his comprehension of sword quintessence into a surge of sword intent and slowly drove it through his body. Hong Long. It was as if something had been activated. With a resounding buzz, a peculiar power abruptly burst forth from the stone platform, following which, a powerful wave of sword intent rippled into the surroundings before swiftly forming a barrier around the area. The first thing Zhang Xian noticed was that his spiritual perception had been isolated by the barrier of sword intent, preventing him from sensing anything beyond the barrier. The converse was likely to be true as well. Those outside were unlikely to be able to sense what was going on within the barrier too. Frowning in uncertainty, Zhang Xian was just about to release his grip of the sword to assess his current situation when he suddenly saw a few lingering sword in tint in the area, slowly gathering before his eyes, gradually forming the silhouette of an old man. The old man had a slightly emaciated figure, but his very presence felt like an incredibly sharp sword which would slice through anything standing before it. "Old sword maestro?" Zhang Xian called out warily. Even though the old man was an existence formed solely of just sword and tint, Zhang Xian could sense that the other party retained memories of his past. Even just as a congregation of sword and tint, the other party still wielded might far beyond his means. "I am Jianzhen, the man whom others know as the Old Sword Maestro. Since you were able to awaken the will I have left behind, you must have successfully comprehended sword quintessence. With this, you are qualified to inherit my heritage." The old man placed his hands behind his back and said. One could vaguely see sword and tint rippling within his black eyes, as if granting him the keenness to discern everything in the world. "Kneel down and pay respects to me as your teacher, and I'll impart you the 3 swords of Lingshu and the method to undoing the seal on the stone platform. Pay respects to you as my teacher?" An inconspicuous frown emerged on Zhang Xian's forehead. "To inherit my heritage and my wisdom, naturally, you have to acknowledge me as your teacher," the old sword maestro replied with a tone of unquestionable authority. "My 3 swords of Lingshu, Sea-Severing Sword, Ocean Cataclysm Sword, and Heaven Desecration Sword, are top-notch battle techniques. Even the experts of the Empire Alliance would kill for the opportunity to learn them. If my days hadn't been numbered, I wouldn't have left my heritage here for any outsider take it for their own." Typically speaking, when an expert wanted to pass down his heritage, he would first assess his student's nature, talent, and many other aspects before deciding on whether to impart to the latter his heritage. After all, there was no expert who wouldn't want to find an outstanding successor to further his legacy. However, by the time the old sword maestro arrived in the Sword Lagoon, he was already on the verge of death, so he wasn't in the physical state to set too many trials. Thus, he could only leave behind the sword, character, and the stone platform to assess his successor. Nevertheless, even if he couldn't make a wholesome assessment of his successor, he was determined to have his successor acknowledge him as his teacher before imparting to the latter his heritage. It might appear to be an empty title on the surface, but to those of the master-teacher continent, the solemnity of their lineage was something they wouldn't compromise on. "Since you have spent a long time to decipher the words I have left behind, I believe that you must have been moved by my heritage for some time now. Considering how you were able to comprehend sword quintessence at your young age, I believe that you should be able to accomplish great things in the future. After you acknowledge me as your teacher, not only will I teach you the 3 swords of Lingshu, I'll also impart to you the essence of my comprehension of swordsmanship. As long as you train diligently, you should have no trouble becoming a top-notch swordmaster in the Empire Alliance within 300 years. The old sword maestro said proudly. He had absolute trust in his own swordsmanship. Since the young man went through all of the trouble to come here and study sword, character he had left behind, it would mean that the young man was interested in obtaining his heritage. Naturally, as the senior and teacher here, he should put on an authoritative air deserving of his standing. Otherwise, how could he win the trust and respect of his successor? 300 years just to become the top-notch swordmaster in the Empire Alliance. That's too long. I can't afford to wait till then. With a conflicted look on his face, Zhang Xian shook his head. He had to become a 9-star master teacher before 30 in order to get rid of his innate fetal poison before it blew up on him. More importantly, he needed to wield strength on par with an 8-star pinnacle master teacher by the 3rd month of the next year, so that he could have the strength to free Luo Ruoxin from her engagement with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. 300 years just to reach the peak in the Empire Alliance. That was simply too slow. You can't afford to wait till then? What do you mean? The old sword maestro narrowed his eyes in agitation. It wasn't easy for him to find a suitable successor, and there was no way he was going to let this opportunity to pass down his heritage go. As a show of power, he released a powerful burst of sword intent into the surroundings, causing the air to moan from the pressure. Are you afraid that my sword art is too profound, and you are afraid that you won't be able to succeed? If that's the case, you don't have to worry so. The fact that you are able to comprehend the conceptualization behind my sword character shows that you aren't lacking in intelligence. I know that the three swords of Lingshu might be profound, but as long as you study it diligently, there's still at least 30% chance that you might succeed. But of course, the shorter the duration you take to comprehend the conceptualization behind my sword character, the higher your chances of success. The reason why the old sword maestro had left behind the sword character was simple. He wanted to test the intelligence of his successor. Without sufficient intelligence, even if he imparted to his successor the complete three swords of Lingshu, the latter would still be unable to grasp it. Due to the lack of time, he was unable to construct the required mechanism to impose a time limit on the duration of comprehending the sword character. However, judging from your young age, it shouldn't have been too long since you started comprehended my sword character, right? The old sword maestro asked. I figure that it shouldn't have been 10 years yet. If so, your chances of success would be at least 60%. This, Zhang Xian scratched his head, and he tried his hardest to remember how long he took. I think I took around a minute. He had barely glanced at the words on the stone wall before taking in the insights left behind by the predecessors. In total, he probably only took just 6 seconds or so. Of course, it would be too shocking if he said that he had taken only 6 seconds, so he intentionally multiplied it by 10 times to cushion the blow. A minute. The old sword maestro was taken aback. The sword intent he had diffused in the area also began trembling in resonation to his emotions, and it felt as if they would dissipate at any moment soon. You said that you only took a minute to see through the conceptualization of the character I have left behind? Indeed. It was just a single character, but it consists of 107 different sword intents and sword arts. If I'm not mistaken, the heritage should be a sword formation. That is the most convenient method to combine all of those differing sword intents and sword arts together. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. It actually isn't that difficult to deduce this much. In just a minute, you were able to see through how many sword arts there were in that character? Unable to recover from his shock, the old sword maestro exclaimed in disbelief. A moment later, a thought came to his mind, and a deep frown containing a hint of displeasure furrowed itself in between his brows. Lad, it seems like you have learned how to lie despite your young age. You said that you were able to see through the conceptualization behind the character I have left behind within a minute. So why don't I give you a test then? If you are really able to figure it out, I'll believe your words. He had concealed the sword intents and sword arts deeply within the sword character, such that even swordmasters of the same tier as him would be stunned upon coming into character with the character for the first time, unable to make sense of what it was. Yet, the young man actually said that he was able to figure it out within a minute. Most likely, he was either lying, or he had simply made use of the wisdom of predecessors to figure it out. You wish to test me? Very well. Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. I'll execute a sword art right now, and you'll try to see how many sword intents and sword arts are infused into it. After those words were spoken, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a killing intent surging toward him. An ocean of sword chi materialized before his eyes, as if he had been dragged into a wholly different world. Be it the constantly changing currents or the fleeting clouds, there was not a single glance within the world where one was unable to find any sword chi. How about it? Are you able to tell how many sword arts are in my move? After doing all that, the old sword maestro turned his gaze to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian shook his head. I can't tell. Such an obvious question, and you can't tell anything at all. How do you expect me to believe your words then? The old sword maestro frowned in disapproval. The sword intents and sword arts infused in the previous move he had executed were more apparent than those in the sword character he had left behind. Through this, the other party's claim that he had comprehended the sword character was pretty much overthrown. Facing the old sword maestro's doubt, Zhang Xian didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled softly and said, I wasn't able to tell how many sword intents and sword arts are in that move, but I did manage to discern 17 flaws in it. The reason why he was able to decipher the sword character was due to the compilation of the insights from countless preceding experts. Otherwise, if he were to do it himself, he would have taken several months at the very least. Given how fast the old sword maestro's previous move came and go, even if he had comprehended sword quintessence, he was still unable to count the number of sword intents and sword arts in just a glance. Besides, why should he go through the trouble of counting the number of sword intents and sword arts? It would suffice for him to know the flaws. You found 17 flaws in my move? Nonsense. The old sword maestro's face turned livid with rage. Paying no heed to the old sword maestro's wrath, Zhang Xian began on a monologue. The first flaw: even though the sword art you have executed is grand and imposing, it's needlessly intricate. If I'm not mistaken, it's designed as such so as to be utilized as a technique to trap others. However, considering the immense might that is devoted to the technique, to use it as a technique to trap and not kill is a huge waste of energy. In other words, the focus of the technique is wrong. The second flaw: while infusing a sword intent targeted toward damaging primordial spirits would enhance the might of the sword art significantly, it also makes it more demanding on the user's soul energy and state of mind. Should the sword practitioner be unable to meet the basic requirement of the sword art, its execution could very well result in a backlash, which could make one vulnerable for a period of time, thus creating an opening for one's opponent to exploit. The third flaw. The fourth flaw. The 17th flaw: the sword art is powerful, but its might is unnecessarily scattered. If the might were to be devoted in a single move, it would have allowed the sword practitioner to overpower and slay his opponent in an instant. Yet, you had to divide the might among more than a dozen of transformations in the sword art, making it excessively complicated and even weakening it in the midst of doing so. Shaking his head in disappointment, Zhang Xian raised his head to look at the old sword maestro. May I know there's anything you disagree with regarding my analysis? Why you? Initially, the old sword maestro didn't think of anything much when the young man first spoke. However, the more he listened to the young man's words, the paler his face became. Eventually, by the time the young man listed the 17th flaw, his body was already trembling wildly. As a swordmaster, he was still vaguely aware of the various problems there was in his sword arts. For the other party to be able to discern them with just a look, and even analyze them at a deeper level than him at that. Just how in the world did he do it? Gradually, the old sword maestro's astonishment transformed into overwhelming joy. With such intelligence and eye of discernment, you'll surely be able to master the 3 swords of Lingshu swiftly. His eyes glowed in excitement, and just as he was about to urge the young man into acknowledging him as his teacher once more so that he would be able to pass his heritage down, the young man suddenly sighed. For even a casual sword art you have executed to be plagued with flaws, your 3 swords of Lingshu is bound to be nothing much too. Forget it, you can leave your sword arts for yourself. I won't be learning them anymore. The old sword maestro froze on the spot. Chapter 1283, 3 Swords of Lingshu. Countless people wanted to learn the old sword maestro's 3 swords of Lingshu. To be honest, the reason he had been severely injured back then was also due to his enemies wanting to acquire his sword art manual. Here he was, offering the 3 swords of Lingshu to the young man. But the young man actually rejected him with such a look of disdain on his face. The overwhelming frustration he felt left his chest feeling a little stifled. While I'm not interested in your sword art, your sword is indeed of some use to me. Zhang Xian turned to the old sword maestro and asked, if it's not too much, can I take it away with me? As powerful as the old sword maestro had made the 3 swords of Lingshu out to be, through the sword intent the other party had emanated earlier, Zhang Xian could tell that there were still many flaws in the other party's comprehension of swordsmanship. Instead of learning swordsmanship from the other party, he would be better off collecting ordinary Saint-tier sword arts and compiling them into the Heaven's Path sword art. He would be able to improve faster that way, his foundations would be stronger, and most importantly of all, he would not have to become the old sword maestro's student. To be honest, he had become so used to being a teacher himself that he found it a little awkward to become the student of another individual, even if just in title. Seeing that the young man was still reluctant to learn his sword art, the old sword maestro said with a frown, I have sealed the Lingshu sword in the stone platform using a technique from the three swords of Lingshu. If you don't learn my sword art to a certain level of mastery, it'll be impossible for you to draw out the Lingshu sword. He had sealed the Lingshu sword in the stone platform using the three swords of Lingshu. Only those who had mastered the technique to a certain level would be able to free the Lingshu sword and take it away. Naturally, the purpose for doing so was to ensure that his heritage was properly passed down. Those who did not inherit his heritage would never be able to take the Lingshu sword away. After explaining that, the old sword maestro was just about to begin round 2 of convincing Zhang Xian to acknowledge him as his teacher when the young man suddenly bent down and touched the ground casually. Then, he kicked the four corners of the stone platform once. Gotcha! The crisp whirring of mechanisms filled the air. Zhang Xian gave the stone platform one powerful stomp. Who? The Lingshu sword leaped out of the stone platform and fell into Zhang Xian's hand. You are actually able to undo the seal and mechanism I have put in place? The old sword maestro's figure flickered in astonishment. Had he not suppressed his emotions in the last moment, he might have dissipated on the spot. It was just a moment ago that he had told the other party that he had to learn the three swords of Lingshu before he could extract the sword when something like this happened. Are you here to tear down my show? More importantly, he had put a lot of effort into crafting the stone platform and the seal so as to ensure that nothing would go wrong, such that it would be impossible for even him to forcefully extract the sword without going through the proper means. Yet, that fellow actually succeeded in retrieving the sword with just a few casual kicks. In that moment, the old sword maestro felt like he was just a dancing clown before the young man. All of the preparations he had made were nothing more than a joke to him. The seal and the stone platform you have prepared are not too bad, but it's pity that they have fatal flaws in them. Paying no heed to the other party's current state, Zhang Xian chuckled as he lowered his head to assess the sword in his hand. The Lingshu sword had a black blade, so there was no sharp glint typical of a sword to it. At the same time, there was no sword chi that could be felt from it either. On the surface, it appeared to be no different from any ordinary sword out there. It was only when Zhang Xian held it in his hand that he realized what a frightening weapon it was. He found that there was absolutely no impediment when he drove his zhanqi through it. Even with a casual swing, he would be able to bring forth power far beyond his imagination. His cultivation was still too lacking for him to be able to bring out the full prowess of the sword, but even if he could just wield a tenth of it, he would still be able to slay a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator easily. This was how frightening the Lingshu sword was. Wong. Just as Zhang Xian was feeling the overwhelming strength of the Lingshu sword, the latter suddenly began trembling intensely, seemingly trying to free itself from Zhang Xian's grasp. Zhang Xian frowned. It's due to the nourishment of my sword intent over many years that the Lingshu sword managed to become this strong. Without learning the three swords of Lingshu and my sword cultivation technique, it'll be impossible for you to tame the Lingshu sword. You should understand that a sword that can't be tamed is unusable in battle. The old sword maestro explained proudly. He had forged and nourished the Lingshu sword personally, and his will was infused into it. How could others possibly tame the Lingshu sword so easily? But before the old sword maestro could finish his explanation, the young man had already bellowed furiously, "Stop thrashing around!" Following which, he tapped the Lingshu sword on several points with his fingers. Gotcha! Gotcha! A series of crisp echoes rang in the air, and it did not take long for the Lingshu sword to tremble in astonishment. It hurriedly halted its shaking and kneeled respectfully on the ground. Paying respects to Master, with a wave of his hand, Zhang Xian stowed the Lingshu sword into his storage ring. Then, he turned his sight back to the old sword maestro and asked doubtfully, "What did you say earlier? I wasn't really paying attention." Zhang Xian had been so busy trying to examine the strength of the Lingshu sword that he did not hear what the old sword maestro was saying. It's nothing much." The old sword maestro's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and the body he had formed out of sword intent began to dissipate. Even though his death had left the Lingshu sword free to take any master, he knew his sword very well. He had forged the Lingshu sword personally, and he knew that it was an incomparably arrogant individual. Yet, To submit to the young man in the blink of an eye, this was a blow that he could not take. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. Zhang Xian clasped his fist before turning around. You haven't even learned the 3 swords of Lingshu yet. How can you leave like that? The old sword maestro exclaimed in agitation. The area is shrouded by the sword in tint I have infused into the stone platform previously. Unless you learn my 3 swords of Lingshu, forcefully barging through will make you severely injured. Before the old sword maestro could finish the word injured, the young man had already placed his finger casually on the barrier of sword in tint, and with a light hula, the entire barrier of sword in tint vanished without a trace. Cough, cough. The old sword maestro's face turned completely crimson. At this point, he could not bother keeping up the impression of an expert anymore. A pleading look surfaced in his eyes as he spoke. Why don't you reconsider the matter? My 3 swords of Lingshu is really, really formidable. I know, but I truly can't become your student. Zhang Xian shook his head. The old sword maestro hesitated for a moment, shaking his head in resignation. It's fine if you don't become my student. All I ask is that you pass down my heritage down to the later generations. He had thought that as long as he could accept a talented student, he would be able to bring honor and glory to his heritage. But the young man before him was simply too outstanding. Considering how even he could not see the depths of the young man before him, it was clear that it would be nigh impossible for him to get the young man to acknowledge him as his teacher. At this point, all he could hope was for the young man to impart his heritage to a suitable person and pass down his lineage. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before turning around. I can help you find a suitable successor to the lineage of your swordsmanship. Where's your sword art? It's over here. A light flickered through the old sword maestro's eyes, and a surge of sword and tint flew straight for Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian did not dodge, and in an instant, he saw countless surges of sword chi flashing across his eyes. They swiftly formed a sword art manual. Just as the old sword maestro had said earlier, there were only 3 moves to this battle technique. However, every single move wielded might that could not be underestimated. In fact, even the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, which Zhang Xian had learned earlier, paled in comparison to it. Most likely, this is a Saint high-tier battle technique. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm was a technique that ancient sage Qiuwu had come up with in his earlier years, and limited by his knowledge and experiences, it only met the mark of a Saint intermediate-tier battle technique. On the other hand, the 3 swords of Lingshu clearly wielded far superior might, reaching the level of Saint high tier. It was no wonder the old sword maestro was so confident in his heritage. There was indeed a basis for his confidence. A moment later, Zhang Xian sighed grudgingly. But why are there so many flaws in it? How am I supposed to learn it like that? Sea Severing Sword, Ocean Cataclysm Sword, and Heaven Desecration Sword. Each of these techniques harness strength and speed far greater than the last. However, the number of flaws they possessed were also so numerous that they left him completely speechless. Putting everything aside, even the most basic Sea Severing Sword had a total of 336 flaws. Just by looking at it, Zhang Xian had already lost his interest in learning the sword art. More importantly, these sword arts require the complementation of 108 swords in order to execute. Typically speaking, it would be impossible for a battle technique to have so many flaws, or else there was no way one could practice it without one's cultivation going berserk. The main reason the 3 swords of Lingshu had so many flaws was because the sword arts did not consist of the movement of a single sword. Rather, it was a sword formation, requiring a total of 108 swords in order to execute. With each of the 108 swords moving individually, it was inevitable that there would be many more flaws in the sword art compared to other battle techniques. Seeing the look of disgust on the face of the young man after receiving his heritage, to the point where it almost seemed like he would just vomit, the old sword maestro sighed deeply and said, "This is the 3 swords of Lingshu, which I devoted my entire life into creating. If you don't wish to learn it, I hope that you will at least find a successor for it. Please don't let my lineage end here. Don't worry. Even though the sword arts in your three sword of Lingshu are plagued with flaws, just the depletion of Zhenqi is a nightmare in itself. The might they harness is still considerable. I'll try to find a way to make some improvements in them before passing them on to a suitable successor in your stead. Zhang Xian clasped his fists sincerely. In truth, he was only irked by the high number of flaws in the sword arts, and just the thought of the number of high-tier sword art manuals that he had to gather in order to perfect the three swords of Lingshu was enough to leave him feeling deeply fatigued. On the whole, he still thought that the three swords of Lingshu was a decent technique, wielding considerable strength. Stifled by the young man's words, the old sword maestro's figure flickered once more. I'll be counting on you then. After saying those words, he dissipated on the spot. All he wanted to do was to pass down his heritage, but never in his dreams did he expect to meet such a fellow. In the end, he even dissipated from sheer indignation and rage before he could even pass down his comprehension of swordsmanship. Geez! Seeing the figure of the old sword maestro disappearing before him, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Since I have learned your sword arts and taken your sword, I'll see your wish to the end and bring honor and glory to your swordsmanship. The fact that the old sword maestro had gone to the trouble of setting up these trials despite the severely wounded state he was in back then was more than enough to show his determination to pass his heritage down. He did not want the sword arts he had created with much difficulty to disappear from the world just like that. He hoped to pass them down to the later generations and have them shine in their hands. Since that was the case, Zhang Xian would help him pass down the three swords of Lingshu to the right successor after he had improved it, so that his name could be sung through history. This stone platform is a treasure as well. I should take it with me. The fact that the stone platform was able to trap the Lingshu sword showed that it was made from decent materials. So, Zhang Xian threw it into his storage ring with a flick of his hand. If he could not find a use for the stone platform for the time being, using it as a sheath did not sound too bad. At this point, Zhang Xian could not help but remember that, in his previous life, sword experts in novels were able to defeat their opponents with just their sword sheath. In the future, while his sword was still sheathed in the stone platform, he could lift the 10-meter-long stone platform to smash his opponent, too. The thought of it left him tingling a little in excitement. After the stone platform was removed, the flow of the stream reverted to normal. Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily before slowly making his way out. Barely after taking a few steps, he saw Lingzhen lying on the ground, his breathing halted. I only told you to teach him a lesson. Why did you kill him? Zhang Xian turned to his clone and frowned. I wasn't the one who did it. It was them. The clone gestured to the area behind Lingzhen. Turning his gaze over, Zhang Xian first noted that the mist that had been shrouding the area was dissipating along with the gradual collapse of the chaotic palace beguilement formation. Next, he saw several hundred people lying unconscious all around the area. They were the sword practitioners who had been studying the sword character in front of the stone wall earlier. Zhang Xian swiftly assessed their conditions and confirmed that they were just unconscious, not dead, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, a hint of doubt arose in his mind. Shouldn't they have been busy studying the sword character outside? Why would they have fainted there? The rising pillar of sword intent earlier made it known to everyone on the island that a treasure has surfaced, so they rushed over here in hope of claiming the treasure. So, I told them that Lingzhen had managed to obtain the treasure, and they immediately rushed forward and lynched him to death. However, they were not able to find anything on him, so they turned their sights to me instead. So, I could only knock all of them out. Zhang Xian's clone replied with a casual shrug. His clone wielded the strength to defeat even the Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage, Lingzhen, easily. Even though the cultivators gathered in the area were not weak, they were still far from matching up to him. I see. It's good that they aren't dead, or else things could get troublesome. Hearing his clone's explanation, Zhang Xian knew that he would also have made the same call if he were in the same position. Men blinded by greed are irrational. Force works better than words on them. Zhang Xian quickly put his clone back into the myriad ant hive nest before making his way out of the mist. Soon, he heard numerous footsteps outside, and shortly after, Brother Sun and the other candidates of the secondary selection appeared in his sights. Chapter 1284 Taming of the Swords. It's really you. Upon seeing Zhang Xian stepping out from the mist, a cold glint flashed through Brother Sun's eyes. When they saw the pillar of sword and tint emerging earlier, they had swiftly realized that a treasure had emerged in the world. Anyone who obtained it would surely be able to rise through the ranks and make a name for themselves even in the sanctum of sages. Even though they were master teachers, they were still humans with desires. This was a rare opportunity for them as well. They could not allow it slip through their fingers just like that. No matter what, they had to at least give it a try. They could not allow Zhang Xian to hog it just like that. The master teachers swiftly moved to surround Zhang Xian tightly, and their representative, Brother Sun, said with a cold voice, "Hand over the treasure and share it with all of us, and we'll consider sparing you this once. Otherwise, don't even dream of getting away today." "Treasure?" Zhang Xian asked. "You need not feign ignorance before us. All of us know that we are at the Sword Lagoon, and the previous pillar of sword and tint is a clear sign that the heritage of the old sword maestro has surfaced. Quickly hand it over, and we can spare you this once. Otherwise, this matter won't just end with you losing your slot." Another master teacher bellowed coldly. As long as the young man did not use his artifacts, there was nothing of him to fear. Even if he did use his artifacts, considering how many of them were here, they would still be able to incapacitate him swiftly. "That's right, Zhang Shi. You should know the position you are in very well. There's no denying that you possess incredible strength, and you possess powerful artifacts as well. However, are you certain that you will be able to withstand our combined strength?" The other master teachers looked at Zhang Xian coldly. After that fellow embarrassed all of them the previous day, they had already had a huge bone to pick with him. Now that the heritage of the old sword maestro was at stake as well, they did not hesitate to show their hostility toward him. "Are you all going to disregard your standing as master teachers and snatch my possession?" Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. Due to the standing and identity that master teachers had on the master teacher continent, they would usually conduct themselves honorably and respectably. When it came to the allocation of a treasure, they would compete with one another fairly through duels. However, those men gathered there clearly had no intention of playing it fair. They were outright forcing him to hand over the heritage to them. Snatch? It's only natural for a treasure to go to those deserving of it. If you wish to keep it for yourself, you should first consider if you have the capability to do so. Brother Sun waved his hands impassively. "All right, let's not waste our breath anymore. Attack him. Don't give him any opportunity to release his puppets." "That's right. Voila." The next moment, the master teachers surrounding Zhang Xian charged forward simultaneously. All of them knew that Zhang Xian had an army of puppets in his possession, and once released, things would become troublesome for them. For this reason, they did not hesitate to gang up on him. In an instant, Zhenqi abruptly flooded the entire sword lagoon, causing the air to turn a little suffocating from the viscosity of the energy. To be able to clear Zhao Xingma's preliminary selections, there was no doubt that they were all outstanding geniuses possessing talent and strength on par with Zhang Jiuxiao. Even though this was the first time they were collaborating with one another, they were still able to draw out strength far beyond a normal cultivator's imagination. Gathered together, their strength was like a river gushing forward relentlessly, threatening to tear down everything in its path. Given the momentum of their offense, it was likely that even a half-grand dominion like Pavilion Master, you would have been hard-pressed to withstand their attack. Not too bad. Seeing how those master teachers were able to draw out so much strength from their teamwork, Zhang Xian nodded leisurely. Then, he drove his sword quintessence. In the blink of an eye, his presence seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, and a burst of sword intent rose into the clouds. At the same time, he emanated a dangerous aura that threatened to tear anything in its path into shreds. In the face of Zhang Xian's aura, the master teachers revealed looks of astonishment and fear, but they did not allow their emotions to impede their offense at all. Woo! With the summoning of Zhang Xian's sword intent, countless gales rose throughout the sword lagoon, and innumerable swords began flying in his direction. "Since you were the ones to make the first move, don't blame me if you get hurt." "Who?" With a cold harumph, Zhang Xian's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Through the unbounded voyager, he flitted at a speed as fast as a specter. Who? Zhang Xian charged right into the river of energy created by the master teachers, and as if a sharp blade, he sliced their attack in two. After which, more than 20 individual surges of sword chi abruptly burst forth from his body, aimed at each of the master teachers. Had it been before, the combined prowess of the crowd might have been able to stop him. However, after he had comprehended sword quintessence, his sword chi had grown far sharper and more condensed than before. While Brother Sun and the others were not weaker, they were insufficient to put up a fight against him. Tzzzzzzzzzz. In just 10 breaths, all of the master teachers were wounded by the sword chi. However, their injuries were not too severe. Zhang Xian's goal was just to punish them. He did not intend to claim their lives. But the master teachers did not seem to have any ideas of backing down. On the contrary, seeing how their collaborative offense had been neutralized so easily, and the young man had even managed to launch a successful counterattack, their eyes reddened further with greed. That fellow has been hiding his strength all along. With his current prowess, even Pavilion Master you would be no match for him. Isn't he from the Qingyuan Empire? How can he be so powerful? Have you all realized it yet? He was only at Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate stage yesterday, but at this very moment, he is at the pinnacle stage. Not only so, it seems like he has managed to comprehend sword quintessence as well. There's no doubt about it. This must be the result of inheriting the old sword maestro's heritage. Otherwise, there's no way he could grow so much within this short period of time. They had fought with Zhang Xian the previous day as well, and while he had not been weak, it was certain that he had not been so strong. For his cultivation to rise by 2 small cultivation stages within a single day, there was no way this had nothing to do with the Sword Lagoon. After all, there was no cultivator who could possibly advance his cultivation so quickly. To be able to raise an individual's strength by such a degree within a short period of time, the heritage of the Sword Lagoon is truly no joke. Clenching his jaws tightly, Brother Sun bellowed, "Everyone, we must unite. If we don't stand together on the same front, not only will we be unable to obtain the treasure and the heritage, there's a good chance that we might all lose our lives here." "Yes," the crowd echoed in response. Just a day ago, the young man could only achieve victory when their cultivation was lowered, but today, he had already gained the strength to rival all of them simultaneously. If they could obtain the heritage of the old sword maestro for themselves, they would be bound for greatness. Move! With a furious roar, the geniuses immediately charged up together. Even though their teamwork had been decent previously, all of them had held back quite a bit. After all, after they defeated Zhang Xian, there was a chance that they would have to fight it out among themselves for the allocation of the heritage. However, after witnessing Zhang Xian's strength with their own eyes, they realized that they would not even get to come close to the heritage if they continued holding back at this point. With their wills united by a common foe, their combined strength soared to new heights. Innumerable surges of zhenqi began gathering together to form a huge cluster of power that covered a radius of over several hundred meters. Under the immense influx of power, the air became as viscous as mud. Putting aside a cultivator, even weapons would find it hard to proceed in the face of such atmosphere. Kacha! Kacha! Immense pressure weighed down on Zhang Xian, who stood at the very center of this hurricane of energy. The overwhelming power tugged and pulled at his body, as if attempting to tear him into shreds. Humph! Facing the offense of the master teachers, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes frostily. He had shown them mercy, but they had simply taken his magnanimity as a sign of weakness and carried on their offense. With this, he felt that his tolerance had come to a limit. There was indeed no end to a human's greed. From their attitudes, it could be seen that even if he imparted the 3 swords of Lingshu to them, they would still think that he was holding something back. Since that was the case, it was time to take forceful measure and have them know the meaning of fear. Without wasting any words, Zhang Xian pushed his foot against the ground and dashed into the crowd of master teachers. For some reason, the viscous space created by the full might of all of the master teachers present seemed to be completely ineffective on him. He flitted through the area as if a phantom, and with every grasp, he would accurately catch a master teacher, acquire his jade token, and send him flying with a light push. Just like that, the master teachers fell one after another. While the collaborative offense of the master teachers was powerful, through his eye of insight, Zhang Xian was still able to find many flaws here and there, allowing him to overcome it with ease. Pung 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 pung. It was almost as if Zhang Xian was a tiger diving into a crowd of goats. As many master teachers as there might have been, there were none who lasted more than a breath before him. My jade token. He took away mine as well. He isn't just knocking us down. He's taking away our jade tokens too. Be careful. It did not take long for all of the master teachers to be collapsed on the ground, and every single one of them were moaning in pain. Since Zhang Xian had been able to guess that a part of the test was to have confidence in one's strength and keep one's jade token with one, the other master teachers had also come to realize the same as soon as they calmed down, and they had chosen to bring it along with them as well. Yet, who would have thought this would end up presenting a chance for Zhang Xian to acquire all their jade tokens at once? Despite collaborating with one another, they were actually unable to withstand a single move from the other party at all. How in the world did this freak cultivate to gain such monstrous capabilities? In this moment, Brother Sun and the others were still in a state of disbelief, unable to believe what had just happened. Since you all tried to eliminate me, it's only right for me to do the same to you. This isn't a breach of the rules, right? Paying no heed to the state of shock the master teachers were in, Zhang Xian flicked his hand, and the 20 jade tokens floated right in front of him. You dare! The crowd immediately panicked. Those jade tokens represented their chances to enter the sanctum of sages. If they were to be destroyed, it would mean that they had failed the secondary selections, and they would be unqualified to enter the sanctum of sages anymore. Their initial thought had been that as long as they collaborated with one another, they should be able to eliminate Zhang Xian with ease. Yet, instead of overpowering the young man, they had ended up placing themselves in a precarious situation. Is there any reason I shouldn't do it? Zhang Xian scoffed coldly as he closed his grip. Pacha! 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 The crisp echo of the jade tokens shattering sounded simultaneously, and in an instant, all 20 jade tokens were reduced to powdery remains. Seeing the sight, the master teachers were completely frozen for a moment. Gradually, the master teachers returned to their senses. Some let loose despaired howls, some collapsed to the ground in utter shock, and some glared at Zhang Xian in hostility, as if swearing to exact vengeance. This is catastrophic. If all of us have been eliminated simultaneously, doesn't that mean that that bastard is the only one who has cleared the secondary selection? Brother Sun muttered in disbelief. There was a total of 33 candidates participating in the secondary selection, and the selection should have come to an end as soon as 13 candidates were eliminated. However, if all of them were eliminated simultaneously, would that make Zhang Xian the only one who had cleared the selection? If that was really the case, they might really lose their minds. Furthermore, how was Zhao Xingma supposed to explain this matter to the Sanctum of Sages? For there to be only a single candidate from the Empire Alliance. Woo! Just as complete chaos had descended upon the situation, a series of whistling sounds suddenly echoed from afar. Soon after, more than 100 Saint Intermediate tier swords flew over, surrounding Zhang Xian tightly. These are the superior swords that have chosen to remain in the Sword Lagoon, one of the master teachers exclaimed with narrowed eyes. Each year, the Sword Lagoon would draw countless sword practitioners in. When these sword practitioners died in the Sword Lagoon, their swords were likely to choose to rest in Sword Lagoon due to the sword intent lingering in the area. Due to this, there were also sword practitioners who would visit the Sword Lagoon in the hope that they might be able to take away some formidable swords to enhance their fighting prowess. These swords are able to grow by devouring the sword intent lingering in the area, so they tend to abhor outsiders who interrupt their peace in the Sword Lagoon. For this reason, they assault cultivators from time to time. Haha, it seems like Zhang Xian is in deep trouble this time around. Coming to realize what was going on, the master teachers burst into gleeful laughter. So what if you have eliminated all of us? Now that you are surrounded by so many Saint Intermediate tier swords, no matter how powerful you are, there's no way you will escape from here alive. Kill him. Let's all go down together. Brother Sun roared frenziedly. But before he could finish his words, the swords abruptly fell to the ground respectfully. Paying respects to Master, the 100 or so swords declared simultaneously, their deafening voices shaking even the clouds. Master? These swords have all recognized Zhang Xian as their master? The master teachers were completely flabbergasted and crazed by the sight before them. Chapter 1285 The results are voided. You are acknowledging me as your master? Not only were the crowd flabbergasted, Zhang Xian was startled as well. It took a long while before he was able to make sense out of what was going on. It seemed like the sword intent released by the Lingshu sword had benefited these swords greatly, so all of them ended up submitting to it. And now that the Lingshu sword had acknowledged Zhang Xian was its new master, these swords also unhesitatingly chose to do the same as well. Adding Lingshu's sword into the group, and I would have a total of 108 swords, thus meeting the weapon requirement for the 3 swords of Lingshu. Could this be the reason why the Lingshu sword agreed to help Jilingzhen make a move on me over the sword of faint whisper and sword of faint warble? Zhang Xian wondered. There was a total of 107 Saint intermediate tier weapons in the area, and adding the Lingshu sword in the equation, he would have the number required to execute the sword arts in the 3 swords of Lingshu. Did this mean that the old sword maestro hasn't been able to gather the swords required for the sword formations after he created the 3 swords of Lingshu? Was that the reason why his enemy was able to severely wound him, forcing him to escape to the sword lagoon? Another thought appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. One of the greatest difficulties in executing the 3 swords of Lingshu was gathering the swords required to set up the sword formations. Could it because the old sword maestro wasn't able to gather the required number of swords that resulted in his eventual defeat? Otherwise, given the overwhelming strength that the old sword maestro wielded, as well as the tremendous might he could bring forth via his 3 swords of Lingshu, it should have been extremely difficult for anyone to defeat him. However, Zhang Xian also knew that there was no point thinking about these matters anymore. There was no way he could affirm his deductions at this point. With a swift flick of his hand, he kept all of the swords into his storage ring. After he kept those swords, the resounding call of a crane suddenly echoed in the air. Soon after, a majestic crane could be seen gliding over from the horizon. Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu were standing on the back of the crane, gazing down at the defeated candidates on the ground. Zhang Xian had used the myriad ant hive queen to control the surrounding myriad ants, preventing Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu from noticing anything. Nevertheless, as time passed, they still eventually realized that something was amiss, so they began making their way over. When they felt all of the jade tokens except for Zhang Xian's had shattered, they nearly fell off the back of the crane. The secondary selection was set to be 3 days long, but in less than half a day, all of the candidates except for one had been eliminated. This was too that exaggerated. The crane slowly landed on the ground, and after making sense out of what was going on, Zhao Xingma turned to Zhang Xian with tearful eyes. He knew that the young man was a troublemaker, but surely the latter didn't have to do this during the secondary selection. This was too much. For a candidate to single-handedly eliminate all of the others, how was he supposed to report this matter to the Sanctum of Sages? After all the trouble he had gone through searching for candidates, he couldn't possibly just bring a single person back to the Sanctum of Sages with him, right? Putting aside whether the Sanctum of Sages would be willing to accept such an outcome or not, there would surely be a huge uproar from the 8 conferred empires and the various Tier 3 sage clans. Zhao Shi, the law doesn't punish the masses. If everyone has failed the secondary selection, that could be a sign saying that there's a major loophole in the secondary selection. Since that's the case, why don't we balance out the rules and conduct another round of selection? It would be fairer for the candidates this way. Pavilion Master Yu shot a glance at Zhang Xian before quickly clasped his fist toward Zhao Xingma. Indeed, I agree that there's a need for a new round of selection too. I think that it's only rational to do so as well. Seeing that there was hope for them, Brother Sun and the others quickly spoke up in agreement to Pavilion Master Yu's words as well. If there wasn't a new round of selection, they would all be eliminated right here. Naturally, they knew where they should stand this. Zhao Xingma hesitated. He couldn't just take a single person back to the Sanctum of Sages with him, but the rules were the rules. If he were to alter it at his convenience, that would be compromising the integrity of the selections. If that was the case, every single candidate who failed the selection would just demand to retake the selection once more, thus rendering the significance of the selection pointless. I'll report this matter to the Sanctum of Sages and have the elders make a judgment on this matter. Zhao Xingma pondered for a moment before replying. The situation had already exceeded his authority. It would be best for him to report it upward and have them make a judgment instead. Yes, since Zhao Xingma had already said so, they weren't in a position to say anything more. Zhang Shi, since you have received the heritage contained in our Sword Lagoon, I hope that you can return it to our Qinchong Empire. I'll thank you in the stead of the Qinchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion and its countless master teachers. Pavilion Master Yu turned to Zhang Xian and said, previously, while the other master teachers were explaining the reason behind their elimination, they had also spoken about the emergence of the old sword maestro's heritage as well. Return? Zhang Xian turned to Pavilion Master Yu with a look that suggested that a fool was talking to him. The Sword Lagoon has been in Qinchong Empire for at least 10,000 years now, but not a single person has been able to acquire it. This only goes to show that none of you are deserving of the heritage. Since I have the luck and capability to acquire it, why should I hand it over to you? Zhang Shi, you can't put it like that. The Sword Lagoon is a heritage that is passed down from generation to generation in our Qinchong Empire, and it serves to motivate countless master teachers to work harder and charge forward bravely. It has already come to be a spiritual pillar of Qinchong Empire, as well as an identity that civilians of Qinchong relate with. Since you aren't from Qinchong Empire, it's only natural for you to return the heritage to us. If you were to take it away with you, you would be robbing an entire conferred empire of its spiritual pillar and identity. Pavilion Master Yu replied. His words weren't heavy, and there was a smile on his face as well. However, there was a clear resolve in his words which showed that he wouldn't bow down on this matter. His intentions were clear. The heritage in the Sword Lagoon belongs to Qinchong Empire. Since you aren't from our country, don't you dream of taking it away. If you don't return it, should any chaos happen to Qinchong Empire, it'll all be your fault. Let's see how you'll account the matter to the headquarters if that were to happen. Pavilion Master Yu's voice might be gentle, but the steely threat behind it was impossible not to notice. Seeing through the hidden meaning behind Pavilion Master Yu's words, Zhang Xian chuckled softly and said, since you claimed that it's a spiritual pillar and identity of your Qinchong Empire, why hasn't anyone obtained it over the past 10,000 years? To leave a heritage lying in the dust, preventing it from bringing prosperity to generations to come, isn't your master teacher Pavilion a little too incompetent? Pavilion Master Yu's lips twitched upon hearing those words, and his face turned crimson. Trying to extort the heritage out of another because you aren't able to obtain it yourself, is this how the Qinchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion operates? It seems like I really should report this matter to the headquarters and have them look into the prevalent culture here. Zhang Xian continued. Zhang Shi, I'm just worried that your reputation will be affected if you were to keep the heritage with you. I don't bear any ill will toward you. Knowing that he wasn't on the side of reason, Pavilion Master Yu could only concede. You're worried my reputation will be affected? Pavilion Master Yu, I must say that you are worrying unnecessarily. However, there happens to be something which I would like to report to the headquarters which I think you might want to worry about. Zhang Xian replied coldly. May I know what's the matter? An ominous premonition came to Pavilion Master Yu, and his eyebrows began twitching slightly in worry. Zhao Shi is the one who chose the location of the secondary selection, and even as candidates, we aren't aware of the location beforehand. Yet, not too long after entering the Sword Lagoon, I was met with an ambush. I suspect that someone on the inside has intentionally leaked news concerning the secondary selection to my enemy in order to harm me. Therefore, I hope to have the Empire Alliance investigate this matter and redress my grievances. Zhang Xian waved his hand imposingly. It would be too much to shrug off Jilingzhen and Jilingfeng's presence in the Sword Lagoon as a coincidence. It was more likely that they had known that he would be there for the secondary selection. It was just yesterday that he had beaten up Pavilion Master Yu. so the latter had the motive to backstab him. On top of that, it was likely that Zhao Xingma had approached Pavilion Master Yu to obtain his assistance in helping to coordinate the miscellaneous matters concerning the secondary selection so as to ensure that it would proceed smoothly. Thus, it was likely that he knew of the location of the secondary selection in advance as well. So, other than Pavilion Master Yu, Zhang Xian couldn't think of anyone else who would and could do such a thing. A hint of deep horror was reflected in the depths of Pavilion Master Yu's eyes, but he knew better than to allow it to show on his face. With a tone reminiscent to a senior kindly advising a junior, he said calmly, "Zhang Shi, since you have gotten off unscathed and obtained the heritage even, this matter can be considered as a blessing in disguise. Let's not blow things up, or else it might reflect badly on the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Why don't you leave it to our Qinchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion to deal with this matter instead? I promise you that I'll root out the culprit and I'll hand the heritage of the old sword maestro to the headquarters and report the happenings over the past 2 days to them. As for what they will do about the matter, that would be none of my business." Zhang Xian interjected coldly, speaking with a decisive voice. Had it not been for the many trump cards he had hidden up his sleeves, he could have surely been killed by Ji Lingfeng. For the head of a Master-Teacher Pavilion to collude with outsiders to harm an elder of the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, just this crime itself was enough to drag Pavilion Master Yu down to his doom. As for the specifics of how Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion would deal with this matter, Zhang Xian wasn't interested to know. Pavilion Master Yu was at a loss for words. Thinking about the fate that would befall him, his face turned ghastly pale, and his body collapsed weakly to the ground. He was indeed the one who had leaked the news concerning Zhang Xian's whereabouts to Ji Lingfeng. If no one were to investigate this matter, he might still be able to get away scot-free. However, if the headquarters were to be dragged into this matter as well, there was no way he would be getting off with what he had done. After all, that would be equivalent to harming his own brethren, and the Master-Teacher Pavilion would never tolerate such actions. "Zhang Shi, what happened?" Noticing that something was amiss from the conversation between the two, Zhao Xingma couldn't help but ask. "Zhao Shi, this is what I have faced after entering the Sword Lagoon. You can take a look." With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian passed a jade token over. Looking through the content in the jade token, Zhao Xingma's complexion swiftly turned livid. He was the one who had set the rules and details of the secondary selection, and this included the location as well. He had made great deal preparations to ensure that news wouldn't be leaked out in advance, and yet, Zhang Xian still ended up being ambushed. "You Ichuan, how dare you do such a thing beneath my eyelids? Very well. I'll have this matter reported to the headquarters in the name of the Sanctum of Sages. You better have a good reason prepared for that by then." Zhao Xingma bellowed coldly before flinging his sleeves coldly. "Zhao Shi." Pavilion Master Yu's face was ashened. The Sanctum of Sages was the highest master-teacher training institution beneath the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and its standing was higher than even that of the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion. If Zhao Xingma were to report this matter in his capacity as a guide from the Sanctum of Sages, the highest headquarter would surely keep a close lookout for the matter as well. In other words, there was really no way out for him anymore. At the very start, all he had intended was to exact vengeance for his wife's brother and have that insignificant figure from Qingyuan Empire learn that a quasi-8-star master teacher wasn't someone he could afford to humiliate. Yet, while trying to do the other party in, he ended up drawing flames upon himself instead. His future, standing, and reputation, all of these were going right down the gutter. From the respected head of the Qinchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion, he would soon become a scorned criminal. If only he knew that this would happen to him, he would have never gone up against Zhang Xian. In this moment, Pavilion Master Yu felt deep regret for his actions. "Let's go." Couldn't be bothered about Pavilion Master Yu. Zhang Xian swiftly got onto Zhao Xingma's crane and began flying back to Qinchong City. Soon, they arrived back at the Master-Teacher Pavilion. "Zhang Shi, I'm sorry that I have let you down." Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Zhang Jiuxiao immediately walked forward and apologized in dejection. Zhang Xian had spent much time and effort on him in order to help him to enter the Sanctum of Sages, but he ended up being the first one to be eliminated in the secondary selection. While he felt dispirited from his failure, he felt even more apologetic for letting Zhang Xian down. How were be eliminated shortly after the selection began? Zhang Xian asked in intrigue. I. Zhang Juxiao's face turned crimson. I was assaulted by a sword. It turned out that shortly after landing on the Sword Lagoon, Zhang Juxiao found himself assaulted by a top-notch Saint Intermediate tier sword. As the sword wielded strength far beyond his capability, it didn't take long for his jade token to be shattered. That's most probably Ji Lingfeng's Sword of Faint Whispers. After asking about the appearance of the sword, Zhang Xian replied with a shake of his head. Since Ji Lingfeng had gone to the extent of laying an ambush for him in the Sword Lagoon, he was bound to have dug his background as well. Perhaps it was out of worry that Zhang Juxiao would foil things up. In view of the relationship between the both of them, Ji Lingfeng chose to eliminate him right from the start. I have really let down the expectations you have for me this time around. Zhang Juxiao lowered his head in shame. He really didn't know how he should face the young man before him. In this moment, Zhao Xingma's voice suddenly sounded. Due to the unexpected event occurring in the secondary selection, the results will be voided. Everyone will be following me to the Sanctum of Sages to participate in the final selection. The results will be voided? Zhang Juxiao was taken aback. Zhang Shi, what's going on? Wait a moment. Shouldn't the secondary selection last for 3 whole days? Why did you all return so early? As he was taken out of the Sword Lagoon right after he was eliminated, he was unaware of the happenings afterward. The remaining candidates ganged up on me, attempting to eliminate me, and I accidentally eliminated all of them. Zhang Xian replied. You accidentally eliminated everyone else? Zhang Juxiao was stunned. Chapter 1286 Ruoxin. Here I come. Amidst a furious gale, an aerial Saint Beast soared swiftly through the sky, leaving behind white streak in its trail. In the room on the back of the aerial Saint Beast, Zhang Xian looked at the young man sitting before him and nodded in satisfaction. Due to the results of the secondary selection being voided, it was decided that all of the candidates would head to the Sanctum of Sages together to undergo the final selection. While the other candidates would shoot Zhang Xian looks of hostility from time to time, they didn't conduct any acts of aggression toward him during the trip. Along the way, Zhang Xian imparted the 3 swords of Lingxiu and his comprehension of swordsmanship to Zhang Juxiao. And as expected of a genius from the Zhang clan, Zhang Juxiao's ability to absorb new knowledge was not too bad. In just half a month, he managed to raise his comprehension of swordsmanship up to the level of half quintessence. While it was still a long way off from comparing to up to Zhang Xian, his mastery of swordsmanship could be said to be unmatched against the other sword practitioners amongst the candidates. Not only so, he also managed to advance his cultivation to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. With his current strength and superior comprehension of swordsmanship, he would be a match for even Brother Sun and Ma Minghai. From someone who was barely able to clear the selections of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Juxiao had grown to become one of the strongest candidates in the running. Upon reaching a certain bottleneck, one's fighting prowess would begin to stagnate, improving at a rate much slower than before. To make an analogy, this was just like how it was relatively easier to improve one's timing in a 100 meters sprint from 13.0 seconds to 12.0 seconds. However, to improve it from, let's say, 10.3 seconds to 10.2 seconds, was no easy feat at all. This was because one was already nearing his physical limits and talent, so it would take a lot of effort and time in order to make any visible improvement, if possible at all. This was the situation which Zhang Juxiao was facing. Even though he possessed considerable talent and a unique cultivation technique, he was already nearing his bottleneck. Under such circumstances, it would usually take significant time and effort for him to just raise his fighting prowess by a visible level. And yet, within half a month, he actually managed to achieve such a huge breakthrough. If this were to be known to others, it would definitely shock many speechless. This could almost be said to be a mean which only 9-star master teachers were capable of. Finally, I have reached the unbounded Voyager 2 Dan. While offering guidance to Zhang Juxiao, Zhang Xian hadn't been slacking off on his training either. In half a month, he fused the movement techniques he had learned together with the unbounded Voyager, and perfected the unbounded Voyager 2, Dan, to the level of Heaven's Path. Naturally, he didn't waste any time learning it too. It was a pity that he was currently on the back of an aerial Saint Beast, and it wasn't convenient for him to try out the technique, so he wasn't sure how the effects were. On top of that, he had also fully reinforced his primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivation as well. The primordial spirit in his body was pulsating with power, ready to make the breakthrough to half-leaving Aperture Realm at any moment. However, Zhang Xian's greatest breakthrough still lay in his swordsmanship. After comprehending sword quintessence and learning the 3 swords of Lingshu, his understanding of swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Putting aside the Lingshu sword, even if he only had the Glacier Rain sword in hand, he would still be able to bring forth strength far beyond imagination. In the past, he would only be barely a match for a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage, even if he were to utilize all of his means. But now, as long as he had a sword in hand, he would be able to crush any Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator with ease. The most important thing I have to do right now is to gather more sword art manual and perfect the 3 swords of Lingshu. If I could perfect them into Heaven's Path battle techniques too, I would be able to bring my fighting prowess to greater heights once more. Zhang Xian thought as he got to his feet. There was no doubt that the 3 swords of Lingshu wielded tremendous might, but it was unfortunately plagued with far too many flaws. For a perfectionist like Zhang Xian, it was simply much too bitter of a pill to swallow. Fortunately, considering that the Sanctum of Sages was the highest master-teacher training institution on the continent, there should be plenty of sword art manuals there for him to perfect the 3 swords of Lingshu. While Zhang Xian and Zhang Jiuxiao were cultivating diligently, Ma Minghai, Brother Sun, and the other candidates weren't idling around either. In fact, perhaps due to the setbacks they had suffered during the secondary selection, they were more tenacious than ever in their training. While they failed to make a significant breakthrough in their fighting prowess, the experience did temper their state of mind, making them far more resilient than before. An uncarved jade will never become a treasure. As top geniuses from their own region, they have been accustomed to being at the top. The experience of being outdone by another will be beneficial to their future growth. Taking this scene into sight, Zhao Xingma nodded in approval. The candidates who had cleared his preliminary selections were all the greatest of geniuses, so it was inevitable that there would be some complacency in them. The indignance at their defeat against Zhang Xian would drive out the complacency within them, pushing them to work harder than ever in hopes that they would be able to return the humiliation in the future. While Zhao Xingma was looking at the candidates contemplatively, a master teacher suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Zhao Shi, what will the format of the final selection in the Sanctum Sages be? Would it another battle?" The one who had asked the question was Brother Sunday. Upon hearing those words, the other candidates also halted their cultivation and turned their heads over in curiosity. They were about to reach the Sanctum of Sages very soon, so they were rather curious about how the final selection would be like. After all, it was the final hurdle standing between them and the Sanctum of Sages. The final selection will be far more difficult than the preliminary selection and secondary selection. It won't be just a battle. At this point, Zhao Xingma hesitated for a moment, seemingly trying to find a term for it, before replying, "To be more exact, it would be like an overall evaluation." Overall evaluation? The crowd was intrigued. The Sanctum of Sages is the highest master-teacher training institution on the master-teacher continent, and those who wish to enter it must display qualities far surpassing an ordinary man, be it in terms of strength, wisdom, adaptability, magnanimity, courage, and such. The final selection serves to conduct an overall evaluation of all of these qualities to determine whether a candidate is qualified to become a student of the Sanctum of Sages. Naturally, its difficulty will also be far greater than the previous 2 rounds of selections. At this point, Zhao Xingma paused for another moment before continuing on. Based on past experiences, there is a great chance that the final selection would be challenging the Mountain Gate. Challenging the Mountain Gate? That's right. The Mountain Gate is an examination ground which the Master Teacher Pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to set up. It serves to assess a cultivator's state of mind and strength by putting him through a series of tests, each with a pre-allocated amount of time. The shorter the duration one takes each test, the higher one's score will be. and those who are unable to clear the tests within the pre-allocate period of time would be eliminated. Zhao Xingma explained grimly. This was the standard selection trial used to assess candidates seeking to join the Sanctum of Sages, so revealing it in advance wasn't an infringement of the rules. Zhao Xingma gestured to the two young men who had assisted him in conducting the preliminary selections and said, "The two of them have also challenged the Mountain Gate in the past, but they failed to clear it. Nevertheless, as they had achieved decent results in it, they were offered the opportunity to become listening-in students in the Sanctum of Sages. Doesn't that mean that they are geniuses who have cleared the preliminary and secondary selections as well?" The crowd was astonished. Only those who had cleared the preliminary and secondary selections would be qualified to take the final selection. Even though all of them were allowed to take the final selection this time around, it was due to the Sanctum of Sages granting them a special exception. Otherwise, 13 of them wouldn't be standing here at this very moment. You're right. They did manage to clear the preliminary and secondary selections, but they failed to clear the Mountain Gate, so they were eliminated in the final selection. Zhao Xingma nodded. Zhao Shi, based on your previous experience as a guide, how many of us do you think will be able to clear the Mountain Gate? Ma Minghai couldn't help but ask. Your talents and strength are decent, but in the final selection, you will be pitted against top-notch geniuses from the most powerful clans and organizations all over the Master-Teacher continent. Based on my previous experience, if you are lucky, 10 of you might be able to clear the Mountain Gate. Otherwise, there would only be 1 or 2 of you, or perhaps even none at all. Zhao Xingmo replied. The challenge of the Mountain Gate wasn't just a selection exercise amongst the 30 of them. There would also be other candidates from the Empire Alliance, Sage clans, and major powers all over the continent. The geniuses from those powers had access to superior cultivation resources, especially top-notch cultivation techniques and battle techniques, and some even possessed unique bloodlines. While individual prowess was important in clearing the final selection, luck also played a crucial role as well. As talented as the 30 or so of them were, the vast difference in their background would make it rather hard for them to match up to the other candidates from the Empire Alliance, Sage clans, and other major powers. If they were lucky, they might still be able to vie 10 slots or so over. Otherwise, they might find themselves without even a single slot at the end of the final selection. Such a situation did happen in history before. Zhou Xiao, you are from the Zhang clan too, so you should know quite a bit about the final selection too, right? Seeing the looks of disbelief from the candidates around him, Zhao Xingma turned to Zhang Jiuxiao and asked, Yes, from what I heard, the competition there is extremely rife. Even for the Zhang clan, there are years where over half of the candidates they have sent would fail the final selection. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Even though he was from a side family in the Zhang clan, he was still rather informed about the situation concerning the Sanctum of Sages, as well as the difficulty of the final selection. The Zhang clan had no lack of offspring, and there were plenty who were stronger and more talented than him. Yet, every year, many of them would challenge the Mountain Gate and fail tragically. From this, it could be seen how difficult the trial was. There's a genius from the same side family as me named Zhang Yunqi. He was 28 last year, and he has already cleared his first lightning tribulation, successfully making the breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. In our group, he can already be considered to be a nigh invincible existence, and yet, he still failed the final selection. Zhang Jiuxiao explained. Even a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator had failed the final selection? The crowd was stunned. Currently, even the strongest of them all was only at quasi-leaving Aperture Realm. If even a true leaving Aperture Realm expert had failed the final selection, didn't that practically mean that none of them stood a chance at all? Indeed. However, the final selection isn't based solely on one's cultivation realm. Zhang Yunqi's younger brother was only at Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage, but he managed to clear the final selection in the end. To be honest, I can't really tell what the criteria to clear the Mountain Gate is. Zhang Jiuxiao said with a bitter smile. Plenty of geniuses from the Zhang clan would challenge the Mountain Gate each year, but there was no specific pattern to be observed by those who managed to clear it. Sometimes, a clan member with high cultivation realm could challenge the Mountain Gate for multiple years, only to fail each time. Sometimes, a clan member whom others didn't bear much hope for would clear the Mountain Gate with flying colors at the first attempt. There are many variations to the tests of the mountain gate. Even those who were participating in the same final selection could find themselves facing different trials. As such, there's no way to train or prepare for it in advance. One can only enter with a flexible mind and adapt to the circumstances. Zhao Xingma explained. The crowd fell silent. They had asked about the format of the final selection in hopes that they would be able to make preparations for it, so as to boost their chances of clearing it. However, after hearing the details, they realized that things were far more complicated than they had thought it out to be. However, that was to be expected. If it was that easy to enter the highest master-teacher training institution, wouldn't it be flooding with students by now? My advice is for you all not to get too worried about the matter. After entering the mountain gate, just complete the tests to the best of your abilities. Even if you can't clear the final selection, you will still have plenty of opportunities as long as you can make it as a listening and student. As a listening and student, you will have the opportunity to take the final examination again in subsequent years. Noticing the apprehension and nervousness on the faces all around, Zhao Xingma advised with a smile. While the Sanctum of Sages was very strict in the selection of its students, it did offer other avenues for candidates who were reluctant to give up. As long as one's results in the final selection weren't too bad, one could always opt to become a listening and student and challenge the mountain gate in subsequent years. But of course, as one who was challenging the mountain gate for the second time, they would be judged far stricter than other candidates. Nevertheless, in order to raise the spirits of the crowd, Zhao Xingma chose to bottle that up in his heart. Otherwise, their nervousness could very well affect their performance in the final selection. I see. That's a relief to hear. Hearing that there would still be a chance for them even if they were to fail the final selection, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. All right, we should be arriving at the Sanctum of Sages very soon, so make some preparations. If nothing goes wrong, the final selection should be held within the next 3 days. After chatting for a while more, Zhao Xingma suddenly pointed to the area ahead and announced. Everyone hurriedly looked forward, and soon, a massive city came into sight. Located in the middle of a mountain range, it seemed to be shrouded by a massive spirit-gathering formation, drawing the spiritual energy in a radius of several 100,000 li into the area. Even before landing in the area, the rich spiritual energy in the air had already left them feeling deeply refreshed. That's the Sanctum of Sages? Abruptly getting to his feet, Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Ruoxin, here I come. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.